This is Audible.
Pink Flamingo Productions presents Darkest Deeds, a dark Russian mafia standalone, Les Cavaliers de l'Homme, by Cora Kinborn, performed by Sarah Puckett and Tora Tom. Chapter 1. Ava, present day, Quantico, Virginia. The minutes keep ticking. I know, I've counted all 120 of them. They're trying to rattle me with one of their basic ploys. Always keep your opponent off guard. It's law enforcement's initial interrogation tactic. Well, technically, the first tactic is to establish a rapport and roll out the Kill 'em with Kindness Act. However, since federal agents had me in cuffs as soon as my plane landed, I'm pretty sure they skipped it and went straight for psychological manipulation. Their whitewashed concept of torture is to keep me locked in an office for 2 hours. I want to laugh, but it isn't even worth the effort. 2 hours is nothing. I am fully clothed, and I'm wearing shoes. My hands aren't bound to this chair, and I can see the sky right outside the window overlooking Quantico. Yeah, they can wipe their asses with their 2 hours. The door behind me opens, then slams, but I don't flinch. Keeping my eyes forward, I ignore the intrusion until FBI Section Chief Dunning stomps around the oversized desk in a storm of heated fury and arrogance. Throwing a stack of files on his desk, he takes his seat and glares at me. "I don't suppose you understand what kind of shit you're in." And all this time I thought I was the victim. Thanks for clearing that up. Folding my hands, I interlace my fingers and sit back. My eyes wander, landing on an American flag encased in glass hanging on the wall behind his head. The way it's situated, he looks like he's wearing it as a crown. Like the Prince of Freedom. The irony isn't lost on me. And as nauseating as the red and white stripes are, at least they give me something to focus on, other than the arrogant smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. He slams his palms against his desk and cocks his chin, the dark skin pulled tight across his jaw. I know his game right away. Intimidation. He wants me to break first. Good in theory, but if he's been debriefed on anything that's happened in the last week, he should know better. I have nothing left to break. A conscience can't fracture if it doesn't exist, and if you bargain with the devil, sometimes you pay with your soul. With his tactics failing, Dunning's demeanor changes, and he digs his nails into the wood. "You're part of a Russian crime syndicate." I don't hear a question in there, so I hold his stare while brushing my thumb over his nameplate. Well, that may be true, Carl, but I also took out one of this country's most prolific assassins who, I might add, your agency has failed to identify, much less apprehend. Shouldn't that count for something? A faint flush stains his coffee-colored cheeks as his fist comes down hard on his desk. "You will address me as sir. Your actions were unprecedented, not to mention stupid. You walked into an undercover FBI investigation completely unarmed." He watches me for a reaction, and I recognize something familiar in his eyes. Controlled chaos. He desperately needs to assure himself of his own authority, so I sit motionless. Oh, I was definitely armed. I was just relieved of it shortly after my capture. "That's what you choose to focus on, Miss Chernova?" What's left of the chief's composure snaps. Unclenching his hand, he sweeps it across the polished wood, sending stacks of papers scattering to the floor. He's pissed, and with good reason. Every word I say exposes something ugly he doesn't want to face. Gritting my teeth, I relive the moment I stumbled into a nightmare. Might I remind you that your agency came to me? It's not like I had much choice in the matter. Agent Schaefer didn't have authorization to conduct his own investigation, least of all with you. He's baiting me again. Well, maybe you should take that up with him. Oh, wait. You can't, can you? There's a flicker of something in his dark gaze. Fear, respect, regret. I can't get a read on it, and as quickly as it appears, it vanishes. Agent Schaefer's actions were unsanctioned, but his intentions were honest. He was trying to save countless girls' lives. Leaping out of my chair, I slammed my palms on his desk. What about mine, Carl? The word tastes as bitter as they sound. His nostrils flare and a vein pulses in his right temple. It's Section Chief Dunning. And take your seat, Miss Chernova. I freeze at his sharp tone, and the room spins. In a dark, hazy corner of my mind, another voice calls to me. Достаточно. You should always think before you speak, Sheka. Either choose to fight battles or strategize to win wars, but never underestimate your enemy. Even now, he commands, and I listen. Drawing in a deep breath, I slowly exhale and lower myself into the chair. I'm calm now, a fact that should disturb me more than the reason I'm here. I didn't have a choice, I offer in a controlled tone. I did what I had to do. He huffs, rubbing the pad of his thumb against his temple as his fingers fan against his face. Offer yourself up as bait? I shake my head. Offer intel. I just didn't expect things to go quite so left of center. Left of center. Wrinkles crease his forehead as he peers at me through an opening in his index and middle finger. That's what you call getting yourself kidnapped and starting a war this government has to clean up? A decorated FBI agent is dead because of you. He doesn't have to remind me. I was there. The image is burned into my memory for eternity. Nothing will bring him back. Nothing will bring any of us back. Maybe you missed the part where I was enslaved and tortured, yet still managed to put an end to Nico Gajeres. You remember him, right? The other ambiguous unchecked box on your precious most wanted list? Chief Dunning winces at the disgust in every word, and I'm glad. Relaxing my grip on the armrest, I manage a smirk. Let me remind you again that I'm the victim here, so instead of berating me, maybe you should give me a medal. For what? Taking off your clothes before taking his life? My heart slams against my chest, but I won't react to his taunts. I did what I had to do. You weren't there. Good thing, too. The only one who gave a damn to help you returned home in a box. I clear my throat. Can we please stick to, frankly, Miss Chernova, he yells, anger causing the vein in his temple to throb. I have a hard time deciding what to do first. Charge you with reckless endangerment, accessory to the murder of a federal agent, or just being a fucking pain in my ass. Strike one. Temper. I gather my long red hair in one hand and drape it over my left shoulder. Well, while you're deciding, let me add one more charge to that list. Collusion. Sweat beads above the chief's black and gray eyebrows, and that flicker in his eyes returns. This time I have no doubt what it means. Fear is raw and distinctive, a siren for darkness and a source of nourishment for the wicked. What have you done? He whispers. I smile and detonate the truth bomb I've held quietly strapped to my chest. Your job, sir. Chapter 2. Ava. 2 weeks ago. Miami, Florida. Just breathe. I repeat the words over and over in my head while I'm stuck working a VIP room at 3 o'clock in the morning when my shift was over an hour ago. At least the constant shouting from downstairs drowns out the incessant grunting behind me. I have no idea what's going on, but the DJ's solution is to crank the music up louder to see which of the three can give me a headache the fastest. I'm pretty sure he's winning. "Do you like that, baby?" John groans. I have no idea if that's his name. I call him that because I don't care to know any different. I nod. Mm-hmm. To be honest, I'm not sure what he said. I'm too focused on a crack I found in the wall. It's not a big one, but to me, it might as well span from one side to the other and have a circle drawn around it in scarlet red lipstick. The more I stare at it, the more it looks like the letter S. S for slut. That's it, just like that. S for sacrifice. You love it from behind, don't you? S for secret. This is just between us. A crack in a wall seems like a dumb thing to notice when there's a 250-pound guy pounding me from behind, but over the years, I've found that focusing on small details is the only way to survive. It allows me to check out without slipping underwater. Although drowning would be easier than pretending I'm enjoying anything that's happening right now. I close my eyes as the grunts behind me get louder. Blocking my elbows, I brace my palms and drop my head as he pulls me against him and drives in hard. Shit! I can't hold back anymore. I roll my eyes at the ceiling and let out the breath I've been holding. After grunting like a pig, he braces one sweaty hand on the wall beside me. Nobody gives it to you this good, right, baby? Mm-hmm. Finally getting the hint, he stops talking and turns to dispose of the condom. As he makes his way back, the door rattles, and we both freeze. Only 3 people have keys to a VIP room at any given time: the girl, the customer, and Dimitri. And Dimitri would never interrupt anything that makes him money. I let out a yelp as the first blow hits. What the hell is going on? John frowns, shifting a glance up at the security camera. I shake my head, unable to speak as the door takes hit after hit. I can't run. Where the hell am I going to go? This isn't the movies. There's no secret passageway to an underground tunnel. Whatever's on the other side of that door is coming in, and we are going to be right here when it does. One more kick and the hinges break away from the frame, sending the door crashing inside the room. The 3 men in blue police uniforms stand there with guns pointed straight at my face. A man in a 3-piece suit steps in front of them and lands a hard gaze on me. Ava Chernova. Hold on a damn minute, John pipes up from behind me. You can't just break down a door like... Suit guy's eyes shift from me to John. Name? Within seconds, one of the officers pulls his cell phone out of his pocket. Thomas Reed, age 38, married to Joy Reed. 2 kids, Brian, age 10, and Melissa, age 6, employed by Langford Richter and Ames Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 10 years. John's mouth drops open. How the hell do you know? Ambulance chaser, huh? Suit guy interrupts him, again with a sarcastic chuckle. Well, I'm not surprised. A shady fucker caught shady fucking. You've got it all wrong, John huffs, stomping toward him. The lady and I were just having a conversation. Suit guy glances down and smirks. You'd be more convincing if you tucked your dick in your pants. Cursing under his breath, John turns to zip up as the main officer gives a quick nod to the other 2. Before he can take another step, the officers have his hands behind his back and are reading him his rights. You can't do this to me, he yells to Suit Guy. Red-faced and panicked, he swings his chin over his shoulder and glares at the officers. Stop talking. I know my damn rights. Suit Guy grins. If that's true, Tommy boy, you also know that soliciting sex is against the law and, if convicted, punishable up to a year in jail. What proof do you have? Besides your dick hanging out? He points up at the security camera. We have your personal porno confiscated in the raid. You can't do this. My wife is probably going to be real pissed off. Sukai finishes for him. You might want to start looking into divorce lawyers. Sukai and I stare at each other as the officers escort John out of the room. I try to seem fearless, but I shiver. Deep lines sink into his forehead, and he bends down, grabbing the short satin robe from the back of the demolished wall. Put some damn clothes on, he growls, tossing it to me before turning his head. For some reason, I feel myself blushing and quickly cover myself. Once he turns back around, I flop onto the couch and cross my arms. The door was a little excessive, don't you think? He studies me, his thumb rubbing over the dimple in his chin. You seem almost bored, Miss Chernova. I snort. You don't think I'm used to police raids? You put on a good show, but we both know Dimitri's going to fill those hungry pockets of yours, and there'll be no record of anyone ever being here tonight. I'm sure that's usually the case, but there's a problem with your analysis. I gasp, dramatically throwing both hands over my heart. No pockets? We are not the police. Pulling what looks like a black leather wallet from inside his jacket, he flips it open to reveal a badge and credentials. Special Agent Ethan Schaefer. We're the FBI. The FBI's Miami satellite office looks like a typical interrogation room seen on every television crime show. Bland, sterile, and impersonal. One table, two opposing metal chairs, stark white walls, a two-way mirror, dark blue carpeting, a framed picture of the state of Florida, and not one damn clock to be found. For the 100th time, I don't know anything. I shift, the backs of my legs sticking to the metal chair. I have no idea how long I've been here, but if the pins and needles attacking my feet and hands are any indication, it has been hours. At least Special Agent Ethan Schaefer had the common decency to give me his suit jacket to cover up my scantily clad body. He's a real prince. Ethan picks up a pen and flips it between his fingers. Come on, Miss Chernova. You really don't expect me to believe that, do you? Ava, I say. Huh? You've seen me naked. I think we're past formalities, don't you think, Ethan? He sighs, squeezing the pen in his fist. Okay, Ava, let's go over the facts one more time. My colleagues and I received a tip that Seven was operating an illegal brothel to a certain select set of pre-vetted customers. He uses air quotes on that last part, and I have to hold myself back from rolling my eyes. We raided the premises, and not only did we catch you in the act of prostitution, but we also have it on video. Since this is your third offense, it's considered a felony. That alone can put you away for 5 years. Now, I'm not in the business of chasing down women who willingly sell their bodies. I have bigger things to worry about. What do you want? I think you know what I want. I do, but I'm sure as hell not going to be the one who opens that window and jumps out of it. Maybe you should spell it out for me. Fine. Gripping his hair, he lets out a growl of frustration. You want it in black and white? Here it is. Your father is one of the most notorious mob bosses on the East Coast. Hell, maybe in the entire country. Not even taking into consideration the drug smuggling and extortion, we believe that Chernov Bratva is responsible for the disappearance of countless young women all over the southeastern United States. The FBI have dealt with the Italian mob for years, but the Russians have their own playbook. That's where you come in. It's almost impossible to get an undercover agent inside of Bratva. It's easier to get someone from inside to come out. You want me to betray my own family? Your father is a murderer. He forces young women into prostitution at 7, then traffics them. He says, slamming the pen on the table. For fuck's sake, he's not above selling his own daughter's body. All you have to do is find proof of what he's done. Get us something we can use to nail him, and I'll forget tonight ever happened. I lower my chin, sickness settling in the pit of my stomach. You don't understand what he'll do to me. You'll be under my watch the whole time, and after you testify, you'll be put in the witness protection program. Think of it, Ava. New name, new state, new life. You'll get to start over. And if I refuse? Well, you certainly have that right, but there's one thing I failed to mention. There's a glint in his eye as he clasps his hands together and leans forward. I did some digging on you and found something that might make you a little more cooperative. Does the name Nikolai Geratovsky ring a bell?
Chapter 3. Nico. 1 week ago, New Orleans, Louisiana. Everyone dies. No matter who you are or how much money you have, eventually your time's up. Depending upon whose path you cross, it may come sooner than you expect. That's where I come in. Once a name is on my list, that's it. Game over. There's no negotiation, no begging, no deals. The amount I'm paid determines whether the ending comes quickly or piece by piece. It makes no difference to me. Lucky for Robert Lancaster, it's arriving in one clear shot to the head. All the lights are off on the 10th floor office building except for one, so I walk straight toward it. I don't bother hiding my presence. What's the use sneaking around like some common thief? It's not as if the end result will be any different if he hears me coming. Lancaster sits at his enormous desk like the pompous jackass he is, his fingers steepled while staring out a floor-to-ceiling glass wall that looks out over the French Quarter. I want to shoot him right now just for being a moron. 4 satellite companies in 4 states, and the idiot chooses to hide out in a city I know better than my own dick. Reaching underneath my black leather jacket, I pull my Glock from its holster. Bobby, you fucked up. His body stiffens, and I wait until he turns around, his horrified eyes tracking every movement my hand makes. Just because I can, I lean my hip against the doorway and slowly reach inside my jacket, pulling out one hell of an impressive silencer. I take my time attaching it to the end of my gun because I'm a son of a bitch, and the fear on his face fuels my sadistic high. Once his knees start to bounce up and down, I have to fight the smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. It won't be long until he pisses himself. They all do. Who are you? There's a tremble in his voice that shakes all 3 of his chins. Penance. His hands shoot up in surrender. Look, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do anything. I'm just a stockbroker. Do not insult my intelligence. I warn through clenched teeth. I may be a lot of things, Bobby, but wrong is never one of them. My message must have been clear because all the color drains from his face and his hands fumble around for his checkbook. Fine. Tell me who sent you, and I promise I can pay you double what they offered. I don't dignify that with an answer. I'm a killer, not a whore. In a moment of panic, he dives for the desk phone. I don't bother telling him I cut the line before stepping foot in the building. It just pissed me off to know he thinks I'm that careless. While he slams his pudgy fingers on every button, I release the safety on my gun and aim. I'm tired of his whining. Bobby, you're a piece of shit stockbroker who jacks off with stolen money from decent people. While I think that makes you an asshole, it doesn't concern me. Unfortunately, you stuck your dick in my boss's whore, and that does concern me. Pointing the gun at his forehead, I pull the slide back as he drops to his knees, crying like a little bitch. I'll do anything. Please. Clement Devereaux sends his best wishes for a safe trip to hell. I squeeze the trigger while thinking of what I'm going to have for dinner. I'm not insensitive. I'm efficient. Know why? Because it only takes one shot to end Robert Lancaster. That's all it ever takes because I'm damn good at my job. My conscience is clear as I disassemble my weapon and tuck it away. I don't think of my targets as people. That way, I have nothing invested except extra work at the end for cleanup. Luckily for me, I'm leaving this one for the cops to find. Lancaster has so many people who want him dead, his murder will be a cold case before the end of the week. Avoiding pooling blood and bits of brain matter, I gather the shell casing and drop it into my jacket pocket. With a last sweep of the room, I leave what's left of him, anxious to get home after being out of the country all week. Once outside, a wave of unseasonal humidity smacks me in the face. Within seconds, beads of sweat roll down my forehead, plastering a chunk of dark hair over my eyes. I'm not used to this constant furnace bullshit anymore. Somewhat normal weather is one of the reasons I didn't mind putting down a root or two in New Orleans, when Les Cavaliers del Hombre came calling. At least Mother Nature got off her period once in a while in the French Quarter. I'm halfway to my car when my phone rings. Speak of the voodoo devil. Biting the tip of my middle finger, I jerk my glove off and answer. It's done. I had no concern it wouldn't be. Clement's voice sounds slightly out of breath. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why, and I roll my eyes at the irony. I just killed a man for fucking one of his whores, while he was busy fucking a spare. A more cautious man would take the compliment and keep his mouth shut. Then again, safety and silence aren't really my style. Then what's wrong? Someone else lick one of your 31 flavors? He lets out a low chuckle that's anything but amused. Careful, Nika. Don't mistake my respect for tolerance. Each Cavalier is invaluable, but not irreplaceable. Right. Did you need something else? I scan the perimeter of the parking lot. Years of training kicking in. The need to keep moving constricts my chest, making it feel like it's strapped to a ticking bomb. Actually, yes. I need you to pack another bag and head to Lakefront. Groaning, I unlock my car and climb in. Lakefront Airport is where Clement keeps his private jet. This means more work and no sleep. Why the hell would I do that? Turning the ignition, I head west toward my Metairie apartment. My boss's only concern may be a handful of ass, but I'm still in the process of covering mine. You're flying to Miami tonight. I'd rather fly straight to hell. I press heavy on the gas, streets flying by right and left. Are you fucking kidding me? I barely got into town last night, and you handed me Lancaster. Can't one of the other guys do it? This is personal. So was Lancaster. He sighs. Not for me, Nika. For you. A personal hit in Miami? I couldn't be that lucky. Who's the mark? Ava Chernova. My blood pumps at the last name, but the first one causes me to cross 2 lanes of traffic, nearly taking out every car in my path. Clement calls my name as I pull onto the shoulder, but my head is spinning too fast to answer. Nika, did you hear me? Clement's voice is like a gunshot, snapping me back into the present. Forcing all my emotion out of my throat, I scrub a hand across my cheek, the roughness of my beard matching my mood. I'm sorry. I thought you said the princess of the Miami Bratva. I did. Is he fucking serious? I grip the steering wheel, trying to control my temper. Do you understand the consequences of a hit like that? The minute her father gets word of this, Sergei ordered the hit, he says, and the bomb attached to my chest explodes. On his own daughter? I don't know if I'm shocked, vindicated, or fucking pissed. Clement chuckles. It appears that even the great Sergei Chernov has fallen victim to the Delilah effect. Meaning? Delilah and Samson, my boy. Behind every great man's downfall is a woman. Many men's empires have crumbled because of a female's betrayal. Let that be a lesson to never get attached to just one. His words sink low and hard in my stomach, churning a deadly mix of acid and long-buried emotions. Emotions that have dwelled in the darkest recesses of my mind, just waiting to break free and rain hell. What did she do?
From what I'm told, she traded Sergei's ass to save her own. After a raid on his club, Ava started acting strange, so Sergei had her followed. She was seen meeting with the same man a few times, so he ran the plates and found out they belonged to good old Uncle Sam.
Feds?
Betrayal never comes from a vengeful hand, Nico. It comes from a smiling face.
A hard lesson I learned early in life, one that has apparently come full circle.
In order to secure his alibi, Chernov will be in Texas until tomorrow, comparing dick sizes with the Mexicans, so you'll have time to plan.
He explains, his sheets rustle in the background.
What happens between now and then is up to you.
He pauses, waiting for my response, and when the only thing I return is silence, he sighs.
Despite the bad blood between you now, I know you were once fond of this girl, Nico. However, I still need you to get answers out of her before completing the job. You know what that means.
Torture. Slow and painful.
Of course, I can always give this to Dagger. I know he's the only one you'd trust to...
No! The word rumbles from my chest with brutal force and echoes inside the dark car. My chest heaves with labored breaths, but instead of rage, a black calm deadens me. I've waited 8 years for this, Devereaux. I'll put a bullet in anyone who gets in my way.
I'd expect nothing less.
There's a smug satisfaction in Clement's voice.
X will meet you at Miami Opalaka with your supplies.
There's a brief pause, then he adds,
Remember, this hit is just for the girl. I know you have a separate vendetta with Sergei, but this is my business, not yours. Do we understand each other?
A vendetta that simmered for 8 long years because of a weakness I can't risk. Yeah, I got it. With my mind racing, I pull back onto I-10 and head toward Metairie. Just before I disconnect the call, Clement's gravelly voice calls out one last time.
Nico?
Yeah?
Don't fuck up.
Chapter 4. Nico. Miami, Florida. It's past 2 a.m. when X meets me at Miami Opalaka Executive Airport with a psychotic serial killer's wet dream. A half-dozen tactical knives, a Glock 19, a SIG MPX machine gun, a Kalashnikov rifle, 3 M67 hand grenades, zip ties, rope, enough ammo to blow away a small village, and one relatively small stun gun all rattle around in the open black shoulder bag. I glance up to see him grinning like an idiot as he stands in front of me, holding it open like he's some fucking game show model. Picking up the stun gun, I give it a shake and raise an eyebrow. X shrugs, his smile faltering as he shifts an adoring gaze inside his bag of toys. You never know when it might come in handy. Sure, because an armed Bratva guard will invite me in for tea so I can get close enough to light him up like a 50,000-volt Christmas tree. Rolling my eyes, I throw it at him, and he lunges for it like I just tossed his kid in the middle of rush hour traffic. Murk. Asshole. I wouldn't peg him for an arms dealer. Judging by his slicked back brown hair and blue preppy Wall Street suit, he looks more like a banker. However, the way a man presents himself means nothing. Hell, if I slapped on an eye patch and set a fucking parrot on my shoulder, I'd look like a pirate. Doesn't make me one, though. X motions for me to follow him. Mr. Devereaux has secured a car best suited for your specific needs. My hands fist by my side as I follow him across the empty lot and around an abandoned shed. Darkness and seclusion are all that accompany us, and my instinct roars like a siren. Instinct is what's kept me alive most of my life. So when the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, I reach for my gun. If I'm going out, it's not going to be in South Florida by some squinty guy with way too many teeth shoved in his little round head. He jerks on a dark-colored tarp and motions in front of him. Audi R10 okay? Holy shit. Tucking my gun away, I move past him, itching to get my hands on the machine in front of me. V10, 610 horsepower, 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds, 205 miles per hour on the open road. Black, sleek, dangerous. Built like hell. A sexy, wanton slut of a ride. Clement sprang for this? He said to spare no expense. Questions fly through my mind, none of which have answers. Of course, not much of what Devereaux does makes sense, so I shouldn't be shocked at his latest show of extravagance. He's a rich man possessing several bank accounts with enough zeros to do whatever he pleases. So I assume everything has been secured. My hand twitches against the hood, and I can feel a vein pulsing in my forehead. It's a familiar feeling, the same cathartic rush I always get right before an assignment. I'm ready for this. I need this. Completely. X stirs behind me, rustling papers with gusto. He rambles on about the safety features and design of the weapons. Blah, blah, fucking blah. Tilting my head back, I stare up at the night sky and tune him out. While sinking one of these new blades right in his throat would improve my mood, I'm too tired to deal with the cleanup. I was talking about recon on Ava Chernova. X's eyes light up, and I hate him only slightly less. Oh yes. Sergei has arranged for the security system inside her apartment to disarm tomorrow from midnight until roughly 3 a.m. As far as workplace security, I'm assured all guards will be occupied after her shift. He clears his throat, the corner of his mouth twitching. He's nervous, and with good reason. He thinks he's playing with fire when it comes to Chernov, and he's not wrong. However, if he thinks I'll blindly walk into a trap, he can go ahead and fuck right off. You're telling me men who have sworn their lives to protect Ava Chernova are willingly leaving her like a sitting duck? He nods like a bobblehead. Sergei informed them they're needed for a private poker game he's hosting. He's stacking the deck against her. I lick my lips, the anticipation building. He raises an eyebrow. You know your poker terminology. How often do you play? Never. A Vegas politician owed a casino owner a lot of money. I make it a priority to know everything about everyone around me, Xavier. All the color drains from Xavier Tulton's face, and I'm pretty sure if I breathed really hard, he'd fall over. I'm half tempted to try it when he shoves the folder clenched in his hand against my chest. Yes, well, here are the layouts of Ava's apartment and her father's business establishment. I knock his hand away. I'm too tired for this PC bullshit. I don't need a map of his whorehouse. I know the place like the back of my hand. With all due respect, Mr. Gaharis, that was almost a decade ago. Structures change. I hate being challenged, but he's right, and I hate that even more. Gritting my teeth, I take the damn folder. Got it. Speaking of Chernov's business, he says, drawing the words out with a wince, Mr. Devereaux thought you should know that Ava is employed there. Sounds of cardboard and paper crumpling cuts through the silence, and I glance down to see the folder mangled in my fist. Quickly releasing it, I tuck what's left of it under my arm. She's managing 7? Not exactly. You're kidding me. I throw back my head and laugh, although I'm not sure if it's from amusement or some sick twist of fate. The Pecan Princess is a stripper in her father's club. He doesn't answer me, and to be honest, even if he did, I wouldn't hear him over the white noise buzzing in my head. Ava, the troubled little girl I vowed to protect, the beautiful young woman I tried to resist, the Bratva princess I grew to hate. How the mighty have fallen. It must have been a long way down from that pedestal. A stripper. Of course, Ava never did have the stomach for bloodshed. That's why Daddy did all the dirty work, and she watched everyone's hands stain with blood, while hers stayed pristine, innocent until the moment they took everything away from me. X clears his throat again, a habit that's getting annoying. Never was a stable one, that girl. Something loose up there. He taps his forefinger against his temple. I manage a smirk. How touching. 2 weeks ago, the feds got an anonymous tip a shipment of weapons smuggled in from Kazakhstan had been delivered to 7. Turned out to be bogus, but everyone knows 7 offers more than a dance if the price is right.
They caught a lot of the girls performing paid illegal acts.
His face reddens in the moonlight and he jerks on his collar.
Ava Chernova was one of them.
Is there a point to this story?
They were arrested, and all but Ava were let go within a few hours. It took 2 days for her to return. Makes you wonder what she told them that had Chernova running so scared he'd risk taking out his own kid.
Those words catch my attention more than anything he's said all night. Who knows? Maybe she told the truth 8 years too late. The extended stretch of silence draws a hitch in his breath.
If you need anything else, you have Clement's number. Good luck, Mr. Gaharis.
I find a smile as he speed walks into the darkness. Xavier, I call out, and he pauses before rounding the shed, his hand slipping under his jacket. Bold move, considering I'd have a bullet between his eyes before he could aim. When you get to Gator Downs, bet on backstage drama. Odds are 12-1, but I've got a hunch. Understanding floods his face, and if I didn't know any better, I'd swear I could see his heart slamming against his ribcage right through his cheap suit. I don't have a hunch, and he knows it. Like I said, I make it a priority to know everything about everyone around me. There's an old Russian proverb that says, trust, but verify. Personally, I think if you add the words never and always to that phrase, you live longer. That's why I'm weaving in and out of traffic with barely a breath separating risk and suicide. After dealing with Lancaster and Devereaux, I'm on edge and filled with chaotic energy. An insatiable hunger that can only be satiated with blood or flesh. Since I can't supply the first option tonight, flesh will have to do. Miami offers hundreds of places for a man to find it, but I only need 7. Because she's there. Twisting my way through the bustle of the city, I find a parking spot and kick the door open. Retrieving the Glock from my black bag, I tuck it in the holster underneath my jacket and step foot on familiar grounds. It's hot as hell. I know I was just bitching about the same shit in Louisiana, but this is different. It's December, and it feels like that bare-assed copper-toned bitch should be skipping by any time now with her middle finger in the air. My feet are hitting the pavement in time with my breath, and every inhale feels like I'm sucking in cream of oxygen soup. I fucking hate Florida. Scenarios rush through my mind as I anticipate what I'm going to do when I get to the door. I'm here to observe tonight, but that doesn't mean I won't take everyone out if needed. From what I remember, there are usually 8 guards manning the interior. Assuming that doesn't include Dimitri and Blade, I'm looking at a wall of no less than 10 Russian assholes. 10-1 odds aren't the best, even for a skilled marksman. But Clement didn't hire me because I'm good at what I do. He hired me because I'm the best. As 7 steel-covered walkway comes into view, I stop to formulate a plan. However, 2 more steps, and I'm distracted by the neon red sign sitting atop the square building, bathing everything in a red light district-worthy crimson glow. 7th Heaven. The irony that it's lit up in horror red isn't lost on me. 7th Heaven is the official name of the club, but nothing that happens in there is holy, so most everyone around here calls it 7. Personally, I just call it a laundromat. Sergei cleans so much money through this place, he single-handedly keeps Tide in business. I'm walking and muttering to myself as I make my way toward the entrance. Fortunately, Blade's not sitting there like the Hound of Hades. I've never really had a problem with him, but as 7's head of security, he's not likely to roll out the carpet for me. The guy's been around as long as the club and knows more secrets than the Illuminati. Even if I somehow manage to get past him, there's no way my gun would. Instead, there's a young guy sitting in Blade's place who's more interested in scrolling through his phone than watching the door. Lucky for both of us, he's a moron. I get in undetected, and he gets to keep his thumbs. I'm almost past him when he slams his free hand against my chest, barely glancing up from the phone. "There is a line, Budok," he mutters in a slight Russian accent. I'm on the list. Name? I flick my hand up between us, a crisp $100 bill tucked between my 2 fingers. Ben Franklin. After slipping the bill in his pocket, the guy shrugs and waves me through without giving me a second glance. I'm not sure if I should be thankful or offended. 8 years ago, it'd take a lot more than a fucking Benjamin to turn a Bratva guard. This place has gone to shit. Once inside, I find a seat and wait for the show. It's not ideal. I'm used to waiting in the shadows. Ideal would be in the back of the club in a corner where I could observe everyone and be seen by no one. But that's not what I'm here for. I want her to see me. Not too much, but just enough. For an hour, I endure a party of drunk assholes I'd normally gut, tolerate countless bar waitresses trying to sell me expensive vodka, and stomach 2 of the worst strippers I've ever seen. I've had about as much as I can take when the first few hard beats of Warrant's cherry pie snap my eyes toward the stage. The curtain rustles, and my heart rate spikes as 2 slim legs emerge. Instead of Sergei's preferred whore's uniform of a G-string and a smile, she's wearing a white mesh mini dress over a matching thong and bra that sends all the blood in my body rushing south. She's unlike anything I've ever seen, because the only thing I see is red. It's impossible not to because, hell, it's everywhere. A volcanic eruption of deep lava-colored hair tumbles over her shoulders like a second curtain, but the wild explosion is nothing compared to what I find in the middle of it. She slowly lifts her golden feline eyes, and I see the jaguar hiding behind them, graceful, silent, and ready to strike. Ava. She takes a tentative step closer, and I have to control an immediate visceral response. I want to look away, but I can't. Nothing about her has ever made me act rationally, but fuck. She's nothing like the teenager I remember. This version of Sergei's daughter isn't the one from my violent fantasies. The one on stage is a walking paradox, a diabolical angel, a mindfuck with a body crafted for sin and a face carved from the heavens. Salacious thoughts fill my head, forcing out a groan as I adjust myself. That's when she sees me. I feel it. We've always had this bizarre connection, Ava and me. However, instead of shrinking in fear, she does something so reckless, so insanely foolish, I question if Sergei ruined her mind as well as her soul. She grabs the pole and turns her back to me. A move so bold it makes my cock harder than my gun and twice as deadly. Every killer's instinct roars at me to put a bullet in the back of her head and get it over with. But I won't. Not tonight. For years, my need for revenge has been like a disease eating away at my soul. Relentless, savage, unforgiving. I've wanted to bathe my hands in her father's blood more than take my next breath. Unfortunately, Sergei's daughter will pay the price for both of them because he managed to find my one weakness in life and use it against me. The one thing he knew would keep my knife from his throat. My family.
Chapter 5. Ava. Direct eye contact can be the most powerful weapon, or the ultimate weakness. It's one of the first lessons I learned. I never let my guard down. I have rules for myself, and at the top of the list are pay attention to everything and speak as little as possible. That's why I stumble when I swing around and collide with metallic gray eyes. I hate myself for not immediately turning away, but I can't. He's not looking at me. He's looking through me. The man in black is sitting at least 15 feet away from me, but the chill running down my spine warns me distance means nothing to him. It probably bows down to him like everyone else in his path. Something tells me he's here for more than just the show. My mind is spinning when amidst the usual scent of stale liquor and sex, a wisp of jasmine floats by. Just a hint, but it's enough to tighten my hold around the pole until I'm at a standstill. Orange blossoms. No, it can't be. Tearing my gaze away, I try to pull it together, but I'm too distracted. My heel snags at the end of the final rotation, slamming my chest into the pole with the force of a Mack truck. With the wind knocked out of me, I try to recover the screw-up by tossing my hair back and crawling across the stage toward a drunk bachelor party. I try to play my role, but they've been annoying shits all night, and cheap ones at that. I'm even performing my best routine right in front of them, and they're throwing pocket change on the stage like some delusional high rollers. I tell myself it can't get any worse as I slither across the floor, begging for a buck to be shoved in my jeweled thong. Flipping my hair back, I roll my eyes at the painted black ceiling. "You are so fucking hot, Ruby." Ruby is my stage name. It sucks, but I didn't put much thought into it. No one here cares what these men call me as long as they pay to do it. That's all it has ever come down to anyway. Money. That's all anyone's life is worth, no matter who you are. I force a smile. Climbing to my knees, I bend down and shove my tits in the blonde lumberjack-looking one's face. Hearing his slurred approval, I cringe just before he shoves a couple of bills at my crotch. Thankfully, I have great reflexes, because when his meaty hand makes a play for my right ass cheek, I kick out a heel and catch him center chest. His mouth rounds into a shocked O shape as he stumbles backward. He's mad as hell, but I stand my ground, exchanging glares with him before he catapults himself toward the stage. "Fucking bitch!" Fortunately, he forgets to move his feet and falls flat on his face. The rest of the bachelor party springs to their feet, staring down at their fallen friend. Nothing about this is funny, but a throaty laugh escapes me anyway. Fuck it. I lean down on all fours and smirk at the grubby lumberjack still lying prone on the sticky club floor. "Baby, if you think $3 will buy you a handful of ass, you need another drink. Then again, it won't even buy that, so why don't you take your cheap ass home?" Dick. Taking the 3 bills out of my G-string, I stand and throw them at his chest. "In fact, why don't you take your $3 and go fuck yourself?" Crossing my arms, I glare at the drunk asshole until another wave of goosebumps break across my bare chest. I don't have to look to know he's staring, but I do anyway. Then I wish I hadn't. The man in black is bathed in scattered shadows, but even with scarce lighting, those electric eyes glow. Except they're different. Whereas before they'd been complete ice, now they're edged in darkness. They're dangerously narrowed, morphing into the sharp point of a knife and carving the lumberjack's face to shreds. I can't move or breathe in fear of what he'll do. He doesn't move either, his unrelenting gaze strained as if he's fighting something back and losing. He's deadly. The words come out of nowhere, but my gut is never wrong. I need to tell our bouncer to watch out for this guy tonight. As if I conjured him, I see Blade pick up the lumberjack by the collar and escort him out. The next girl takes the stage, and I tear through the club, grabbing the behemoth of a man's arm the minute he steps back inside. Before I can say a word, he spins me around, pressing my back against the wall and shielding me from view. "What the fuck are you doing?" he hisses while glancing over his shoulder. "You can't be out here dressed like that." Blade's biceps are the size of my waist, and his ruddy complexion makes him look like he's constantly 2 seconds away from ripping someone's face off. However, I've known the man since I was a teenager. Unless provoked, he'd sooner catch a mouse and set it free than snap its neck. I point at the stage. "I was just up there dressed like this." "That's different and you know it. You are safe up there. Out here." He trails off, his meaty hand brushing over his closely cropped brown hair. I'm about to remind him that I can handle myself when I see his pinched eyebrows and downturned mouth. Shit. It's not what I am that he's worried about. It's who I am. I may be one of the girls, but I'm still a Chernov. It doesn't matter if I'm on that stage willingly or not. None of my father's men would risk paying with their life if something happened to me. "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful." There's an awkward moment of silence before he steps back, opening me up to the crowd. "Yeah, well, what's got you so antsy?" I stare off to the side. There's the guy. He quirks a bushy eyebrow. "Another one?" This is different. I guess he hears the crack in my voice because his face hardens. He looked at me weird, okay? I can't explain it, but his eyes aren't right. "What do you mean not right?" I want to say that they're hauntingly familiar, They're a waking nightmare. They're a cruel hallucination. I don't say any of that. Instead, I bite the inside of my cheek. They're empty, like he's here to do something evil. You got all that in a dark club with a spotlight in your eyes? Just go check. Fine, he mutters. But you're going with me. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Reluctantly, I nod, and we both weave our way through the crowd of testosterone until we reach an empty table. The table. I stare at it as my stomach roils. Nobody here, Ava. Guess he left. Right. Thanks. Flustered, I steer myself toward the shithole of a dressing room, refusing to stop until I'm facing the greasy vanity mirror. Cold amber-flecked eyes stare back at me. It's the same reflection I see at the end of every night, and tonight's version is no more appealing. I brace my arms on the chipped vanity and scrunch my face, distorting the heavy eye makeup and fuck-me red lipstick Dimitri insists we wear. Holding my breath, I trace a finger down the inside of my right arm. Each jagged indentation confines me in a trance-like stillness. I stand there until my chest burns so bad, the air bursts out of my mouth in a hot rush, my hands dropping to the table as if they touched fire. It's not him. It's not him. It's not him. I repeat the chant over and over until I force myself to believe it. For God's sake, Ava, get a grip. Not only am I paranoid, but I'm seeing things and acting crazy. That's because what I'm doing is exactly that. Crazy. However, when backed into a corner, losing my mind as opposed to my freedom seemed like the lesser of the two evils. Now I'm not so sure. I ignored the number one rule. Keep your mouth shut. Such a simple thing, but so hard to do when trapped by your own sins. I'd give anything if I could undo what I've set in motion, or at least refuse the carrot dangled in front of my face and take the punishment instead. It's not like I don't deserve it. But I can't. What's done is done. And all I can do now is pray Agent Schaefer lives up to his end of the bargain. He releases me. I steal evidence. He ruins my father. I betray everyone. He gets promoted. I disappear forever. Again, it sounds simple, but the price I'll pay for spilling my darkest secrets will end up costing me my life. I've created a beautifully perfect storm, and it's headed straight for me. Snatching a handful of makeup remover wipes, I knock over bottles of hairspray and body glitter, sending them flying across the wooden vanity and crashing to the floor. Fuck! Shit, fuck! I'm still grinding the wipe across my eye when the heavy metal door opens to my right. Squinting, I see two figures squeeze in before it slams shut behind them. I pause mid-swipe and glance up, waiting for Dimitri to speak. He stands in the middle of the room, one of his large hands wrapped tightly around his companion's upper arm, the other by his side. His stubby fingers rhythmically rub together as if he's mindlessly counting invisible money. The sight of him makes me nauseous. I can't stand the asshole, and he knows it. But as Seven's manager, he's technically my boss, and he takes every opportunity he can to remind me. I concentrate on taking off the rest of my makeup. Dimitri, you'd cost us money tonight. Again. The guy was a douchebag. I did you a favor. Grabbing a brush, I furiously work it through a glob of hairspray stuck in my hair. Dimitri's face twists in annoyance. He was a paying customer, and not the first one to complain about you. You are here to act like a whore, Ava, not a princess. His words echo in my head, and my stomach roils. My hand shakes around the hairbrush as a haze blurs my vision. I close my eyes and sink. Drowning is the only escape. Down, down, down. You want to act like a whore. I will treat you like one. His voice is rough, and I risk a glance at his face, immediately wishing I hadn't. His eyes are almost black, cold and empty, like his soul has been swallowed by Satan himself. No, please. We are just friends, I promise. Screaming is a mistake. The moment I open my mouth, my lungs fill and nothing is left. I see the way you look at him, he roars, ripping the pinned orange blossom out of my hair and grinding it into mush on the concrete. But it does not matter now. He will not take what is mine. I will ruin you. Do you hear me, whore? Ava, what the fuck? Are you high or something? I blink, the memory fading away as bile churns in my stomach. Turning around, I throw my hairbrush, clocking him in the shoulder. Don't call me a whore. The veins in Dimitri's huge neck strain, but before he can respond, my attention shifts to the girl standing next to him. Her wide eyes blink like a deer caught in headlights, and she shuffles her feet nervously as I stare. I nod my chin in her direction. Who is this? Dimitri rubs his shoulder while glancing at the wave beside him. This is Rose. We are giving her a trial run. He rakes his eyes over her like she's a hot bowl of borscht. She's a little bit taller than me, no more than 100 pounds soaking wet, and she's staring at me like Dimitri plucked her out of the front yard of a Norman Rockwell painting. Strawberry blonde hair hangs down her slender back, while a set of wide brown eyes stare me down. It isn't until that moment that it hits me. She looks like a younger me. With that one thought, the memory comes rushing back, and the room becomes too small, the air too thick, the pain too real. Train her, Dimitri says, pushing her toward me. She takes 2 timid steps in my direction, and I take 2 back. I can't. That was not a request, Ava, he warns, a glint in his eye. As usual, I keep my mouth shut and stare at my shoes. Making his way toward the back door, he chuckles before turning the handle and slipping out. There are no choices here. You of all people should know that. I fight off a wave of nausea as the girl stands there staring at me like I'm about to lead her down the yellow brick road. But this isn't Oz, and there is no Emerald City. The only thing she'll find at the end of this road is the entrance to hell. Chapter 6. Ava. I shove one leg at a time into a pair of cut-off shorts while watching the new girl pick at an invisible thread on her flowered peasant dress. She doesn't belong here. Right now, she still has a soul, but if I don't get her out of here, it'll be claimed by the devil himself. Are you even legal? Tugging a tank top over my head, I slide my feet into a pair of worn-out Toms and sling my gym bag over my shoulder. She glances up, her eyebrows bunched in confusion. Sighing, I place a hand on her shoulder and steer her toward a plain bench near a set of rusted lockers. After nodding for her to take a seat, she slowly sinks onto the splintered wood. Rose, is it? Yes. Okay, Rose. No bullshit. Got it? She nods, and I continue before she can open her mouth again. How old are you? 18. Her voice is small and breathy. Rose. That one drawn-out word serves as her only warning. Her shoulders slump. 16. Listen, I don't know what or who you're running from, but I do know this isn't the place to run to. She tilts her chin. Did you run from something? Not yet. We all have our demons, but this place, I narrow my eyes and gesture around the decrepit room, will suck you in and hold you underwater until you drown. You'll disappear. Literally. You're a shitty trainer. You know that? Her hand slides up, grabbing 2 of my fingers still resting on her shoulders. The familiarity takes me by surprise, and I jerk my hand away. Yeah, well, I'm a shitty dancer, so you get the whole shitty experience. My best advice is to get the hell out of Miami, but if you're hellbent on staying here, then try waitressing. You're less likely to end up a statistic. You mean homeless? So innocent. Patting her leg, I grab my bag again and head toward the exit. Just before I walk outside, I toss her a wistful look. Go back to Iowa, Rose. There's no place like home. Oh, wait, how did you know I'm from? Letting the metal door slam behind me, I lean against it and breathe in the night air. It's unusually quiet outside, and the silence is unnerving, not to mention it's pitch black. My car is less than 100 yards away, but I'm almost running, and I don't know why. 2 steps, 3 steps, 5, 7, 10. There's no reason to panic. I deliberately slow my gait and time my breathing to match. I've almost got everything back to normal as I reach my car. Get a grip, I mutter. Stopping at the trunk, I fish for my keys in my bag, bouncing from one foot to the other until I finally find the right one. About time. Shifting to the right, I take one step and freeze. My heart slams against my ribcage so hard I think it's going to explode. A man steps out of the shadows, and a terrifying thought races through my head, snowballing into waves of panic. It can't be him. I imagined him. His walk is slow and confident as he saunters toward me, his face shrouded by darkness. Shit, is he smiling? My brain screams at me to run, but as his slow stride continues, the heartbeat threatening to shatter my chest climbs into my throat. I hear him before I see him. Ruby, if you can fuck half as well as you can throw a kick, I'm willing to hold your ass down until I break that wild streak you got. Lumberjack. I unfreeze at the sound of his voice and slide my hand into my open gym bag. Tightening my grip, I find my voice and hope it sounds as steady as it does in my head. I'm surprised you're still upright. I thought you'd be sleeping it off by now. He takes another step forward. That's cute, coming from a dirty whore. Strike one. I plaster a smile across my face. You didn't think I was so dirty when you were trying to grab my ass. Another step forward and a sneer. A starving man will eat out a trash can, honey. You think we don't see that? He trails a finger down the ridges of the inside of my arm. Strike two. I don't think you could get it up if you tied a string to it and wrapped it around your head. We're almost nose to nose, and his breathing escalates. I watched you eye fuck that big bouncer. You got daddy issues, bitch. Strike three. Without warning, I slam my knee between his legs and give a sharp upward thrust. While he's howling, I grab his pinky and bend it back as far as I can until he's caught in a distorted backbend. Jerking my hand from my bag, I shove a 10-inch blade against his throat. His eyes widen in shock, fear, and maybe slight disbelief. The unleashed power fills me with adrenaline. Now I am going to do all the talking and you're going to listen. Got it? He closes his eyes, nodding furiously as beads of sweat roll down his temple. I scold. Eyes on me. He opens his eyes and tries to focus, his pupils dilating more with every syllable. You are going to leave and never show your face here again, or you and I are going to have a serious problem. Do we understand each other? More nodding, more sweating. Say you understand. He clears his throat, his voice high and soft. I understand. I slowly pull the knife away from his neck and step back. Within seconds, he peels himself away from my car and disappears. Standing alone, my adrenaline high plummets. Familiar throbbing wraps my head in a vice, and I press the back of my hand against my eye, blindly stumbling toward the car. Opening the driver's side door, I slide behind the wheel and manage to close it behind me. Squeezing my eyes shut, I try to block the overwhelming fear I can't escape. For 8 years, it has been my companion during the day and my demon every night. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 7. Laughter bubbles out of my chest and I begin to shake. Within seconds, the laughter dissolves into familiar tears as I watch them fall onto my lap. My focus turns to the weapon I'm clutching. Through a haze, the shine of the sharp point catches a gleam of moonlight, and I see the white petals of an orange blossom reflected in the flat end of the knife's blade. As if burned, I drop the knife in the passenger seat and unlock the door. Flinging it open, I vomit until I am so weak I can do nothing but slump into the seat. He's back.
Chapter 7. Nico. She should have slit his throat when she had the chance. It's the only thought rolling around in my head as I lean against the Audi at 3 a.m., watching the blonde asshole try to unlock the door to his house. I'm not surprised it takes him 3 times. If he has as much trouble aiming his dick as he does a key, it's no wonder he has to force women to get laid. Yeah, I watched them in the parking lot. So what? I didn't like the way he talked to her and thought he needed a reminder on how to mind his fucking manners. She told him no, and he didn't listen. Case closed. I know what I am, and it sure as hell isn't anyone's hero. My moral compass doesn't point anywhere but straight to hell. His mistake was trying to touch what's always been mine. I chuckle as he finally stumbles inside and slams the door behind him, not bothering to turn on the lights. He's making it so easy I'm almost insulted. A little challenge would be nice. But I guess that's asking too much from a guy who fell out of a cab and puked on his own shoes. The first thing I notice when I approach the door is that the keys are still hanging outside the lock. Did I say almost insulted? Scratch that. I'm offended as hell now. So offended that if I were getting paid for this, I'd return the money and call it a gift to society. Once inside, I slip off my jacket and dig into the inside pocket before draping it across the dining room table. Some blood is worth soiling quality leather, and some isn't. Guess where Zachary Harrington Winthrop's blood ranks? It's dark, but I have no problem making my way down the hall toward the bathroom. When I get there, I find him taking a piss with his hands braced against the wall. Now that's a shame. He lets out a yelp. Spinning around so fast his legs get tangled around the toilet and he falls onto the seat, his limp dick flopping onto his thigh. Who the hell are you? Zach, I say, ignoring him. You don't listen too well, do you? How'd you get in my house? Answer my question first. He lifts his chin and meets my eye, as if sitting bare-assed on a toilet staring up at an intruder is a minor annoyance. I've never spoken to you in my life. I fight a smirk. The booze has inflated his balls. Good. This night may not be such a waste after all. Well, you got me there. Then what? You've never spoken to me, but I've said plenty to you. Maybe not verbally, but I know you saw me tonight, Zach. You felt my eyes on you, because you looked right at me after you tried to grab her ass. Then to make it worse, you insulted her. Wrinkles line his forehead. You mean Ruby? I nod. Wait, you're pissed off about a stupid stripper who's probably blown every guy in that place? My lip twitches, and I suck a breath through my teeth. I thought I made myself clear at the time, but like I said, it seems you don't listen too well. Man, I didn't do shit. I like playing with my prey as much as the next guy, but my patience has limits. Shifting my thumb on the handle of my knife, I press the button and release the blade. Zachary's bloodshot eyes bug out of his head, and his hands shoot out. However, instead of grabbing for my wrist like a sane person, they slam down to cover his dick, leaving the jewels to fend for themselves. Well, I did say the booze gave him inflated balls. I guess he thinks it makes them invincible, too. Who am I to disappoint? Before he can open his mouth again, I jam the blade through his right nut until the tip breaks through the other side, pinning him to the seat. There's blood everywhere, oozing both onto the floor and steadily dripping into the bowl. The piercing screams and garbled curses should worry me, but I'll be gone before anyone can do anything about it. If you can fuck half as well as you can throw a kick, I'm willing to hold your ass down until I break that wild streak you got. Sound familiar? You followed me outside? He pants, each word broken by groans and gulps of air. Who are you? Her fucking bodyguard? I smile, enjoying this more than I should. Like I said, I thought I made myself clear. Fine, I got it, he sputters, pain overtaking his earlier confidence. She's your favorite. It won't happen again. I lean forward, the tight smile fading from my lips. Wrong again, Zach. You're not very good at this, are you? I don't pay for pussy. I told you, I don't like repeating myself. An agonized cry rips from Zachary's throat, and my pulse races at the sound of it. You're right about one thing, though, I offer, grabbing his chin and turning his eyes toward mine. I am? Yeah. It won't happen again. 3 seconds is all it takes to jerk the knife from his ballsack and drive it into his carotid artery. The only acknowledgement Zachary gives that his life is over is a twitch. One twitch, and then nothing. Retrieving my jacket, I pull a crushed orange blossom from the inside pocket, toss it on the floor, and see myself out. After a scalding hot shower, I dress in my usual black jeans, a black t-shirt, and black leather jacket. I'm not particularly obsessed with the color. It's just practical for slipping in and out of places undetected. Plus, it matches my mood. Once I've downed a heavy breakfast, I spend the rest of the day memorizing guard positions and distance versus timing, then burn everything in a dumpster outside the hotel. Leaving evidence around is a rookie mistake, and I'm not about to jeopardize a damn thing. This job means more to me than 5 years of Bratva training and 6 years of contract work combined, which is why this last hour has crawled by so slowly. I'm constantly checking to see if my watch is broken. I'm pacing the floor, bouncing on my toes, reloading my supply bag, anything I can do to pass the time and calm the storm raging inside my mind. It's a losing battle. My thoughts wander exactly where I don't want them to go. Our fingers brush as Ava takes the stem. An orange blossom. I point to the white petals. Count them. Thick red hair falls over one eye as she carefully bounces a finger off each one. 5. Right. 5 petals. 1 for each year we've been friends. Friends. She repeats the word slowly, her bright grin fading. Twirling the stem in her fingers, she cautiously glances up through her long lashes. But what if we need more petals? Hooking my finger under her chin, I lift it, the tears in her eyes driving a knife through my heart. Then I'll get more flowers. More petals, more flowers. There's nothing I wouldn't give her. Nothing I wouldn't do for her. No one I wouldn't kill for her. What do I have to do to keep this one? Nothing, pchelka, I assure her, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Presents are free. She sighs as a single tear escapes, tracing my lips. Nothing is ever free, Nico. There's always a prize. There's always a prize. The words echo inside my head as I exit the parking garage. Turn after turn, adrenaline surges through my veins mixed with a potent shot of justice. She was right. There is always a price, and I paid it. In another life, Ava's father, Sergei, was my mentor. I trained by his side and hung on his every word. The man ruled without consequence. He took what he wanted, killed who he wanted, and ruined whoever got in his way. I spilled blood for him. I pledged my loyalty to him. Then I was led to slaughter. That was the day I learned blood is thicker than loyalty, and sins of omission are deadlier than any blade. Which is exactly why I have no regrets over accepting Clement's offer. Payback is a bitter bitch. 7's so crowded tonight that if another asshole bumps into my chair, I might be tempted to rip out his throat. And I just finished burying one body, thanks. I scrub my hands over my face, exhausted and groggy. Less than 24 hours after walking out of this place, I'm back in the same chair, facing the same stage, watching the same girls. In fact, I've been here for well over an hour now. However, patience is a virtue, and after 8 years, I've become one virtuous motherfucker. Lifting my glass, I take a generous drink, almost downing the damn thing in one mouthful. I have no doubt it's bootleg beluga vodka, probably shipped straight from Siberia in unmarked crates and unloaded on a deserted shipping dock in the middle of the night. The kind that goes down like water and sneaks up on you like a fucking ninja. Like her. She's on stage again. I don't want to react to her. I'm doing everything I can to look anywhere else, but she's not making it easy on me. In fact, she's making it hard. I glance down and wince. Very hard. It's not even her sultry moves or tiny G-string that has my body in an uproar. It's the hatred. It's buried in the wavy red hair tumbling down her back. It's coating those full lips with bright red lipstick. It's magnetic in the way her eyes gravitate toward mine the minute she walks on stage. I don't believe in all that paranormal bullshit, but if ghosts walk the earth, we've both just found one. She's not happy about it either. Like last night, that woman senses me. Or maybe it's the threat of death igniting her fight-or-flight instinct. Either way, she's already trapped. See, me and death? We're different sides of the same coin. A throat clears behind me. Nikolai Gorotovsky. Hearing my given name makes my eye twitch, and I don't have to turn around to know who it is. Contrary to what most Americans think, not all Russian accents sound the same. Even the slightly watered-down ones. They're as distinct as birthmarks, and this one's as pleasant as nails on a chalkboard. Dmitri, I say, taking another drink. Normally when someone barely acknowledges your presence, it's a good indication they want to be left alone. There's no hidden meaning there. In fact, it's pretty fucking cut and dry if you ask me. Except no one asked me, especially Sergei's right-hand man, who drops an empty glass and a full bottle of vodka on the table before sitting next to me. You are not welcome here, you know. I tighten my hold on my glass. No, please, join me. I insist. I have not seen you for many years, he notes, pouring himself a drink while kicking his feet up on the chair in front of him. What brings you back to Miami? I don't do small talk, but seeing as how I've got some time to kill, and Dimitri's always been a stupid son of a bitch, maybe I can use both to my advantage. I missed your smiling face. He runs his tongue across his top teeth. She does not want to see you. What makes you think I care? Dmitri smiles. Because you were here last night as well. I hold up my drink. Beluga. It keeps a man coming back for more. Downing what's left, I slam the glass on the table and shift my gaze toward the stage. She's on her knees now, straddling the pole while dipped into a gravity-defying backbend. The minute she turns her eyes my way, I hold them without an ounce of mercy. Even from 10 feet away, I can see her gasp and the fear flashing across her face. She found my gift. I'd be lying if I said it didn't land a hit straight to my dick. A condescending laugh diverts my attention, and I turn toward the source. Dmitri is leaning back in his chair with his thick arms crossed over his chest and a smirk planted in the middle of his scarred face. Stick to the vodka, Nikolai. What's that supposed to mean? I do not like you. Am I supposed to be shocked here? I cross my arms, mimicking his posture. Should I return our best friend's bracelets? I half expect him to throw me out. Instead, he just sits there glaring at me. Even though I do not like you, I'm going to give you some free advice. Lay it on me, Dr. Phil. Do you like your balls? I can't say they're my favorite part of my anatomy. That top billing goes to my cock. It's pretty impressive. I smirk and gesture toward my lap. Not that my balls aren't, but they don't violate noise ordinances if you get what I'm saying. Moduk, he mumbles as he takes a drink. I mean, do you like them still attached to your body? Because if you get them anywhere near her... He tilts his glass toward the stage, where Ava is bent over and staring at us from between her legs. Sergei will cut them off and send them to your mother. I grit my teeth in an effort to remain in control. And why is that? Beyond the fact that you killed his stepson? He asks, raising an eyebrow with a drunken smile. He personally decides who touches her and who doesn't. Not anymore. Yeah, well, I've always had somewhat of a soft spot for her, too. Eva might remember differently. He laughs and refills both our glasses, splashing liquor onto the table. I am surprised you have the nerve to show your face here. A dark haze coats my vision, but I manage to hold back the beast trying to claw its way free. I'm in town on business, and Seven always did have the best girls. Even better now that I manage it. My chest tightens. I want to book a VIP room. He lifts his drink and pauses, holding it inches from his face. With who? I point toward the stage. Her. Dmitri nearly chokes on his drink, but I can't really blame him. With one word, I pretty much whipped out my dick and pissed all over his warning. It's risky. I hadn't planned to tip my hand so early, but when the brass ring comes around, you don't just sit on your horse and watch it go by. Hell no. You shove every motherfucker out of your way and grab that son of a bitch. And that redhead up on stage with a pussy full of dollar bills? She's my brass ring. I'll do whatever I have to in order to add her to my trophy case. Dmitri waves me off. I just told you she is not for sale. That's where he's wrong. Anything's for sale if the offer's worth the risk. Reaching into my jacket, I pull out my leather wallet and count out 10 crisp $100 bills before slamming them on the table. Are you sure about that? He looks at me again. It's just a flickering glance, but it tells me all I need to know. He hasn't changed in 8 years. His pockets still run deeper than his loyalty. Snaking a hand out, he slides the cash across the table and tucks it away. Room 4. And if you leave marks, I will tell Sergei history has repeated itself. Dmitri, I say, shoving my chair back. Maybe you haven't heard. I really don't give a shit.
Chapter 8. Ava. I pace beside the blood-red couch, trying to block out the thumping bass coming from outside the door. Room number 4 isn't a total shithole. It isn't anything like the horrors inside room 9, but it's far from a honeymoon suite. Although there's one of those down the hall. Each VIP room has a different theme, depending on your kink. Bondage, wedding night virgin, bad schoolgirl, naughty nurse. No problem. 7 fulfills any fantasy a patron could possibly desire, even ones that make me nauseous, like the serial killer's torture room. That's room 9. I wish I were kidding. Not that I've spent much time in there. Unlike the rest, I'm usually not offered up as an item on the Psycho Kink secret menu. It's my one saving grace. Not because anyone here gives a shit about me. It's only because hardcore sadism leaves scars. And scars cost sales. It's not about nepotism. It all comes down to the mighty dollar. Still, all the other girls are horrified my father lets me dance in his club, but no one dares complain about special treatment. That's because I'm one of them when the back room doors close. We are all highly encouraged to entertain in the VIP rooms. Highly encouraged is Chernov code for do it or die. Once you sell your soul to the Chernov Bratva, they own you forever. There is no happily ever after. There's no ending where the guy saves the girl. That's why I begged Rose to run as far away from here as she could. The minute she signs her name, it's in blood, and it's forever. Or at least until she's no longer useful. Some of us never had that choice. I am not here willingly. I am not some petulant mob princess who takes her clothes off just to raise a middle finger to daddy. Years of threats, secrets, and violence forced me into a role of complete degradation, because that's what my father craves. Penance by perversion and suffering by shame. Family or not, defy him and you pay with your life one way or the other. I stop and rub my damp hands down my bare thighs. At least Ethan chose room 4. This one kind of fits my mood. Everything is bathed in red, from the tinted lights to the red walls to the red velvet couch. Almost like the scarlet letter of sin. I resume pacing while glancing up at the iron clock hung above a partially mirrored wall. Ethan said we'd meet in room 4 at midnight, and it's already almost half past that. My stomach is still in knots at the idea, but he swears he knows people who can hack into the security cams and block access so no one will know we're not actually fucking. VIP room 4, he said. Midnight, he promised. He's late. A chill sends goosebumps scattering down my arms, and I rub them. The leather-studded bracelet around my wrist catches my eye, and I shake my head. Sure, I am absolutely dressed the part for a meeting with the FBI. If black strappy leather and a collar doesn't scream, I'm honest and trustworthy, I don't know what does. Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead, and my thoughts trail off as the door opens. Relieved, I spin around, expecting to meet Ethan's lanky frame. But what I face stops my heart. He steps inside and shuts the door, taking all the air inside the room with it. I can't breathe. I've imagined this moment in my head 1,000 times. I imagined what it would be like, what he would be like. But not once in 8 years did I envision it happening like this. Hello, Ava. The shiver from moments ago becomes a violent tremor. That voice, that low, gravelly voice. It's the same as I remember. The one I hear in my dreams and the one I cry out for in my nightmares. Hearing it is like drinking contaminated water when you're dying of thirst. You know it can kill you, but the need is so strong it's worth the risk. However, the man standing before me isn't the same one locked inside my memories. The one with midnight black hair always covering one stormy gray eye and a cocky half smile. The loner who brought a broken little girl out of the shadows. The protector who held my hand during my mother's funeral. The friend I grew to love with all my heart. I watched that boy turn into a man and rise up through the ranks of the Miami Bratva. The same man whose last words to me were filled with so much volcanic hate they could have melted steel. The version standing before me is darker and more muscular. His floppy black hair is cut shorter on the sides and connects to a light beard, partially hiding a vertical scar on his left cheek. A scar I desperately want to know more about, but will never ask. Mostly because the next thing I encounter is a violent, angry tattoo of an eye that covers his fisted hand, leading to one that disappears under his leather jacket, only to reappear around his corded neck. Flames burning tortured souls. I meet his glare, and the same eyes from my memory stare at me, but instead of stormy, they're volatile. Nico, I choke out. You're here.
Yes, he answers. But then again, you already knew that, didn't you?
I open my mouth, but he doesn't stop for an answer.
You've seen me. You got my gift.
It isn't a question. We both know what he's referring to. The second I saw that orange blossom in my car, I knew only one person could have left it. On some level, I guess I've been waiting for him ever since. No, I didn't, I say, wringing my hands. He sighs heavily.
Don't lie to me, Pchelka. I am not here to play games.
I almost crumble to the floor when his old nickname for me rolls off his tongue. How do you know I'm lying?
You always twist your fingers when you lie.
He motions toward the hands that are currently knotted like a pretzel in front of me.
Any man worthy of calling himself Bratva learns to read people beyond their words. Mouths lie, but body language betrays even the most skilled deceiver.
Ignoring his veiled insult, I latch onto one word he said. One word that reminds me who I am, who he is, and where we are. But mostly it reminds me a threat doesn't have an expiration date. Bratva. Shit. Ethan will be here any minute. You can't be here, Nico. Dimitri will find out. He smirks.
Oh, I'm fairly certain he already knows.
I don't understand. He was there. He knows what happened after. The rest of the words get stuck in my throat, and I look away. How have you continually walked into 7 without someone putting a bullet in your head?
Ava, you may have become a woman, but your mind is still a child, isn't it?
He sighs, and I think I catch a glimpse of the old Nico. My Nico. Until he lifts his chin. There is no pity in his eyes, only a raging darkness cultivated by years of deception.
Wrath is a fickle woman with no loyalty, and greed will fuck an open wallet every time. But the worst one, Pchelka, that's pride. Pride traces your cheek with one hand and then drives the knife in with the other. Of course, you know all about that, don't you?
There's so much to explain. So many webs to unweave. But I know there's no time. Ethan is on his way, and before long, our party of 2 will become a threesome. And I know from experience, Nico doesn't share. Someone is coming to... I won't be alone for long. You have to go. A hum of disapproval vibrates in his throat.
I thought after all these years, I'd get a warmer welcome than this. After all, I did pay $1,000 for you.
$1,000. I gasp. Oh, God. You're the man who bought the... Holding up a chain with a key dangling at the end, he swings it between us like a pendulum.
Bondage room.
He finishes, walking toward me. His gait is confident, but his metallic gray eyes are predatory, like glassy pools of impending death. When there's only a breath between us, he cups my jaw, lifting it to meet his stare. I remind myself the Nico I knew would never harm me. No matter what he thinks I did, he couldn't torture me. I repeat those words in my head as his fingers press hard into my skin, dangerously edging toward painful.
Let that sink in for a minute,
he continues, flashing a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes.
You are mine for an entire hour. A full 60 minutes to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't know about you, but I haven't thought about anything else for the last 8 years.
You can't seriously want to restrain me, Nico. Not after... I swallow, fighting to say the words out loud. Not after everything that happened.
After what you did, give me one good reason I shouldn't.
In my mind, I have a dozen of them, but not one passes my lips. Instead of pouring my heart out to him, I turn my chin and stare off to the side. Nico chuckles, the sound low, deep, and wicked. He twists a strand of my long hair between his fingers.
I always did find your silence endearing, Ava.
He whispers in my ear right before grabbing a whole handful of my hair and jerking my head back until I'm forced to look up at him.
Well, until it landed me in your father's underground prison for something you did.
Without warning, he slams us both against the wall.
I wonder how quiet you can be now.
I open my mouth to scream, but any sound is stopped when his thumb presses against it, trailing down until it roughly caresses my bottom lip.
What's wrong?
He taunts, still running his thumb back and forth.
Isn't this what you always wanted?
No, I beg, my voice barely above a whisper. Not like this. He drops his hand and steps back, the loss achingly painful.
Don't flatter yourself. I'm not here for your pussy.
I wince at the coldness in his words. It reopens old wounds, and the bite it leaves makes me want to bite back. Then what do you want? I can't take back what's already done, and you're not going to believe anything I say anyway. So if you're not here to fuck me, then why do this? A slow, sadistic smile spreads across his face.
My cock will be well taken care of. Don't worry.
His words rip a hole in me, sending callous bravado spilling out like water. So you wasted $1,000 just to jerk off later? Nico absorbs my steeled barb, remaining dangerously calm.
My money wasn't wasted. I paid to personally let you know I'm back. To get in that pretty little head of yours. To tell you how you're the only thing I've thought about over the years. To remind you of your promise. But most of all, to make you fear me. To make you wonder which day will be the one I'll come for you. Wonder when I'll break you. Wonder when I'll mind fuck you so hard you'll surrender your freedom, your tears, your obedience. Wonder which day I'll finally let you in. And trust me, Ava, you don't want in.
He takes a deep breath, his ruthless voice deceptively soft in my ear.
Because what lives inside is the monster you created.
Neither of us moves. I don't think I even breathe as his lips barely trace the outer shell of my ear, The light touch holds a promise so strong it almost crushes me under its weight. I don't want to react. This man threatened to take everything from me. I should fight him with everything I have in me and scream for Blade. Instead, I lean into him, shamelessly pressing my body against his. An almost inhuman growl rumbles in his chest, and his free hand grips my hip, jerking me against his hardness. His body remains still, and I wonder if the underlying connection I always knew existed between us, the one that steadily grew into attraction, has overpowered the anger inside him. His lips slide from my ear to my neck, ghosting across my skin. It's as if he thinks the moment they touch will poison each other. Hell, maybe we will, but it doesn't stop me from wanting it. His chest heaves as I arch into him, and when I think he's about to break, chaos erupts. Muffled shouts and familiar clipped voices filter in from outside the door, but I don't react. It's another police raid. They'll get their hand out, give Dimitri an obligatory slap on the wrist, and be on their way. Like Nico said, greed will fuck an open wallet every time. It only takes seconds for the commotion to die down, but that's all Nico needs. As if pulled from a nightmare, he snaps his head up and pushes me away. My back slams against the wall, and the heat disappears between us as he storms toward the door. I am so pissed, overwhelmed and confused by what happened. I blurt out the only thing I can think of to say. You paid $1,000 for a whole hour. You still have 45 minutes left.
Keep the change,
he growls, unlocking the door. Just before swinging it open, he glances over his shoulder and trails his glazed eyes down my body.
One more thing. I said I didn't want your pussy. I don't. Today. But eventually, you'll give that to me too, pchelka. After all, a promise is a promise.
The door slams behind him, and I sink to the floor, hugging my knees to my chest. I was drifting into the perfect storm before, but Nico hit the throttle and tossed us both right in the middle of the eye.
Chapter 9. Nico. That was dumb as shit. I tear out the back door of 7, ready to rip someone's head off. Too bad Sergei isn't around. I'd gladly watch his roll across the floor, then drop-kick it across Biscayne Boulevard. All I wanted to do was rile her up a little, crank her paranoia level up to 11, and make her question everything. Make her look over her shoulder for once. Instead, I fucking lost control again, and I'm the one who walked away a mass of confusion. A conflicted machine unprepared on how to handle this rush of feeling. I haven't felt in 8 years. I sure as hell don't want to start now. Taxi. I turn around to see a strawberry blonde-haired woman standing on the corner in a purple latex bodysuit, cut so low in the back, I have no idea why it's even there. She's frantically waving her small hand, but cars speed by without giving her a second glance. I walk toward her, stop a few feet away, and clear my throat to get her attention. It works, and she spins around, her thin hair swinging around behind her. Keeping my hands by my side where she can see them, I tilt my head back toward the club. I don't mean to pry, but there are a few of Miami-Dade's not so finest still hanging around. Are you sure the street corner is where you want to be right now? No, but Dimitri was my ride, she huffs, flinging a wiry arm in front of her. And who knows where he went? Wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. She lowers her wide eyes, scuffing the toe of her wobbly high heel against the curb. Maybe you could give me one? Annoyed, I ask, one what? A ride? Hard pass. Why? You shouldn't take rides from strangers, especially me, but I'll leave that part implied. Wait, are you Ava's friend? There's a long pause, one I'm not comfortable with. I found long pauses either mean I'm about to get hit with bad news or just fucking hit. Either way, this shit isn't good. You are, she squeals, shattering glass from here to New Orleans. You're the orange blossom guy. My throat tightens. The what?
Earlier, I saw her with this wilted white flower. I asked her about it, and she had this really funny look on her face. Said it was from someone she lost a long time ago who'd come back for her. She said that, huh? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I thought it was so romantic, like in the movies. It sounded like destiny or something. The ironic thing is that she's right. Regardless of the twisted and broken road it took to get here, mine and Ava's paths have always been destined to collide again. 10, 20, or 50 years. It never mattered how long it took. Whether we walked in the scorching sun or fell in a blazing fire, I knew we'd eventually burn together. So you got all that from a dead flower? Her cheeks burned. I also saw you coming out of room 4 tonight. Normally embarrassment shuts women up, but this one doesn't seem to have an off switch. What's your name? I think about it for a moment. I could tell her the truth, but if she repeats it, she's as good as dead. I could risk using my birth name, but that might do the job twice as fast. So I settle on a half lie. Nick. She smiles. Well, Nick, I'm Rose. Now we're not strangers anymore, are we? No, I guess not. And since I'm crashing on Ava's couch, maybe you wouldn't mind giving me a ride. I'll pass. Being locked up for that once was enough, thanks. Her cheeks redden even more as she hugs her arms across her thin body. It's not cold. It's Miami, for Christ's sake. But to be fair, she's wearing a condom held together by dental floss. I honestly don't give a shit about this girl, but she just provided a vital piece of information I didn't have until now. Plus, she rolled out the red carpet. I'd be an idiot not to walk on it. Taking off my jacket, I drape it over her shoulders. Here, wear this. Wow, romantic and chivalrous. Ava really is a lucky girl. I'm lucky to have found her again. I can't tell you how much pain losing her caused me. I fake a smile, hoping it doesn't look like I'm bearing a set of fangs. You two are adorable. She sighs, working her arms through the sleeves of my jacket. Ready? For a split second, I stare at her and hesitate. All I see are a thin set of gangly legs and an innocent face wrapped in blood-soaked leather. There's nothing sexual about her. In fact, she reminds me of Ava when I first met her. All knees and elbows. It's her face that holds my attention. It's trusting. She'll buy whatever bullshit I sell her as long as I cap it off with a smile. Sometimes sincerity is the most dangerous weapon. You have to surprise her when we get there, she announces, clapping her hands together in excitement. She's going to die. Pressing my hand against her lower back, I lead her across the parking lot toward the Audi. Rose, you have no idea. But unfortunately you will. I never leave witnesses.
Chapter 10. Ava. Special Agent Ethan Schaefer is wound tighter than a $2 watch with a perpetual hard-on for punctuality. That's why I have no regrets over banging on his door at 1:30 in the morning. Other than suffering a horrific death, I can't think of an acceptable reason for him to have bailed on me tonight. It takes less than 30 seconds for him to fling the door open until it bounces off the wall. The clean-cut professional is gone. In his place stands a disheveled mess of a man.
Where the fuck have you been?
I cautiously step inside, keeping an eye on the still open exit. And a pleasant evening to you, too.
Stop deflecting.
He slams the door, taking time to lock it and engage the chain. His broad shoulders tense, and as he slowly turns to face me, whatever pair of gigantic ladyballs I mustered instantly deflate under his intimidating stare. We may not like each other very much, but Ethan is the closest thing I have to an ally in this fucked-up game, and his silence is deafening. It's on the tip of my tongue to tell him about Nico's threats, but the confession gets stuck in my throat. Nico promised to own my fear. He's always been a man of few words, so I have no doubt the ones he spoke were lethal. Plus, being at the mercy of the FBI, I need at least one piece of leverage. Where were you? I counter. I was in room 4 at midnight, waiting on you like you said. You're the one who never showed.
I said room 5.
No, you said 4.
Really?
He asks, a cocky smirk pulling at his lips.
Is that why I have 4 hours of footage of middle-aged assholes fucking underage girls in school uniforms?
Oh, God. Oh, no.
I need something on Sergei now, Ava, or the deal is off.
I need more time. I fling my arm wildly, and my purse slips off my shoulder. Pulling it back up, I hold the strap tightly against me, hoping like hell he doesn't get suspicious. You want me to get sloppy and raise suspicion?
I want you to get me what you promised.
He sounds angry. Honestly, I can't blame him. I'd be pissed at me, too.
Do I have to remind you what's at stake?
He asks, his voice dropping dangerously low.
Or who?
I take a step back and clench my purse tighter. No. I know what I have to do.
Then what's the problem?
The problem is he's too good at covering his tracks. I take another step back, and Ethan nods toward a set of empty bar chairs across from me. I'm in no mood to socialize, but I need to pick my battles. Begrudgingly, I take a seat beside him. I don't have the access you seem to think I do. He doesn't trust me. He leans forward and runs his fingertip along my jawline.
Everyone has a weakness to exploit, Ava.
It takes everything I have to keep my voice steady. You'd know all about exploiting weaknesses, wouldn't you? I study Ethan's face as his brown eyes narrow and his thin lips purse so tightly they're almost invisible. He's not hard to read. The Miami office is the minor league of the FBI, and I'm his golden ticket to the majors in Quantico. Our worlds may be at constant odds, but justice and crime aren't all that different. At the end of the day, we both kill to protect our own and uphold an oath we've sworn to defend.
Cheap shot. Have you considered that maybe we're trying to help you? That maybe we're trying to save you from destroying yourself for that monster? That maybe for your sanity and the safety of the citizens of Florida, we were destined to meet?
I pull away and roll my eyes, surprised he had the nerve to ask me that, but more annoyed he thought I'd believe it. I don't believe in destiny. Things happen in life for a reason, and that reason is a person with a motive. That doesn't make me a conspiracy theorist. It makes me smart.
Ava.
You want to help me? I ask, holding a stare. Walk away. Forget my name. Pretend you never walked into 7 and blackmailed me into being your stepping stone. You're playing with fire, but I'm the one who's going to get burned. His eyebrows draw together.
I'm sorry. I wish I could, but my hands are tied in bureaucratic tape.
Standing slowly, I tug on the end of my t-shirt until it sticks straight and patch every bleeding wound I just opened. Fuck your tape. I head toward the door when a strong hand grabs my arm from behind and flips me around. Shivers ripple down my body, but I don't scream. I'm too shocked at being pinned against the closed door.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Raising an eyebrow, I glance down to where his hands are gripping my shoulders. Are you in any position to be asking me that question? Ethan's gaze follows mine, the fury in his eyes fading as he releases me. Running his hand through his hair, he paces in front of me.
Don't do something stupid, Ava.
Stupid. Everything I'm doing is stupid. It's the equivalent of bathing in blood, then wading in shark-infested waters. I can take care of myself. Been doing it my whole life, thank you very much. Ethan stops pacing and shakes his head.
That kind of thinking will get you killed.
I turn away from his unrelenting stare.
Fine.
Flinging the door wide open, Ethan avoids any further eye contact as he turns his back and walks away from me.
Keep dancing for the devil, but don't say I didn't warn you.
Rose, are you here? My voice echoes throughout the tiny apartment. Dropping my purse on the table, I open it and run my finger along the gun tucked inside. I took a risk having it at Ethan's tonight. If he got suspicious, he could have arrested me. Or worse. Rose, I call out again. The place is deathly quiet at 2 o'clock in the morning, which is strange. I know for a fact her shift ended the same time as mine. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give it a second thought, but this is innocent, straight off the tall grass Iowa prairie, Rose. I really shouldn't care. I learned long ago not to get emotionally attached to the other girls. It only deepens the guilt when they don't show up for work one day, or the next, or the one after that. Eventually, they're forgotten and never spoken of again. Keeping my distance is the only way to keep my sanity. However, with her big brown eyes and sob story, Rose stabbed at what was left of my heart until I gave in and let her crash on my couch. Now look at me, stressing out like some big sister worrying that her wholesome younger sibling has wandered off and gotten herself tangled up with the wrong crowd. I toss my bag on the table and dig my palms into my burning eyes. You're on your own, Rose. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I don't bother turning on the light as I stumble down the hallway toward my bedroom. Just as I reach the doorway, I trip over something on the floor and let out a string of curses as I hit the floor. This fucking day. Swinging an arm behind me, I swat the floor in the darkness until my fingers land on whatever lay in my path. I grab what feels like a strap and drag it toward me. It's canvas with a zipper and a pouch. That sick feeling sinks in the pit of my stomach again. Something's very wrong. Holding it against me, I scramble to my feet and run my hands along the wall until I find the light switch. Brightness floods the room, and my suspicions are confirmed. It's hers. Rose? I sweep a glance around the room, and the minute my eyes land on her limp body, I don't know whether to sink to the floor in relief or swing her bag and beat the shit out of her. Seven's newest ingenue is passed out drunk on my bed, one leg hanging off the side, her long hair covering half her face, and an open bottle of wine on my nightstand. My wine. Rose, I yell, trying to wake her ass up. She doesn't budge, sleeping as still as the dead. Stomping over to the closet, I jerk a blanket off the top shelf and fling it on top of her. No offense, but I hope you have one hell of a hangover in the morning. Retrieving a second blanket and a pillow, I shift them under one arm and grab the wine bottle. You won't be needing this. Closing the bedroom door, I make my way back to the living room. The clock on the cable box flashes 2:17 a.m., and I realize why I've been on edge all night. It's officially Saturday. My father is home from Texas, which means I'll have one more day before I have to look him in the face. One more day to find whatever the hell it is Ethan needs me to find. Saturday is always game night at his compound in Sunny Isles, so fortunately I never see him until sometime on Sunday. Of course, game night for Sergei Chernov doesn't involve chips and cards as much as it does chains and whips, and the players don't walk away with their winnings at the end of the night. They don't walk away at all. I shudder and make my way to the shitty beige secondhand couch that I both love and detest. It's ugly as hell, but I bought it myself, one of the only things that don't belong to him. At first, my father put his foot down, demanding I live at the compound like all his other possessions, but after almost a week of refusing to shower, he finally caved. I literally became a dirty whore, affecting his bottom line. It's the one victory I've ever gained over the man. Although I'm not sure how much of a victory I'd call low-rent housing with bare minimum furnishings and surveillance cameras feeding into his guard dog's monitors. But I don't dare ask for more. Being out of that house is enough. I love my little sanctuary. It reminds me of the attic where I spent most of my childhood. After my mother died, it became my only place of refuge. The one place I'd run to escape the parade of evil and other horrors hiding in the shadows. The faces burned into my memory. The fear that lingered long after the screams in the basement stopped. The night those screams belonged to me. Stripping off my jeans and bra, I push the memories away and settle into the couch with my blanket and a Friends rerun. Too wound up to sleep, I dive into the wine, and before I know it, I've plowed through the rest of the bottle in less than an hour. I tell myself it's Ethan who drove me to drink, but if I'm honest with myself, I know what triggered me. Or who. Nico's presence complicates an already impossible situation. I told Ethan I could take care of myself, but I'm not so sure. We are all playing a very dangerous game. and I can't help but wonder if I'm in over my head. I can handle Ethan alone, but this darkened version of Nico brings me to my knees in an unholy trinity of fear, insanity, and lust. Fuck 'em. I shift on the couch, and the heavy wine bottle clatters to the floor. I don't bother picking it up because rolling toward the edge of the couch cushion seems too much like teetering on the ledge to hell. The dark, cold hell 3 floors down, wrapped in plastic and secrets. As my eyes become heavy, I drag myself from a distant haunting memory into a fresh one that shakes me to my core.
One more thing. I said I didn't want your pussy. I don't. Today. But eventually you will give that to me too, pchelka. After all, a promise is a promise.
A promise. One he knows I can't deliver. However, with a man like Nico, I have no doubt he'll find a way to collect. I just hope the payment doesn't match the sin. They say 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. I guess we'll find out. The minute I open my eyes, I know something isn't right. It's subtle, a scattering of goosebumps, an involuntary inhale, a delicate shift in the balance of power. But whatever it is, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Not because it's over, but because it's just beginning. I sit up and scream, but a gloved hand swings around from behind and silences me. Panicking, I claw at the hand covering my mouth, but the intruder is stronger. With little effort, his other arm traps both of mine around my waist and jerks me up and over the edge of the couch. Lightheaded and immobile, I sag against his hard chest as my lungs scream for air. Without warning, I'm flung backward, my skull slamming against the floor with a hard thud. My head throbs. But now that I can breathe, I refuse to give up without a fight. Think, Ava. You're on the floor. What's near you? The wine bottle. As I reach for the neck, a boot steps on my hand, pinning it to the floor. Pain shoots through my fingers, and I let out a tortured wail.
Nice try,
a deep male voice says.
But I wouldn't play with fire if I were you.
Years of keeping one eye open. Years of looking over my shoulder. Years of fighting to keep my head above water. All 3 have come down to one unguarded moment. Hatred swells in my chest. Fuck you. Immediately, I regret my outburst because as the boot disappears, 2 knees drop on either side of me. I scream again, twisting and clawing with both hands, but he's twice my size. The moment he straddles me, my short t-shirt rides up to my waist, and I'm terrified. The kind of terror that steals a person's ability to think or speak. All I can do is blink because I'm convinced they've realized what I've done. Sweat rolls down my temple as he pins my hands above my head. It's too dark to see his face, but I can feel his growing hardness against my stomach. I hold my breath only to hear his own change to rough pants, unsteady and carnal. A wave of sickness washes over me. I'd rather die. Kill me, I beg, but please don't rape me. His laugh is cruel.
Relax, Ava. I'm after something more valuable than your pussy.
I shouldn't ask. Everything in me tells me not to ask, but I do it anyway. What? Lowering his head, he whispers in my ear.
I already told you. I want your fear.
I gasp. That's it. One gasp. One. Only one before he transfers both of my hands into one of his, squeezing my throat with the other. I thrash, but the more I fight, the tighter he holds. The panic is like nothing I've ever felt before. Sinking is no longer peaceful. I'm being pushed into the depths of unfamiliar waters where it's dark and cold. My chest is burning and death is floating above me, whispering for me to just breathe.
What did you tell them?
He growls. I was right. He knows. I'm going to die. No, I rasp. I'm not sure who I'm talking to, death or the man delivering it. When I don't think I can take any more, when my lungs are going to burst and I'm going to finally slip under, the pressure releases, and the same warm lips press against my ear again.
Just breathe. Just breathe, Ava. I won't let anyone ever hurt you. I promise.
I shake my head, gasping for air. I have no idea if I'm hallucinating or already dead. The words in my ear are the same as death's soft whispers, and a memory long buried. However, they all sound different. Death's taunts entice me. In the memory, they comfort me. However, the ones trailed by the hot breath against my skin are a seductive challenge, as familiar as the gravelly voice. That's when I know who it is. The mind may play tricks, but the heart will tell you the truth, even when your eyes refuse to believe it. Before I can drag in another precious breath, both hands are around my neck. The pressure is enough to deny me air, but not quite enough to crush my windpipe. He's skilled, trained to torture and designed to kill. But as the bulge against my stomach turns from rock to steel, I realize he's getting off on it. For reasons I can't explain, that detail calms me. And my oxygen-deprived mind, I believe that's what will save me. Maybe that makes me as fucked up as him. Or maybe I'm making it easier on myself to obey everyone and just breathe. When I'm almost unconscious, he explodes.
Answer me, Ava.
Take what you want. The words are barely there, but they're enough. He stills, and there's a heavy shift in his labored breathing.
Fuck it,
he growls. I'm still sinking when he kisses me. It's warm, wet, and hungry. I'm too weak to deny him, so it takes little to no effort for his tongue to slip past my lips. I struggle to see his face, to appeal to his human side if he has one. The moment he releases my throat again, I use all the strength I have left to lift my hand and brush my fingers across his cheek. Nico. Even in the darkness, I see it. He stills as his hands curl into fists. It's uncertainty. It's affection intertwined with regret. Then it's gone. Pulling something metal out of his jacket, he presses it against my head.
Pchelka.
Before I can say another word, a bright light bursts through my skull, and everything goes dark. Chapter 11. Ava. Present day, Quantico, Virginia. Chief Dunning rises to his feet, his voice a little unsteady.
So let me get this straight. A member of the Shadow Horsemen all but tells you he's going to torture and kidnap you, and you are shocked when he breaks into your apartment and does it.
They're called Les Cavaliers de l'Homme, you uncultured fuck. He didn't actually shoot me in the head, but thanks for your concern. I snap.
You look fine to me.
I inhale, curling my fingers around the armrest. I wasn't shocked. I didn't think.
And to make matters worse, Agent Schaefer confronted you hours earlier. Rightfully suspicious you were hiding something, and you didn't feel the need to inform him you'd been threatened by a known assassin.
His palms are flat on his desk. His fingers spread wide as if he's holding on to his last shred of composure. I guess I'm supposed to be intimidated, but instead I endure his rapid-fire accusations without an ounce of emotion. Nico and I have a long history, I admit, sitting back in my chair, my fluid movements a stark contrast to his taut, rattled ones. As I was saying, I didn't think he'd actually hurt me.
Hurt you?
Pushing off the desk, he lets out a tired laugh.
Forgive me for being apathetic, but the man almost choked you to death. What constitutes hurting a person to you? A bullet to the brain? Disembowelment? Beheading? Because if you think he isn't capable of all of those, you are very wrong. The pictures we've seen. Enough!
I yell, jumping out of my chair and fisting my hands by my side.
I grew up in a house that had a basement lined with removable plastic. You think you're telling me something I don't know?
My breathing becomes erratic as images flash like still frames through my mind.
You sit here in your big executive office passing judgment behind the safety of your computer screen, while I spent my childhood hiding in corners and watching men being carried out in pieces. So don't sit there and tell me about the pictures you've seen when I've fought my entire life not to end up in one of them.
A long silence hangs in the air. He stares, I stare. His palms press into the desk, and mine curl tighter by my side. Finally, he lets out a long sigh before sinking back into his chair.
You didn't answer my question, Miss Chernova.
I slowly take my seat, resisting the urge to punch him in the face. You didn't really ask one, Carl.
From the moment you found that flower in your car, you had a feeling Nico Gajeres had returned to Miami. Even though he wasn't Agent Schaefer's target, why didn't you inform him? Especially after the confrontation at 7.
He'll never understand. None of them will. It's not easy taking a step forward when you don't know where your foot will fall. It could land on safe ground or just as easily plunge me to my death. We're on the same page here, right? I mean, you do remember Agent Schaefer was blackmailing me into helping him. I attempt to keep my voice even.
He wasn't blackmailing you, Miss Chernova. Believe it or not, he was trying to help you. I believe you were the one who broke the law.
I narrow my eyes. That was entrapment.
Irrelevant. Agent Schaefer offered you a choice and you took it.
A choice? He offered me a prison block or the chopping block. How was that a choice?
One, you're free, and the other, you're not.
He keeps talking, but I've already stopped listening. All I hear is noise coming from his lips with nothing of value. Free. I almost choke on the word. Chief Dunning, you need to understand something. You can lock me up or hide me away on top of a mountain surrounded by all 7 seas, but I'll never be free. Ethan refused to see that, and look where that got him. He crosses his arms over his chest and flashes a cold smile.
Well, he's not here to speak for himself, is he?
No, he isn't. But I am, and you can either listen to what I have to say or continue to berate me. Regardless of your choice, my story will be told.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means there are a lot of secret doors to open here, Carl. I tuck a stray hair behind my ear, so he's sure to see every inch of my face. Pick whichever one you want, but I don't think you'll like what you'll find behind any of them.
Why don't you start with the one that will make me understand how you went from being Gajeres' hostage to being his whore?
There's that word. Let's get something straight, sir. You can sit there in your fancy suit and accuse me all you want. I lean in close and hold his eye, making sure not one word is missed. But call me a whore again, and I'll show you what's behind the biggest door of all.
And what's that, Miss Chernova?
The reason why 4 men walked into this nightmare, but only 1 woman found her way out. Chapter 12. Ava. 1 week ago. Miami, Florida. Swallow, blink, swallow, blink, swallow, blink. Cloudy swirls of colors swim in front of me, and I'm hit with a sudden burst of nausea. I manage to force back the urge to throw up, and as coherence starts to break through the haze, a sharp pain in my head steals it. Shit. I feel hungover. Closing my eyes again, I take a deep breath, count to 10, and reopen them. Unfortunately, it doesn't help the railroad spike driving through my temple. I turn and groan into my pillow. Only it's not my pillow. The only thing under my cheek is hardwood flooring. I don't have hardwood flooring. Where am I? The last thing I remember was drinking a lot of wine. Everything after that is a blur.
Took you long enough.
The moment I hear his voice, it's as if a filter is lifted. Muted colors sharpen into a beautifully defined image, one that brings all the nausea rushing back. He's leaned back in a chair across the room, knees spread wide, wearing nothing but a pair of black jeans and a sexy scowl. Nico, I whisper. My throat feels like sandpaper and burns like fire. Then I remember his hands are on my neck, the power he had as he pushed me to the brink and pulled me back over. There was a gun to my head and a blast. Oh, God. I lift my hand to touch my head, but my arms are too heavy to move. I try again, but they still won't move.
I didn't shoot you, Ava. It's just a little bump from the gun, so you might as well save your strength.
He lifts a half-empty bottle of vodka to his lips and takes a generous swallow.
You have a lot of Hellcat in you, Pachelka, but it's not enough to break a zip tie.
Tearing my eyes away from him, I contort my body in unnatural positions while twisting my wrists together. Nico sits there drinking his damn vodka and watching me struggle without saying a word. Eventually, I manage to pull myself into a sitting position, but instead of breaking the ties, I end up cutting my own flesh. I draw in an exhausted breath. Why?
That's a loaded question. You're going to have to be more specific.
At the club, the way you talked. My voice trails off, remembering the rage radiating off him as our bodies pressed against the wall. I thought I'd be looking over my shoulder for weeks, maybe months. You didn't even wait 12 hours. Why? He shrugs, swirling the liquid in the bottle before taking another sip.
I'm not into delayed gratification anymore.
My pulse skyrockets at the double meaning. Don't bend, my heart begs. Fear him, my brain demands. Look away, my memory screams. It's frantically flashing reminder after reminder of what took place last night, but I'm too mesmerized to pay attention. I'm a moth enticed by a dangerously deceptive flame.
Burn for me, Ava.
He doesn't move, his gaze steady as he watches me stare at him. It's all wrong, but I can't stop my eyes from tracing the outline of every tattoo, from his sculpted abs and defined arms, up to his hardened chest and ending at his neck. Nico, I breathe again.
Stop doing that,
he yells. Doing what?
Saying my name.
He stands, his hand still gripping the neck of the liquor bottle, and begins to pace. His repeated movements become almost hypnotic until he makes a wide turn and walks around me like a shark circling its prey.
I was supposed to kill you, you know. That was the job.
I don't.
Then you said my name.
He continues as if I'm not even here.
My hands were around your neck, and you said my goddamn name like you're doing right now, and something happened to me.
He stops, and I feel his eyes on me.
What is it about you, Ava? Countless men have begged for their lives, and I didn't hesitate to slit their throats. But you? Fuck, you make me crazy.
I keep my eyes averted, his penetrating stare too much to take, not only because he's getting my fear like he wanted, but because my traitorous body is offering itself up to him as well. I can't risk looking in his eyes. The guilt, the terror, the lust, the love, the deceit. All of it's too much to take.
You don't even know the name you speak of anymore. I am Nico Geheres, not Nikolai Gertovsky. The sooner you realize I'm a stranger to you, the better off you'll be.
I can get you money. Nico throws his head back and laughs darkly.
If you're referring to your father, I'm afraid you're shit out of luck.
Hell no, he'd leave me to rot. I shake my head. Dmitri.
Of course. You're whoring yourself out for him anyway.
There's that word again. I calmly hold his stare and seethe. I am nobody's whore. Electricity sizzles in the air as Nico drops to his haunches in front of me and strokes my chin.
Wrong. You are my whore now.
Because I said your name?
I warned you not to play with fire.
His lips curl into a cruel smile, his beautiful silver-gray eyes darkening to the blackest of empty souls. Within seconds, the darkness lifts, and I see a glimpse of something more than hate. There's conflict. It's in the grit of his teeth, the tightening of his jaw, and the wrinkle in his brow. He's a beautifully dangerous soul with a face like granite. Even at 30 years old, he's still hiding behind a mask no one notices. No one ever has. No one but me. A little heat doesn't scare me. My boldness surprises him.
No, that's not the way I remember it. But don't worry, you are not alone in your cowardliness. Your lying father will pay for his sins as well.
He pauses for a moment, letting the words sink in before cradling my face in his hands.
You see, Ava, Sergei may have hated you, but you always knew that. But me, I loved you, and love that turns to hate is the most dangerous kind. So you should be scared.
I want to scream. I want to cry out and hurt him as much as he's hurting me, but I don't. Those black eyes flash through my mind, and one phrase rings in my ears. Don't anger the monster. What are you going to do? I ask.
Anticipation is half the fun, pchelka.
Nico slides one hand around the back of my head and threads his fingers through my tangled hair. Leaning forward, he buries his face against my neck, trailing his lips up until he gets to my ear.
Pchelka, remember when I gave you that name, Little Bee? You were so young and innocent. All you wanted to do was fly. Remember, Ava? What did I tell you back then?
I bite the inside of my lips, forcefully keeping them closed. I'm not stupid. He's baiting me. If I answer honestly, he'll twist it into something ugly. If I say I don't remember, he'll call me a liar. There's no right answer.
Answer me!
He roars so loud it vibrates throughout my entire body. You said it was to remind me nothing was impossible. Ah! I cry out, wincing as his hand tightens in my hair. With my head throbbing from the hit it took last night, the added strain pulls tears in my eyes. That people claim there's no way a little bee should be able to fly. Just like me, its wings are too small to get it off the ground.
What else?
You said the size of my wings didn't matter. I'd always fly because bees believed anything was possible.
Right.
He taunts, a slight slur in his voice.
But here's the thing, Ava. You can't fly if you don't have wings.
That's when I understand. I'm never leaving this room. No plea bargain will save me. No justice will prevail. No form of self-inflicted punishment will take away one moment gone horribly wrong. This isn't about revenge or sex. Nico is no beautiful soul. He is my torture and captivity until the bitter end. An image of a sweet 16-year-old lying motionless on my bed flashes through my mind, and my heart stutters. You killed Rose, didn't you? His eyes flash, crushing my hope.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that the suffering of an innocent person bothers you now.
Fury runs hard and fast through my veins. I'm coated in rage, bathed in anger, and with my hands tied behind my back, I do the only thing I can. I spit in his face. Nico's stone expression turns to thunder. Every muscle in his neck stretches as tight as a bowstring, and animosity pours off him like acid. Before I can utter another word, the bowstring snaps, and his hand grabs the back of my neck, slamming me against him. His hold tightens as rugged breaths fan over my cheeks. We're face to face, but I am unafraid of dying. Death came for me a long time ago. First when Nico was taken away, and then when desperation stole my mind. The physical act of dying is the final step.
Let me go, Nico. Why? So you can fuck me over again? Giving my life for you once wasn't good enough?
I soften my voice. I know I hurt you, but I was hurt too. Don't you remember that part?
I remember everything,
he hisses.
I remember protecting you by staining my hands in blood, paying for someone else's sins, begging you to tell the truth. And what did you do? You turned on me to save your own ass.
I was raped, Nico. You're punishing me for that?
No, pchelka. I'm punishing you for keeping your mouth shut. I suffered in a homemade prison, a dungeon reeking of death for 2 years because you couldn't stand up to your fucking father and tell the truth about what your shitbag brother did to you. Step brother, I bite out through clenched teeth. And what did my sacrifice get me? A slap in the face. What are you talking about? You're pussy, Ava. It's ironic, don't you think? You killed a man for touching it, and now you sell it to the highest bidder. I'm not a whore. No. I paid $1,000 for you last night. You tell me. Fuck you. The words slip out, and I hold my breath as Nico releases me. Placing the vodka bottle on the side table, he pulls a knife from the pocket of his jeans. Popping the blade, he holds it up, and I expect the monster to break free and sink his teeth into my jugular. Instead, he reaches behind me and slices through the zip tie. I'm so stunned that my first instinct is to lash out. It's like I'm still in a fog as I swing my arm around from behind and aim for his face. Nico grabs my wrist inches before my hand connects with his cheek. Neither of us move, both staring at my open palm in shock. I liked it better when you didn't speak. Nico sighs, a distant stare in his eyes. I told you last night, there's a side of me I've kept restrained. But you are trying my patience, Ava. Why the interrogation? I ask, my head lolling. If you brought me here to kill me, shouldn't you have done it by now? The day is not over. He drops my arm, and I gently rub the raw, bleeding skin. However, I do find it interesting. What? You'll argue for your own life, but you didn't even flinch when I said I planned to kill your father. Maybe he deserves it. Still heartless, I see. You've become an expert on the subject. I swing back. Men have tried to manipulate me my entire life. If Nico thinks he can crack my shell, he's underestimated me. No, but I am an expert on sacrifice. Tell me, what sacrifices have you made, pchelka? You have no idea. Spreading your legs doesn't count. This time, my hand nails its target, cracking across his face and snapping it back with force. I stare horrified as a red welt appears on his cheek. His chest rises and falls, but I'm focused on the vein in his neck that's suddenly pulsing in time with his breath. It's my obsession with that vein that renders me powerless when he lunges. Clutching my waist tightly, he drags me to my feet and pins me against the wall with one hand. I open my mouth to scream, but I'm silenced when Nico's tongue plunges past my lips, claiming them in a demanding kiss. At first, I'm startled, his aggression overpowering me as our mouths fight for dominance. But I quickly lose myself and kiss him back. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I let him take, gasping as his teeth cross the line between pleasure and pain. He groans my name, the kiss becoming frantic as I open my eyes and slide my hand down his arm. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Almost. Then everything happens at once. As my fingers graze the knife in Nico's hand, his eyes snap open. The longing and lust are gone, replaced with hardened fury. The arm that was just wrapped around my waist slams across my chest as he holds the sharp blade against my throat. When he speaks, I'm not sure which side of Nico has my life in his hands. The man or the monster. You really shouldn't have done that, he growls, pressing the tip of the knife into my skin as I flinch. Something wet and warm rolls down my neck, and instead of being horrified, my pulse starts to race. The stinging bite of the knife combines with the one lingering on my mouth, and I moan. I can still feel his lips, still feel his hunger, still feel how hard I made him. Need rushes through my body, setting my skin on fire. Nothing and everything about this makes sense. The sweet release of guilt pouring out of me with a flick of the wrist is familiar. My annual penance. I close my eyes and sink against the wall, only the pressure of Nico's arm preventing the knife from slicing my neck open. I open my eyes to find Nico staring at me. His anger is gone, but something more dangerous is in its place. Knowledge of his power. You like this, don't you? He asks, weaving a knee between my bare legs and using it to push my t-shirt up my thighs. Are you wet, Ava? I bet if I worked that hot little pussy right now, you'd explode.
His knees shift higher, the rough denim rubbing against my soaked panties. I let out a strangled moan, needing more and chasing it by sinking a fraction of an inch until the knife nicks my neck again, drawing another trail of blood. I cry out, half in pain, half in loss as he lowers his leg to the floor.
Sorry, Pachelka. Traitors have to earn the right to come.
The last word isn't even out of his mouth when his arm and the knife are pulled away at the same time, and I crumple to the floor in an exhausted heap. He closes the knife and shoves it into his pocket before walking toward the door.
Where are you going? I stammer. You can't just leave me here.
Nico stops. Without bothering to turn around and look at me, he speaks the words that extinguish the lust and drop me right back into reality.
I have to make a phone call. And yes, I can. This is your new home, Ava. At least until I decide otherwise. Get used to it.
Once the door slams, I let out a scream so long and loud I lose my voice and topple over with exhaustion. Nobody hears me. I thought that night in the basement 8 years ago was the most pain anyone could ever inflict on me. I was wrong.
Chapter 13. Nico. Irony is a bitch sometimes. 8 years ago, my obsession with Ava nearly cost me my life. And now, 8 years later, the same damn thing is going to finish the job. I'm screwed. I sealed my fate by taking Ava. The first person Sergei will call, when he figures out Ava is still alive, will be the head of Les Cavaliers l'Ombre. Once Clement hears I've gone rogue, he won't rest until he has my head mounted on a wall in his office. The path I'm wearing in the grass is getting more obvious as my maniacal pacing quickens. But I don't care. I need something to occupy my mind, so I don't go back in there and finish whatever the fuck just happened. The minute she touched my face and whispered my name, everything became distorted. I hate her for making me weak. But all I can seem to care about is feeding this roaring beast, gnashing its jagged teeth against the cage I've kept it in far too long. I cut my eyes toward the simple, rustic ranch-style house that's doing nothing to contain her banshee-like screaming. Eventually she'll wear herself out. It's not like I'm worried about anyone hearing her. The house sits on 80 acres of hunting land, without a single neighbor for miles. Hell, the driveway alone is almost half a mile long and overgrown with weeds. No one will find her, if that's what she's hoping. No one's looking for Garrison Franco, a 40-year-old retired military vet living up the rest of his years quietly on a mini-ranch in the middle of Okeechobee, Florida. I have over 28 aliases who own property in 19 states and are legal residents of 6 different countries. I can play hide-and-go-seek well into my golden years. However, as much as I prefer to work alone, I'm going to need an ally. Someone who can watch Ava while I at least try to convince Clement not to rip my lungs out through my nose. Someone who isn't a Cavalier. Someone who isn't my best friend, and the man Clement threatened to hand Ava over to if I turned my back. Someone who isn't Dagger. There's only one problem. I don't trust anyone else. I've been a loner all my life. Besides Ava and Dagger, the only time I gave a shit about anyone was when a mercenary job landed me in a Colombian prison. A guy with a homemade shank was fighting 4 assholes at once and I stopped pacing and tipped my head back, drawing in a deep breath. Pulling my phone from my back pocket, I closed my eyes, searching my memory for the number. It only takes 3 rings for him to pick up. 3 years is a long time. He's right, but it could be 20, and I'd still recognize that heavy Russian accent anywhere. How did you know it was me? Burner phone. He laughs. Who else would it be? Maybe any other criminal with half a brain? I don't have time for bullshit, Mikhail. I growl, pacing again. You have 10 seconds to be straight with me before I hang up. Who says I am bullshitting you? 5. Okay, fine. I still hear things. He admits. Rumor has it you have been in Miami. I assumed you finally decided to take your revenge. Is that right? I'm not surprised there's already a buzz circulating. There is one thing I do not understand. Not over the phone. Meet me in West Palm Beach in an hour. I'll text you the address. What? Nico, His voice trails off as Ava finds her second wind. Is someone screaming? Television, I mutter. He doesn't question me, instead choosing to argue about meeting logistics. Nico, West Palm Beach is an hour from Fort Lauderdale, and that is if I leave right now. You have got to give me at least 2. 1. I have not heard from you in 3 years, comrade, and you think you can summon me? How do I know this is not some kind of trap? You don't. Mikhail leans against the back of the booth, staring at me until I can't take it anymore. Say something. Lifting an eyebrow, he extends his arm and knocks it a fry until it's close enough to grab. So let me get these straight, he says, pointing the fry at me. You want me to babysit a Bratva boss's daughter, while you convince everyone she is dead, so you can keep doing fuck knows what to her? Popping the fry in his mouth, he glares at me. Well, when you say it like that, it makes it sound a little irrational. Irrational, he snorts, his words muffled as he chews. Nico, it is certifiable. You have never been 100% there. He taps his finger against his temple. But this is nothing but a one-way ticket to the grave. Feel free to dig your own, but leave me out of it. Taking a slow drink of coffee, I observe the man sitting across from me and try to determine how much I'll be able to trust him if I force his hand. His blue eyes look a little wild, but that's nothing new. Like most of us who used to contract our services to the highest bidder, the man has psychopathic tendencies. Although it seems he's cleaned up his act in the 3 years since I last saw him, and I don't just mean legally. His long blonde hair is now cut short above his ears, and a clean-shaven face replaces his long beard. However, one thing will never change: that long scar running down his nose, a reminder of a favor I'm about to cash in. Klaus Braun, I say, watching his every move. Mikhail's jaw clenches. What about him? You owe me, don't you think? I can hear his teeth grinding and watch his anger rises from up his neck, painting his face red. Balling his fists, he slams them on the Formica table. Motherfucker. That's all it takes. I don't have to explain. He knows he owes me. Mikhail and I saved each other's asses more times than I can count. If it weren't for me, he would have never made it out of that Colombian prison. Braun jumped him, delivering 12 stab wounds with one heading for his throat when I came up from behind. It took all of 2 seconds to nail that German asshole in the jugular with a sheave I made from the steel from my bedpost. Fine, he growls, knocking the plate across the table. It crashes against the wall, prompting our waitress to raise an eyebrow from across the diner. But if I die, I will kill you. I decide now isn't the time to point out flaws in his timeline. Fair enough. So what is the deal with you two? We don't have a deal. Bullshit. He crumbles his napkin and throws it in his plate. You do not disobey one of the most powerful men in the world for pussy. I know you hate her. I know she is the reason you were in that hellhole. What I do not know is why. You never told me what she did to you. Don't take it personally. I've never told anyone. If I am to stick my dick out for you, Nico, I must know your reasons for asking such dangerous favors of me. Neck, I correct him. Stick your neck out for me. He waves his hand. Whatever. Answer my question. Ava. The next words get stuck in my throat. The taste of them still as corrosive and bitter as they were 8 years ago. I could feel Mikhail's eyes on me, but mine are focused on the knife sitting beside my plate. I can hear him saying something in the background, but I'm lost to it. The more I stare at that knife, the more the present slips away into a dark basement from the past. 8 years ago. The room smells of blood and death. I can't get her screams out of my head. They're the reason I slam my body against the basement door until it shatters. The reason I fall to my knees when I reach the bottom. A Bratva soldier doesn't cry. But as I take in the image of my Ava, dress torn, face bruised and covered in blood as she kneels over Yuri's dead body while holding a dripping knife. I can't stop the tears from falling. But they're not just for her. They're also for me. Because I failed her. Because I can't raise that motherfucker from the dead and kill him myself. Ava, I say gently.
Nico?
Her eyes see me, but there's no life in them. What have you done? What? I swallow the anger building inside me. What did he do to you, pchelka? She blinks. Then she blinks again. Slowly, she lowers her chin and stares down at herself, at her torn, blood-soaked dress, at the spilled life coating every inch of her skin. With uneven breaths, she holds out her arms.
I'm dirty.
Rage consumes me, darkness seeping out of my soul, ready to take revenge for what had been done. But raw pain and fierce protectiveness fight it for control. Pchelka, give me the knife.
No,
she screams, holding it against her chest.
I need it. He...
I know what he did, Ava. He's gone. You don't need it anymore. I take a step closer and slowly hold out my hand. She stares at the floor, her bottom lip trembling.
I kept my promise, Nico. I swear.
We kneel in silence. Promise. There's only one promise she can be referring to. One that, if true, both severs my heart completely and stitches it into a misshapen promise of my own. A promise of the darkest kind. Ava, I rasp.
He didn't.
She stares down at her lap.
He didn't touch me there.
I follow her gaze down to the shredded bottom of her dress. As the knowledge hits me, I throw my head back, and an inhuman sound fills the basement. When I open my eyes, Ava is still staring at me. The knife used to murder her stepbrother still straddled against her chest. One more move and we're face to face. I take a risk and fold my hands right above the blade. Ava, give me the knife, and I'll make sure nobody ever hurts you again. Hesitantly, she releases the knife, her eyes brimming with tears. I quickly wipe off all traces of her prints on my shirt as she lifts her pinky finger.
Promise?
Holding the knife by my side, I curl my pinky around hers. I promise. Present day. Mikhail pales. Her stepbrother raped her. I nod, unable to say the word out loud. Yuri got a hole in his neck that went straight through to the floor as payback. She twisted the shit out of it, too. Severed the carotid artery and the jugular. Ava was a mess. She had bruises and there was... I fist my hands in my lap and stare down at them. There was blood running down the back of her legs where he'd... I swallow, unable to finish. She was only 16, Mick. You took the fall for her. I grit my teeth. Not intentionally. What does that mean? Ava was fragile. This was never about sex for Yuri. It was a power trip. He was a Chernoff by marriage and spent his life trying to prove he wasn't part of his mother's package deal. He was bad enough. There was no way she could have handled her father's interrogation alone. But something went wrong. My fist tightened again. Yeah, you could say that. 8 years ago. Sergei appears at the bottom of the steps, followed by a herd of his men. His eyes widen as he takes in Yuri's lifeless body. What the hell did you do to my stepson? He nods to one of his guards, who checks him for a pulse. Finding none, the guard shakes his head. Ava's small body starts to shake uncontrollably, and I step in front of her. Sergei, listen to me. It's not what it looks like. Not what it looks like, he roars, his gaze trailing from Yuri to my hand. What it looks like is that my boy is dead, and you are holding a knife dripping with his blood. I didn't do this. No? Then who did? The last thing I want to do is implicate Ava, but she is his daughter. Sergei is an evil son of a bitch, but what father could punish his child for defending herself against sexual assault? If anything, he should wish he could have sent Yuri to hell himself. I glance over my shoulder where Ava's shaking has turned violent. It's okay. You can tell him. Sergei's deep laugh echoes through the damp basement.
The weak girl who hides in the attic all day. You think she did this?
Ava's head lolls to the side, and her body goes limp.
Sergei, look at her. I am, and I do not like what I see, Nikolai.
What? I twist and stare at him, flinching at the lack of empathy in his voice. More than that, I'm cautious about what it means.
Did Yuri try to stop you?
Sergei's eyes are on fire, but his lips curl in a slight smile.
Is that why you killed him?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Guards!
Men in black and red uniforms crawl out of the woodwork like ants. One of them grabs the knife, and 2 others restrain me, while a 4th delivers a well-aimed punch to the kidneys.
Dmitri, he says, my daughter's innocence has been violated. Take Ava upstairs while the guards and I handle things down here.
No, they can't take her away from me. I'd never hurt her, I yell, throwing kicks as I struggle in their hold. I love her. Tell them, Ava. Sergei holds up a hand, and Dmitri stops beside him.
Yes, tell me, Ava,
he says, turning and smoothing a hand over her hair.
Be a good girl and tell Papa. Tell the truth. You have seen what I do to liars. Did he hurt you?
As his fingers reach the ends of her hair, he gives it a sharp tug. Ava's shaking stops. Instead of fear in her eyes, there's nothing. Instead of panic gasps, it barely looks like she's breathing at all. And then she nods. She fucking nods. And right there, something inside me dies. Ava, I beg, knowing she won't answer. All I get in return is a blank face. I'm on my own. So many promises broken. I would have given my life for her, and because of her silence, I probably will. Dmitri pulls her arm, dragging her toward the stairs.
Come, Miss Chernova. Let us get you cleaned up.
When the basement door closes and Ava disappears, so do I. A new man is born. One without a heart, without a soul, and without mercy. One who believes trust is for the weak, and love is a 4-letter word. I spit a mouthful of blood as a guard drives a fist into my cheek. You know I didn't touch either one of them, you son of a bitch. Sergei glances from Yuri's dead body to me, a cold smile splitting his face.
And who is going to believe you?
He nods again, and a flurry of boots and fists take me to the floor. The hits are relentless, one after the other until I'm almost unconscious. But I'm not stupid. This isn't it. The worst is yet to come. I'll pay for a sin I didn't commit and eventually die a slow and painful death. But if I live, God help them both. Present day. Mikhail rubs his chin.
It sounds like there is more you're not telling me.
What do you mean?
There has to be a reason she turned on you, and it is deeper than not wanting to go to jail. What she did was simple self-defense. Even a 16-year-old can comprehend that.
Digging a $20 bill out of his pocket, he throws it on the table and stands up.
That girl is hiding something, comrade. The clock is ticking, and unless you find out what it is quickly, you will be left with only 2 options.
He doesn't wait for a response before turning to leave. I give him one anyway. Yeah, kill her, or sit back and let her railroad me twice. Chapter 14. Nico. I left West Palm Beach with every intention of driving back to Okeechobee. I knew I needed to get back to Ava. It had been 4 hours since I zip-tied her arms and legs while she lay sprawled out asleep on the floor. Like I said, I meant to head north, but instead drove south for another hour and 15 minutes. Now, as I stand watching the glowing neon crimson sign, I wonder what the hell I was thinking. I can't walk into 7. I know Sergei will be in his office, but it's too risky. Just being here is risky. But there's still a sadistic part of me that needs to confront him. That part needs to prove he didn't break me. That I'm stronger. That I've defied him again. that 8 years have done nothing but fuel my bloodlust, that I'm about to tear down that house of horrors he lives in and display all his dirty little secrets. But then my mind flashes back to Ava. If I go in there and confront Sergei, and something happens to me, no one will ever find her. Garrison Franco doesn't exist, and as far as any map is concerned, neither does the property. Eventually, dehydration or starvation will claim her, and she'll die right there on my living room floor. Even killers have limits, so I call him instead. 7, this is Natasha speaking. I want to speak to Sergei. She pauses and I smile. It's a pause of desperation. I shouldn't enjoy it as much as I do, but I kill people for a living. I don't get off on hugs and rainbows, for fuck's sake. I am sorry, he is not here, she stutters. I can get the manager for you. If I wanted to talk to Dmitri, I would have asked for him. I know Sergei is there. Now put him on the phone. Sir, the owner does not take calls. I see she's not going to be as easy as I thought. I didn't want to go this far, but she's being a pain in the ass, and my patience is wearing thin. Natasha, that's a pretty name. Thank you. Not as pretty as Victoria. That's your daughter's name, right? 3 years old, if I'm not mistaken. She's with your mother right now in North Miami. There's a muffled gasp on the other end of the line. How did you... Put Sergei on the phone, I demand. Tell him it's Nikolai. Don't worry, he'll take it. As expected, Natasha doesn't say another word. The line clicks over, funneling in the irritating music being played in the club. I don't know the song because I have fucking taste, but it's giving me a headache. If Sergei doesn't pick up soon, I might shoot my way. Nikolai, it's not nice to frighten my employees. I close my eyes, the sound of his thick Russian accent filling my ears. It's as clipped and nasally as it was 8 years ago, the sharp R's still rolling off his tongue. Given half a chance, I'd happily cut it off for him. I'm not a nice guy, Chernov. A deep chuckle fills the line. And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call? He wants to play dumb. Well, whatever helps him sleep at night. Operation Delilah is complete. I do not know of this Delilah. I swear the man shoots his brain cells out of his dick every time he blows his load. Everything is taken care of, Sergei, I say, choosing to go a different route than, I killed your daughter like you paid me to, you dumb fuck. You can sleep peacefully knowing that informational systems problem you were having has been taken care of. Clear enough for you, asshole? Oh yes, very good. Be sure to keep this between us. I would not want my usual technician to know I contracted work behind his back. Right. I shake my head and turn to walk back toward the car. I will need to see my broken device. Wait, what? I don't take another step. It's broken, Sergei. I threw it away when I transferred your files to a new device. Well, retrieve it, Nikolai, he says, all pleasantries gone from his tone. After all, how will I know it was truly broken if I cannot see for myself? He wants proof. He wants her dead body in his hands. He doesn't believe I'd give her a pair of concrete shoes and dump her in a river, or better yet, feed her to a wood chipper. The thing is, as much as I hate him, I can't blame him. I wouldn't believe me either. Fine, I growl. You'll have to give me a few days. I'll need to dig through the trash to find the pieces I have left. Son of a bitch. Now I'm going to have to kill some unfortunate redhead and deliver her in chunks to satisfy Sergei's sick need to see his daughter's corpse. Very well. Do what you can. In the meantime, do me a favor, Nikolai. Yeah? Do not ever step foot in my club again. He disconnects the call before I can respond, but it's not like I care. I knew he'd find out I was at 7 while he was in Texas sucking whatever cartel dick would give him an alibi. Maybe I even counted on it. Turning my back to the sounds of pounding bass and obnoxious yelling, I head to the parking deck where there's a light tap on my shoulder. Instinctively, My hand reaches for the holster buried under my jacket when my eyes land on a puff of strawberry blonde hair surrounding a pair of painted red lips.
You're Nick, right?
What? She taps her palm against her chest.
Rose, remember? You took me home.
Let's stop right here. Technically, I did not lie to Ava. I never said I killed her roommate. She did. I just didn't bother to correct her. Right. Shouldn't you be inside? From the looks of her, she should already be on the pole. Little Rose is once again parading around like a piece of meat, this time in a hot pink rubber costume. She glances down and blushes.
I'm between sets, but I was wondering if you've seen Ava.
I keep my face expressionless. Why would you think I've seen Ava? Shit, motherfucking shit motherfucker.
I just assumed that you two...
Her blush deepens and she chews on her lip.
I don't remember drinking, but I guess I did because I ended up in Ava's bed. When I woke up, she was gone. I thought maybe she was with you.
I actually knocked your ass out with a heavy dose of propofol, Rose, but thanks for taking the blame. I went home last night after dropping you off. I say, cutting her off. Come on, Nico. Pull something out of your ass. You found a bottle of vodka in my car and had a one-woman party. I'm not surprised you don't remember anything. You were pretty lit. I raise an eyebrow, and her face heats with embarrassment. Ava wasn't there, so I helped you to the bedroom. Sorry, I thought it was yours.
Oh, well, thank you.
I nod, thinking we're done, but she doesn't shut up.
The thing is, she hasn't come home or shown up for work. I'm worried about her.
I'm sure she's fine. I pat her head like an obedient puppy and turn to get the hell out of there when she grabs my arm. Reining in my irritation, I let out a sigh. What is it, Rose?
Blade, our security guy, called us girls in for a meeting earlier. The police came by again, but this time it was to ask questions. One of our regulars was murdered a couple nights ago.
Her face pales to a sickly grayish color.
He was stabbed in his...
nuts. Ripped down the center and split wide open. Spewed like a geyser, too. She shakes her head, unable to finish.
It happened not long after he left here. Security cameras out back caught Ava and him in some kind of argument. She kneed him in the crotch, but she wasn't facing the camera, so that's all Blade saw. He ran off after that.
You think Ava...
No.
Her lips pucker as if she just sucked on a lemon.
Ava wouldn't hurt a flea. I'm worried about her. What if the guy who killed our regular followed her home too?
He didn't. You hand-delivered him right to her doorstep.
Ava warned me to leave 7, but I needed the money.
Looking over her shoulder, she stares up at the glowing red sign.
Now, I'm not so sure.
There's no way out of this. I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. If it'll make you feel better, I'll swing by your place and see if she's there, I say, wanting to stuff every word back in my mouth and chew them into dust. Her big doe eyes widen.
You will?
Without warning, she leaps onto her toes and throws her arms around me. I have no idea what to do, so I pat her on the head again.
Thank you, Nick.
Quickly letting go, she digs into what I assume is supposed to be a bra and produces a cell phone.
Oh, I almost forgot. Ava left her phone at work. I've kept it with me in case she tried to call it. If you see her, can you give it to her?
No, but I'll sure as hell take it off your hands. Sure, no problem. I take it from her offered hand and stare at it as she starts to jog back to the side entrance to 7. She's a good kid, talkative as shit, and way too handsy for my liking, but still good. Unlike me. There's a lot of life in her, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Hey, Rose? She stops a few feet away from me and turns around. Let's keep this conversation between us, okay? Dimitri's not exactly my biggest fan. She nods, clamping her lips closed and turning an invisible key against them with her fingers before pretending to toss it over her shoulder. I almost feel guilty as her innocent face breaks out into a wide grin, and she disappears around the back of the building. Once I'm settled back in the leather seat of the Audi, I power on Ava's phone and stare at the password lock screen. 4 numbers. They could be anything, but only one set come to mind. The only thing Ava ever called lucky in her life. The day we met. A ghost of a smile pulls at my lips as I punch them in one by one. 0614. Nothing. The only other significant date is the one that destroyed me. As the knowledge sets in, my smile cracks. 1222. The screen comes to life, and I force myself to ignore the orange blossom wallpaper so I won't crush the damn thing against the steering wheel. Gritting my teeth, I head straight for recent calls and texts. Okay, Ava, I have. Mikhail thinks you're hiding somewhere. Let's see if he's right.
Chapter 15. Ava. They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. If that's true, I've gone straight off the deep end 22 times. That's how many times I've pulled, yanked, and twisted the zip ties binding my wrists behind me and my ankles together. Obviously, it didn't work. I'm still here in this house, still bound, still alone. The only thing I managed to do was cut my wrists and rub my ankles raw. Smart, Ava. Real smart. Exhausted, I roll onto my side and stare at the 4 wooden plank walls. I've counted each plank repeatedly, multiplied them together, then divided them so many times my head hurts. Looking up, I search for the clock I know I won't find, just like the other 11 times I tried. The one thing I haven't done is scream. I gave that up not long after Nico walked out and I heard him yell from outside the window.
Feel free to scream until your lungs burst, Pachelka. But you might want to save them for when you'll really need them.
Nothing shuts a girl up faster than a well-timed threat. Hours later, my limbs ache, and I'm so thirsty the thought of water has overtaken everything else in my head. Who cares that I'm bound like cattle? Who cares I'm probably going to be tortured to death? All I can think about is that I haven't had anything to drink since that damn bottle of wine almost 24 hours ago. Technically, that doesn't count. Alcohol dehydrates a body, and I'm feeling every ounce of that fortified loss. Maybe that's it. Maybe dehydration made me act like I did with Nico. That has to be it. There's no other explanation for me throwing myself at the man who kidnapped me. The man who said he'd enjoy seeing me suffer. Lack of water altered something in my brain, twisting the line between pleasure and pain and the one between love and hate. I still at that last thought. I hate Nikolai Geretsovsky, or Geheris, whatever his alias is for the day. I hate him for not fighting harder to save me. I hate him for letting my father turn me into a whore. I hate him for hating me. But mostly, I hate me. I hate me because as hard as I want to make myself believe all of it, I don't. I don't hate him. But I can't love him. I won't. Not again. Damn it. I close my eyes and scream out of sheer frustration. Taking a deep breath, I twist my wrist for the 23rd time, crying out as the plastic digs into my open wounds. The pain only spurs me on. I wiggle and squirm across the hardwood floor until my hip slams into the end table next to the couch, causing it to rattle. Fuck! Shit! I mumble through gritted teeth. Then I stop. The table is heavy. It wouldn't rattle. Lifting my head off the floor, I push as high off my shoulder as I can. And that's when I see it. Nico's vodka bottle. It's right where he left it, open and sitting right at the edge of the table. I lick my lips, the thought of liquid touching them too tempting to pass up. After a minute or two of assessing my options, I can only come to one, and it's really going to suck. Rolling away from the table, I take a deep breath, clench my stomach, and power roll back into it. The impact sends white-hot pain searing through my muscles. I second-guess myself until I see the bottle rattle, then tip toward the edge. Screw pain. 3 more times I roll away and then bang into the table. 3 times more, the bottle tips and almost falls. Sweat pours down my face and my shoulder burns. 1 more. Shriek of noise zahi! I yell, slamming into the table leg. As if cursed, the bottle tumbles off the table and slams onto the floor. I brace for shattering glass, but it breaks in 4 clean pieces. Well, damn. If I knew screaming eat shit and die in Russian was the key, I'd have done it a long time ago. It only takes 1 full roll until I'm face down in 80-proof Stolignaya. The first slurp burns like hell. My throat feels like it's been doused in gasoline and set on fire, but I'll be damned if I'm stopping now. I worked too hard for this. I brought you a bottle of water, but I can pour some whiskey on the bathroom floor if you'd prefer. I freeze. I don't have to look to see who it is, but I do anyway. Nico is standing in the open doorway, one arm gripping the molding over his head. A huge water bottle dings from his free hand. I expect him to be pissed at the mess I made, but to my surprise, he seems amused. Fuck your water, I growl, lowering my lips back down to the vodka. Within 5 steps, he's squatting down beside me, slowly unscrewing the cap off the bottle and making an unnecessary production of taking a sip. The sound draws my eyes to his lips as he licks them. This is ice cold. You know, one taste is like a drug. The moment you have it, you'll never get enough. I may be drunk, but I don't think we're talking about water anymore. Rolling onto my side, I rest my head in what's left of the vodka. You were gone a long time, and you're a mess. Thanks. I have a high tolerance for things, but to put it bluntly, you fucking stink. Horrified, I tilt my head back to tell him he doesn't smell like a bed of roses either when he holds up a hand. I also can't have you cutting yourself on broken glass and bleeding to death one day into our time together, now can I? I shrug. It'd be easier. Ava, I am not negotiating anything with you. What I say goes. When I ask you to do something, you do it. If you don't... His voice trails off, and I risk a glance up at him. The sparkle in his silver eyes is gone. If I don't... That's a question you don't want me to answer. He answers calmly. I believe him. Now, first things first. Fear grips me as Nico produces a knife from his pocket and pops the blade. Before I can muster the energy to scream, he shifts toward my feet and slices through the tie binding my ankles. The relief of being able to move them is almost enough to make me cry. But when he circles around and cuts the one restraining my hands, I slump forward in a mix of gratitude and fury. So, thanks for tying me up like a Thanksgiving turkey, I say, climbing to my knees. That was fun for 6 or 12 hours. Since I offend you so much, kindly point me toward the shower and I'll... Wait, what are you... Nico, no! I fight like a rabid bear as Nico pulls out another zip tie and tugs my wrists in front of me. In my weakened state, I'm no match for him. And within 30 seconds, he has my hands bound. I have only one question. Why? Because letting you move freely around this house takes trust, pchelka. And that's something I lack the ability to do now. I stare down at my freshly bound hands. How do you expect me to clean myself like this? I don't. Glancing up, I see the same unapologetically primal heat in his eyes I saw last night. My heart slams against my chest as Nico picks me up in his arms and carries me into the bathroom. Without a word, he sets me on the pale granite counter while he opens the glass door to the shower and turns on the water. When he returns, I steal a sharp inhale. I am the only reason you took that breath, Ava. He grips my chin, forcing my eyes on him. There was a contract put out on your life. I accepted the job, and that's why you're sitting here. If it had been anyone else, you'd be dead. Why? It seems to be the only word I can manage. He laughs,
I am not your hero, sweetheart. I spent 2 years locked in that torture hole your father calls a prison because of you. I had every intention of choking the life out of you last night. I lower my chin, but he tilts it back up. But then you said my name. You touched me, and all I could see was the beautiful, innocent girl who promised she loved me. So many broken promises. A tear rolls down my cheek. I kept my promise. Even when I shake my head. You left me, Nico. You forced me to. I had no choice. It doesn't matter now. I own you now, Ava. You're going to surrender your freedom. When I tell you to do something, you do it. No questions, no arguments, no crying. Do you understand me? I swallow. That's all he'll get. If this is the way it's to be, then fine. He'll have my submission, but he'll never get another drop of my tears. I understand. Good. Now hands above your head. I stare at him a second too long, and his jaw ticks. Remembering his warning, I quickly swing my arms up and hold them. Steam fills the room, but it's not too thick that I can't see the glint of the blade as it comes closer to my neck. I hate myself for the immediate spike in my pulse. The twinge of anticipation is perverse. I bow my head, willing the reaction to fade. What comes next won't be kind, but I'll obey every command in order to gain his trust. This devil, blessed with an angel's face, bends my will while weakening my resolve, but playing his game is the only way to win. I know freedom isn't free. I just wish I didn't crave paying the price. Nico grabs the top of my t-shirt in one hand and slices the knife down the front of it with the other. He nods toward my hands and I lower my arms. Pulling what's left of the shirt off my shoulders, he quickly cuts the sleeves, and it falls to the floor. The only thing I have left are my panties, and I know they won't be there for long. The steam is thicker now, so much that I can barely see Nico's face, but I can hear the change in his breathing. What was once even is now heavy and ragged. The sounds come closer as the steel blade slips under the thin string on my hip, and with a jerk of his wrist, the sharp edge slices through it. He does the same to the other side, and I hear a click as the blade closes. I'm used to being naked in front of people, but for some reason, sitting on this bathroom counter, burying my body in front of the only man who was ever supposed to see it, makes me feel ashamed. I lower my eyes, unable to look at him. Not when I see his shirt drop to the floor. Not when his boots come off. Not when I hear the clang of his belt buckle. Especially not when I watch his jeans and boxers land in a heap by his feet. Eyes up, pchelka. I lift my chin and gasp. His eyes are almost completely dark, the gray only a faded memory. Tension fills the air, and I'm scooped into his arms again, then placed on my feet, facing away from him under the warm water. Nico's soapy fingers run up my back and down my arms. I shiver, conflicted and wanting him to stop and needing more. I fight to hold in a moan as one hand snakes around my waist, the other brushing over my breast before continuing its tortuously slow path downward. So many nights I fantasized about how Nico's body would feel inside me, now with his hard erection pressing against my ass. I can't help but rock against him. I gasp at how big he feels, and on impulse I do it again. He lets out a groan, his hand curling against my stomach. You want to play, pchelka? My response is a hoarse cry as his hand slides between my legs. Pushing a finger inside me, he pumps it as his thumb works my clit until I can't see straight. I'm moaning and squirming in his arms, helpless to do anything but take it. Nico! Scream for me, Ava. He growls, adding a second finger. I can't take it, crying out his name over and over as I unravel in his hand. Still he doesn't relent, pumping harder and demanding more until I scream for him once more. Sagging against his chest, I ride out the crashing wave as it mercifully tosses me back to shore. Good girl. Now it's my turn.
No words have ever frightened me more, but I refuse to show weakness. Weakness is fuel to men like him. Nico had the chance to kill me. He didn't, because he craves my fear. As long as I deny him that one thing, I'm in control. That thought is still in my head when Nico turns me around, his eyes glassy as he strokes my cheek. Have you ever felt death, Ava? Felt it burn inside you with a soul so dark you swore you stopped breathing, even though you still walked the earth? Yes. His lips curl into a smirk as his other hand strokes my throat. You know nothing. I am Bratva, and Les Cavaliers de l'Homme. These hands have taken the lives of hundreds of men without remorse. His dismissive tone sparks something inside me that erupts the minute I open my mouth, blowing my resolve to hell. This body has held on through shit you could never fathom, I hiss. You want to intimidate me, Nikolai Geretsovsky, or Geheres, or whatever the fuck you're calling yourself these days? You take your best shot. You think I can't handle it? You think again. I'll play whatever role you want, but don't you dare think I'm going to be your pet or your doll or whatever sick shit you've dreamed up inside your head. I stand there, chest heaving, burning with rage, and not sorry for one damn thing I said. I brace myself for an explosion, but what I get instead is a slow and steady smile, the chilling kind of smile that makes me desperately want to leap back over the line I just crossed. I don't want a doll, he says, walking me backward. They don't interest me. What do you want? Nico closes his hand around my throat. In a blur of movement, he has me backed against the shower wall. His eyebrows tighten, pulling together as the corners of his mouth turn downward. I want Yuri gone. His words take me by surprise, as does the pained look on his face. They don't match his actions, and the contradiction sets me on edge. He is. I killed him, remember? I want him gone from your memory. His expression slackens as his thumb traces the dip at the base of my throat. Did he touch you here? No. Then this, he says, laying his other hand on my shoulder and guiding me to my knees. This will be the first part of you, I claim.
Chapter 16. Nico. Fuck. My grip on her bound wrist tightens as I hold them over her head. Nothing in the world matters right now except for the feel of her wet mouth around my cock. I may have brought her to her knees, but Ava willingly took me in her mouth, her eyes on me the whole time. I thought I wanted her full submission, but damn if the defiance in her words and the desire on her face doesn't awaken a primal instinct in me. My thoughts are interrupted by the gagging noises below me, and I open my eyes to see her struggling, a flash of panic in her eyes. My throbbing cock begs me to ignore it and make her choke on every inch, but I can't do it. Not to my Ava. Slowing my thrust, I pull out until the head barely brushes against her lips. Breathe, I command. She complies without arguing, taking in precious gulps of air. Keeping her arms pinned above her head, I tilt her chin so she's forced to look at me. I won't lie to you, Ava. I'm going to hurt you. But as fucked up as I am, I'll never force myself on you. I'll never be him. If you ask me to stop, I'll stop. Do you understand? All I get in return is a slight nod, but that's all I need. Pressing my thumb into her chin, I give it a firm tap. Now open. She does as I ask, and I slide back into her mouth. Suck, Ava. Show me what my $1,000 would have gotten me. I don't bother looking down at her, but I don't need to. I can feel her anger coming off her in waves, and I can't wait to see what she does with it. I'm not disappointed. The expert way her tongue dances along my cock almost blinds me. I grunt, steadying my legs as she alternates between stroking, licking, and sucking until everything tightens and the pressure is too much to take. Enough. Without another word, I thrust deep and hard, bucking my hips as I wind my hand around her wet hair. She's gagging again, but I've lost all patience. Relax your throat, I growl. Take all of me. As if my commands flip a switch in her head, Ava stops fighting against the invasion and welcomes it instead. Sliding down her throat without obstruction, I fucking lose every ounce of restraint and relentlessly drive into her mouth. Fighting to take back what I lost. Fighting to take back the only thing that's ever broken me. Ava. Her name is a tortured groan torn from my lips. Letting go of her hair, I slam my hand against the tile wall and release every coiled emotion down her throat. The more I come, the more she swallows. The moment seeming to last forever until my body jerks one last time and I sag against her. I hear her ragged breathing beneath me, yet I can't move. I can't open my eyes. If I do, I'll have to look at her. I refuse to risk it. If I see anything other than regret in them, I don't know what will happen. This was supposed to be punishment for what she's done, a show of dominance. She held fear in her eyes. She cried. She knelt before me. She shook in my presence. I won. So why does it feel like I just got played? I'm reading a text from Mick when I see Ava standing in the doorway of my bedroom, her shoulders rounded and her ankles crossed. Can I help you? Didn't you forget something? I take in her freshly washed and still dripping hair. Not that I can see. Clothes, Nico. You cut mine to pieces, remember? My gaze travels up and down her body. I did, I note, returning my attention to my phone. Aren't you going to give me more? Nope. You seriously expect me to spend the rest of my life naked? I nod. What's left of it, yes. What if someone sees me? People see you every day, pchelka. What would it really matter? It's true. A fact that pisses me off the more time we're alone. Still, I can't let her feel comfortable and settled. Fine, but can you at least remove these? Glaring at me, she holds up her still zip-tied wrists. Nope. Are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? No, you look like an asshole, she grumbles. Typing the last few words of my text, I hit send and place my phone on the nightstand. Ava, your attitude is becoming a problem. Do we need to rehash the rules again? I thought... She glances at her feet, her body tensing. I thought after what happened that... That what? That after sucking my dick we'd play house? No. Her tone is flat, all emotion draining out of her. I study her. Then what did you think? I thought you'd at least treat me like a human being. You said you didn't want a pet, but you're keeping me tied up like a dog. That's not... You're giving me whiplash, Nico. She groans, leaning against the doorway. 1 minute you're screaming you want to kill me, and the next you're naked in the shower with me telling me I'm yours. Which one's the real Nico? Do you even know? I could answer that question, but I'm not particularly into being psychoanalyzed by my captive. I have water, I say, lifting the same bottle I brought in hours ago. I'm not thirsty. She could at least put some effort in selling that pile of bullshit. What's happened to you, Ava? You become a terrible liar. She tosses a scowl at me, which I ignore. Be smart about this. When someone says they'll eventually kill you, do you think a liquid strike is an effective countermeasure? I hate it when you make sense. Logic tends to anger the irrational. I pat the mattress beside me. Sit down and don't argue with me. She doesn't argue, but when she barely sits her ass on the edge with her back to me, I'm pissed. I'm not living this way for another hour, much less however long I decide to keep her here. Hooking an arm around her waist, I drag her onto the bed and flip her onto her back. Sit up so you don't drown. If looks could kill, I'd be dead. But she does as I ask. Once she's in place, I tilt the bottle to her lips and she guzzles half of it down. I don't get a thank you. She licks her lips and smirks. Sorry. Thanks for not killing me tonight. I'll let that one slide. I tip the rest of the water bottle up, letting her finish it while I drown myself in a more 80-proof version. Are you hungry? She shakes her head. Can I ask you a question? Depends on what it is. You said before that a contract was put out on my life. Who ordered it? A moment of silence passes. Ava. Please, Nico. If I'm going to die anyway, don't you think I deserve to know who put all of this in motion? Fair enough. But answer some things for me first. Like what? Why did you destroy me? Why did you ruin my one chance at being happy? Why do you do it? Why do you sell your body and allow other men to have you like that, especially after... There's already a sick feeling in my stomach, telling me I don't want to hear the answer, but I can't stop myself. You're not theirs to touch. A lot of things changed after you left. I tense at her choice of words, and she quickly corrects herself. I mean, after my father sent you away. I may have been young and innocent once, but I wasn't stupid. I knew what my father was, but after everything happened, I gave up fighting. Hope didn't exist for me anymore. You couldn't have been hopeless with your clothes on? Again, Ava tenses, still refusing to look at me. Do you know my mother was a stripper at 7? That's how she met my father. He was a monster even back then, but Mom believed he was her dark knight. You know, the one in the fairy tales who whisks the princess away from whatever pile of shit she's fallen in. She tilts her chin my way. Even though marrying into the Bratva ended up killing her, I thought I'd give it a shot. Maybe a dark knight might whisk me away too. Her teeth catch her bottom lip and she shakes her head. Or maybe when you're treated like a damaged toy your whole life, that's all you think you are. Holy shit. I expected a response like, I did it as a giant fuck you to my father. But her soul-wrenching confession is almost more than I can process. I want to take her in my arms and soothe the pain away, but I can't. That's not who I am anymore, and the parts of me that used to hate her for it are starting to look inward, and I don't like it. So, what about you? She asks, quickly changing the subject. How'd you end up as a contract assassin? I shrug again. Not much to tell. Once I escaped your father's medieval accommodations, I hauled my ass out of the States as fast as I could. I had no idea what to do. The only life I knew was Bratva in prison, and the only skill I had was aiming a gun. A few odd jobs led me to Moscow, where I met a guy who was a mercenary. He brought me in, and an old friend from my past landed us a contract job from a man in New Orleans. Clement Devereaux, she says quietly. It was a hit on a Colombian arms dealer, and it went off without a hitch until my associate and I were captured. We only made it out alive because I took every fucking one of those assholes out by hand. When I returned to Moscow, I found out my friend had orchestrated the whole thing as a test. Dagger was already a Cavalier and wanted to bring me in. I was pissed, but then Clement called offering me the deal of a lifetime. A spot at his table. The chance to be one of the infamous Shadow Horsemen. A man who by definition doesn't even exist. The contract required a signature in blood, and I couldn't slice a vein fast enough. I pull my empty glass to my mouth to stop any more words from coming out of it. What in the hell just happened? I've never told that story to anyone. Clement is a ruthlessly private man, and spilling information could get me killed. Damn it, she did it again. Storytime is over, I growl, slamming the glass on the nightstand and rolling over. Go to sleep. I flinch when I feel her bound hands on my back. You promised you'd tell me who put the hit on me. I said go to sleep. No. Stop keeping secrets. You owe me the truth. The force in her voice almost makes me roll back over, but it's her words that fuel the fire. I don't owe you shit. I almost turn away when the texts on her phone pop in my head. However, as far as secrets go, I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. She snorts and flops onto her back. Yeah, so the minute I do, you can kill me. Ava, I've told you, if I wanted you dead, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I wait for another smart-ass comment, Maybe an attempt to play me again, or at the very least, some petulant display of defiance. Instead, there's an awkward silence before she draws her knees up against her naked breasts and lets out an unsure breath. I'm being blackmailed. Well, fuck me, she did it. By who? Ava drops her forehead against her knees. 7 was raided. Not a big deal. We're used to it. But this time it was the FBI. An agent caught me right after... Well, he arrested me, all right? He arrested you for prostitution. It happens. I keep my voice even, trying like hell not to tip my hand. Not to me. The cops around here don't mess with my father. And in turn, they don't mess with me. This agent kept saying he could save me, that he could get me out of this life. But I just laughed. I'm not stupid, Nico. No one can hide from Sergei Chernov. No matter what they promise, or how careful they think they are. He'll find me. So I refused. What changed? They mentioned Yuri. The instant she says his name, her body coils, and her fingers gnarl. I don't know what happened, but I broke. I finally broke and told them I did it. It was a confession right there on tape. They had me. After 8 years, she finally admits the truth. I thought I'd feel a rush of vindication, but all that's churning inside me is an overwhelming need for her to come clean about everything. And this is where the blackmail comes in. Ethan, that's the agent. He said he couldn't ignore my confession, or what had been covered up, but he could give me leniency if I gave him my father. I can't take my eyes off her damn hands. That's all. You didn't say anything about me. No, she says, propping her chin on her knee and weaving her index fingers together. Why would I say anything about you? I didn't even know you were here until 2 days ago. She's lying. I want to grab those fingers and break them one by one. Stop talking to the feds, Ava. She rears back like I've slapped her. I can't. What if somehow my father finds out Sergei was the one who put the hit out on you? You wanted to know. There it is in all its fucked up glory. All the color drains from her face. Why would he do that? Why does your family do anything? To save your own asses. I know I'm taking this truth thing to an extreme, but let's be honest. She deserves it. Although she's looking kind of gray, so I take it down a notch. He knows you're talking. Who told him? You did. Never get in a strange car right outside your apartment, Ava. You always add in 3 or 4 stops. It's common sense. I thought you said by definition, Les Cavaliers de l'Ombre didn't exist. How did my father know to contact you? Good question. Something I'd ask Clement if I weren't having this conversation with a dead woman. Maybe he has a little black book of contract killers. I expect her to flip out on me, but she's eerily calm. If I don't give the feds something on my father, this is going to blow up in our faces. They're going to come after me. I don't want to admit it, but what she's saying makes a lot of sense. Still, after what I saw in those texts, I'm not willing to risk it. This is not up for discussion. Nico, I have to go to the club, she says, slightly panicked. My father lives and breathes that place. If I'm going to find something on him, it'll be there. Trust me on this. Trust isn't given, pchelka. It's earned, and you have a long way to go and a lot of secrets to spill. You're still holding something back. Come clean and I'll think about it. I don't tell her I already know what that something is. Her golden eyes blaze like the hellcat I accused her of being earlier. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Frustrated, she stretches out her legs and slides down the mattress, rolling away from me to face the wall. I watch the pale skin on her back expand as she slowly inhales and then sighs it out. Look, we both have to take a leap of faith, Nico. If not, kill me right here. I should, but I don't. Instead, I let her scoot her naked ass against my dick, and sometime during the night, an unseen force drapes my arm across her chest. In the early hours of the morning, that same force buries my face in her thick, mangled hair. When I wake up, I realize I don't have to take a leap of faith. I've already been pushed off the cliff.
Chapter 17. Ava. It's morning. I still have no concept of time, but the bright sunshine on my face is unmistakable. My lashes involuntarily flutter, so I squeeze my eyes, fighting the inevitable as a new day nudges me awake. For the first time in 8 years, I wish the sun to disappear and darkness to return. That's because for the first time in 8 years, I didn't dream of Yuri. Last night I slept in peaceful nothingness because the only man who has ever mattered held me tightly against his chest as his protective arm wrapped around me like a shield, keeping the monsters in my nightmares in hell where he belongs. I can't help but smile. Nico can tell himself he hates me all he wants when he's awake, but his body betrays him when he's asleep. Somewhere deep inside the layers of self-built walls, the man that a naive 16-year-old girl fell in love with still exists.
Trust isn't given, pchelka. It's earned. And you have a long way to go and a lot of secrets to spill. You're still holding something back. Come clean and I'll think about it.
My smile falters as his words from last night haunt me. I'll gain his trust, but it won't be by giving him what he wants. There are some secrets I'll take to my grave. Nothing is worth admitting them. Even to him.
Well, this is certainly an interesting turn of events.
My eyes pop open to find a blonde man dressed in jeans and a Miami Heat t-shirt, standing with his arms crossed at the foot of the bed. There's no weapon in sight, but that doesn't stop the scream from tearing from my lungs. Shooting straight up, Nico grabs a gun from underneath his pillow, going from unconscious to ready to strike in the blink of an eye.
What? What's wrong?
All I can do is raise my bound arms and point. Nico swings the gun and aims it at the intruder, who stands there smirking.
Doc,
Nico mutters, lowering the gun and raking a hand across his face.
I almost shot your dick off.
The blonde man shrugs.
Painful, but not a kill shot. If that is where you shoot all your enemies, I understand why you need my help. You have too many pissed-off, dickless men chasing you. How the hell did you get in my house, Mick?
The man holds up a keyring.
You gave me keys, remember? Your text said to be here at 8 a.m. I knocked for 20 minutes before I used them.
The smirk on his face twitches, and his gaze shifts a few inches below my chin.
However, I can see why you may have overslept.
Nico and I both glance down, and he lets out a string of curses before jerking the sheet over my naked breasts.
Look at her again, and I really will shoot your dick off.
The man chuckles under his breath.
Understood.
Nico's expression borders on homicidal as he throws the sheet off him. Resisting the urge to lick my lips, I watch as he sits on the edge of the bed and pulls on a pair of jeans from the floor. Standing, he rakes a hand through his hair and motions toward me.
Mikhail, meet Ava. The pleasure is all mine, princessa.
Mikhail walks toward me and extends his hand. Before I can let go of the sheet, Nico grabs the edge and yanks it so hard my arms are pinned underneath it, wrapping me in a linen cocoon.
The pleasure, comrade,
he growls, his temper on the edge of snapping.
Is actually all mine, so keep your fucking hands to yourself.
Instead of being offended, Mikhail seems even more amused.
Of course.
Twirling the keyring around his finger, he dips his chin at me and winks again.
Lovely to meet you, Ava. I am sure I will be seeing more of you soon.
I don't have a chance to respond before the door closes behind him. My mind goes into overdrive. What does he mean? I whisper. You wouldn't. The thought is so horrible I can't say it out loud. Nico lifts an eyebrow.
Ava, I've been accused of being many things in my life, but generous isn't one of them. I've told you I don't share. That includes money, information, and most of all women. As far as Mick goes, he's all talk. He enjoys getting a reaction out of people, so deny him one and he'll shut up.
I let out an audible sigh, the knot in my stomach slowly untangling.
Besides, I don't make idle threats,
he says, shoving his foot in his boot.
If he touches you, I'll blow his dick off, providing some alligator a very small lunch.
I can't help the giggle that bubbles up. I bury it behind my arm as Nico pulls on a t-shirt and grabs his gun. Running a hand through his thick, dark hair again, he heads for the door. Wait! He stops and glances over his shoulder.
I have shit to do, Ava.
I get it, but I'd like to get dressed too. Can't you cut this off now? I hold up my bound wrists like an offering.
I told you no clothes.
And this? I raise my arms higher.
It stays.
His words hit hard. The connection when we talked last night felt real. I could sense the outer layer of his walls start to crack. But sometime during the night it iced over, reverting him into the man who almost choked me to death. But after last night, clearing the emotion from my voice, I start over. We slept in the same bed and I didn't go anywhere. Doesn't that count for something?
Nothing happened last night, Ava. I came down your throat. You can't tell me that doesn't happen to you on a regular basis.
I flinch, his words as painful as if he'd slapped me. A shadow crosses Nico's face, but before either of us can say a word, he stomps out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I'm still in shock when I hear voices on the other side of the door. I don't know if it's out of curiosity, survival, or outright sadism, but I crawl out of bed, stark naked, and tiptoe to the door. Softly pressing my ear against it, I make out each of their voices.
I thought you hated her,
Mikhail says, his tone slightly accusatory.
I do. If that's how you treat your enemies, remind me to never piss you off.
Nico growls, his patience paper thin.
Suck my dick.
Mikhail laughs.
My point exactly. I got this, Mick. You have nothing. Sergei is expecting you to deliver what is left of that girl's body to him. When you cannot do it, he will come after you. That is if Clement does not have your head for it first.
What? My heart pummels my chest. Nico talked to my father and didn't tell me? I don't have time for that to hurt as much as it should because it feeds into a more terrifying thought. Nico promised him my dead body.
Who says I can't give it to him?
I bite my arm to keep from screaming.
What the hell is in your head, Nikolai? Things that are going to haunt me for the rest of my life, Mick.
Nico shuffles around, and I think he's moving toward the front door when I hear him change directions. Shit. Screw tiptoeing. I run like the prey I am and jump back on the bed, quickly sliding underneath the sheet just as the door opens. Forget something? I croak.
Yeah, to warn you that Mick is going to stay here with you for a while.
Where are you going?
Not that I owe you an explanation, but I have a job to do. Contrary to what you might think, it doesn't revolve around you.
You talked to Devereaux?
He nods. Last night. As far as he knows, my job here is done, so he gave me another one.
It's irrational, but the thought of Nico stalking another woman pops into my head. I imagine him sneaking into her apartment, climbing on top of her, wrapping his hands around her neck, and then lowering his mouth and kissing her with the same fire on his lips. Dark jealousy streaks across my mind, blotting out any form of common sense. What are you going to do? Bring her here and have two captives?
It's not a woman, Ava. And no, you're the only one.
I sit up straight, the sheet falling to my waist. What does that mean?
You're not a stupid girl. What do you think it means?
I think it means that you just made me an accessory to murder. Nico, don't. I beg, grabbing his arm. Please don't kill whoever this man is. I can't have that on my conscience.
Fine,
he says, his palm reaching out to stroke my cheek.
You choose, pchelka.
Choose what?
Your body for his.
He can't be asking me this. It's cruel. You want me to decide if you take my life or his? His hand slips into my hair.
No, I want you to decide if I take your body instead of taking this man's life.
I close my eyes. Neither one leads me out of this room, does it?
Your freedom was never an option.
His hand tightens in my hair, and I wince.
Choose.
His coldness triggers my own. Opening my eyes, I glare at him. A whore or a corpse? Your seduction skills are truly astounding.
A trait you've already tasted.
That's a direct hit, intended to knock me off balance, and it works. I lower my chin.
So you've made your choice.
Not remotely, but speaking either option out loud will damn someone, and I refuse to play his mind game. It doesn't matter, though. He knows I won't sell my soul to save my dignity.
You're mine now, Ava.
Nico whispers, pulling my hair back so I'm forced to look up at him. You've said that already.
But now you've willingly given yourself to me. This.
His hand slips under the sheet, and he slides a single finger between my legs.
This belongs to me now. If I want to fuck it, you will bend over and take my cock. If I want to taste it, you will spread your legs and beg for my tongue. If I want to touch it, you will ride my fingers until you scream. Do we understand each other?
I should be scared. His cold words should offend me. I should rescind my decision and deny him. But I don't, because I want everything he said and more. Nico, whose life did I save?
Does it matter?
He says, a cruel smile dancing on his lips. Long after the front door slams, I'm still sitting in the same spot on the bed, naked and hanging my head in shame. Who have I become? 2 weeks ago, my biggest choice in life was between plain or ribbed condoms. Now, with a few seductive words, I'm playing God with people's lives I don't even know. I'm in over my head, and whether he wants to believe it or not, so is Nico. We're both keeping a piece of the puzzle in our pockets, and without them, neither of us will ever see the entire picture. Like I told Ethan, I don't believe in destiny. Things happen in life for a reason, and that reason is usually a person with a motive. Ethan. Oh shit, I forgot about Ethan. I have no doubt he's been blowing up my phone. If I don't talk to him soon, or get to 7, everything could go to hell. The longer I'm with Nico, the more I'm putting everyone at risk. I didn't do things right the first time, but that doesn't mean I can't do them now. Kicking off the sheet, I search the room until I find what I'm looking for. Balling the sock up, I shove it in my mouth and step back to give myself plenty of room. Taking a deep breath, I raise my arms over my head and let out as I jerk my hands downward, slamming them against the upper part of my abdomen while swinging my elbows behind me. It hurts like a son of a bitch, but the sock muffles most of my scream. It takes 3 more times before the locking blade snaps and the ties fall off my wrists. Before I can change my mind, I spit out the sock and search through the drawers again. I am nothing but a blur of movement as I throw on one of Nico's worn black t-shirts and a pair of green boxer shorts, the waistband rolled as high as it will go. Shoes are pointless, so I retrieve the sock and its match and slip them on. I don't know why I bother trying the window. Of course, it's bolted shut. It looks like there's only one way out, and it's past my overgrown Russian babysitter. With my heart racing, I gently crack the bedroom door open and glance around the living room. Nothing. Mikhail? I whisper. Nothing. Crossing my fingers, I step into the living room to find a sleeping Mikhail sprawled out on the couch. I want to let out a sigh of relief, but I can't risk the noise, so I hold my breath and tiptoe to the door. Just as I reach for the knob, I hear movement on the couch. Oomph.
Nice. Tits.
I freeze and turn to find him still sound asleep, his hand now rubbing the bulge in his jeans. This time I let out that sigh as I turn the knob and step outside. Perv. Looking around, all I can see is grass. I remember Nico telling me that nobody could hear me scream because there wasn't anything or anyone around for miles. When I was younger, I could run a mile in less than 7 minutes. Without shoes and a substantial reserve of energy, that time may be hard to match. Deciding to go right, I start off in a jog, then break into a full-out run for my life. Freedom doesn't come for those racing at the back of the pack.
Chapter 18. Nico. Contacts are always useful in my line of work. That's why after one call to the Miami medical examiner, I delivered pieces of an already deceased redhead Jane Doe to Sergei before lunch without getting my hands dirty. Some say that's heartless. I say it's efficient. Problem number 1 solved. Now I'm having a beer at a small bar in Port St. Lucie, a boring town 40 miles east of Okeechobee, when a text comes through solving problem number 2. It's done. Smiling, I drop my phone on the bar and lift my mug in a toast. Porystruzno ne будет grusno. An older woman next to me, showing way too much leg for her age, wrinkles her nose at me. Normally I'd be pissed at such a blatant show of disrespect, but I'm feeling generous today. Russian proverb, I say, tilting my mug toward her. In English it means many hands make light work. Her eyes lock on the tattoos covering my hands and neck, and she twists her chair around until all I see is her back. The fuck? This is exactly why I never talk to people. You have one thing go your way, and some bitch still living in a decade that's past her by 25 years ago shits all over it. Here's another one for you, I offer. Sosimo hui suka. It means suck my dick, bitch. She lets out a small squeak. Slowly reaching into her purse, she slides a $20 bill on the table and slips out of the chair, walking calmly until she's almost to the door, then takes off like she was shot out of a cannon. Lifting my mug again, I down what's left of my beer. Many hands make light work. Damn right they do, especially when one of those hands drips with blood so that mine can uphold a recently bartered agreement. Technically, I didn't kill that border-smuggling oil tycoon in Laredo. I simply cashed in a favor from someone even more lethal than myself. A man who has the power to make Sergei Chernov both kiss his ass and then piss himself. Before Clement came for me, I took a job no one else wanted. A hit on a cartel kingpin's wife. I followed it straight to Mexico City. The target was a woman. I had her long red hair and creamy pale skin in my scope. Then suddenly my mind saw Ava standing there in the crosshairs, and I hesitated. When the barrel of a gun pressed to the back of my skull, I simply released the trigger and waited. I'll never forget the thick Spanish accent that followed. What's her name? I don't waver. Ava. The head of the Carrera cartel knew why I didn't pull that trigger and spared my life because of it. He asked who ordered the hit, and I told him. That Italian asshole died within hours, along with any knowledge of my involvement. I glanced down at the text again before deleting it. Sparing Valentin Carrera's wife started a chain of events that led to a point where a killer could keep his word to his boss and his captive. I'm about to order another beer when my phone rings. My good mood tanks when I see who's calling. What happened? I snapped. I had no idea, Mikhail says, his voice choppy and frantic. She was naked, yes? You, how do you say, you zipped her hands? Yes, why? I thought, the girl is naked and tied. She is stuck in your room. There is no way she would come out to face me that way. I fell asleep. You did what? I roar, and the entire bar goes silent. Lowering my voice, I speak the words through clenched teeth. Where is she, Mick? I do not know. I have driven around the area, but I think I went in a circle. How long has she been gone? 20, maybe 30 minutes. Fuck, I yell, slamming my phone on the bar. Tossing whatever bills I have in my wallet next to it, I pick it back up and shove my way out the door. There's only one place she could have gone, and if I'm wrong, we're both fucked. After driving back to Okeechobee in less than 30 minutes, I make a ride onto the dirt road. Killing the engine at least 250 yards away, I walk the rest of the way to the whitewashed old farmhouse that sits about 5 miles east of my own. Milton Jennings, the only neighbor within 10 miles, a retired old asshole who, if he knows what's good for him, slammed the door right in her face. Pulling my gun, I climb the rickety steps to the front porch and press my ear against the door. Immediately I hear her voice. It's faint, but unmistakable. How dare she? One more squeeze and she'd be dead. I almost killed her. But I stopped because of some fucked up memory of a girl I used to know. I fooled myself into thinking maybe she still loved me. Maybe somehow I could let go of the past. Maybe this time I could keep her safe, tucked away where no one could find her. What a goddamn idiot. My escalating rage breaks my control like an eroded dam. Pulling my leg back, I slam the heel of my boot into the door with such force, the rotted wood shatters beneath it. I hear Ava scream my name, but I'm not interested in her right now. Old man Jennings is standing behind the counter in his kitchen, reaching beneath him when I aim the gun at his head. I wouldn't do it if I were you, Jennings. I promise I'm a faster and more accurate shot. The man's weathered face hardens and he stands. What do you want, Franco? We're just having coffee. I glance at the 2 mugs sitting in front of him and grip the gun even tighter. Coffee. I turned Highway 70 into the fucking Autobahn, making myself crazy wondering if she was hurt or lost, or, God forbid, found by her father, and they were sitting here having coffee. What did she say? Nothing much. Lowering my gun, I pull the trigger, exploding the glass coffee pot into 1,000 pieces. Jennings lets out a yelp and covers his face. That was for lying to me. The next one will draw blood. Okay, he says, holding his hands in the air. She told me you kidnapped her from Miami and was holding her prisoner in your house. Those cuts on her wrists and ankles were pretty convincing. Did she call anybody? Nico. I swing the gun toward Ava. You shut up. She lowers her eyes, and I level the gun back on Jennings. Yeah, I let her use the phone, and she called someone. I knew it. What did she say? I need exact words, Jennings. He squints as if he's thinking hard. She called someone named Ethan. Told him she needed more time to get what he wanted. I guess she was listening for a few minutes, 'cause after that, all she did was repeat the words 3 days. I glance at Ava, who's still staring at her feet. Did she now? That's it, Franco. I don't want no part of this. I moved out here to avoid all this shit. He waves his hand toward Ava. Take her with you, but leave me alone. Well, you're half right. One more thing, Jennings. I keep both of them in my sights as I ask the most important question. Did she say anything else about me? He shrugs. Just that you used to work for her father. Oh, and that your name's not Garrison Franco. It's Nico Gaharis. Thank you, Jennings. You've been very helpful. The smile doesn't fully form on his face before I pull the trigger. The bullet tears through his skull, spraying the walls and Ava in his blood before he hits the floor. I know Ava's in shock because she's not moving. She's staring at his dead body like she's caught in another one of her nightmares. She's not far off. I'm across the room before she opens her mouth. Grabbing her arm, I drag her toward the front door while she stares over her shoulder at the bloody mess. I keep my eyes focused in front of me, unable to stand seeing the blood splatter across her face. He didn't do anything, Nico. He just tried to help me. I jerk her forward, and she tumbles out the door. Then I guess it's your fault he's dead, isn't it? Ava doesn't say another word the whole walk back to the car, which is fine with me. There's nothing I have to say right now she'll want to hear. Shoving her in the passenger seat, I buckle her in and press my lips against her ear. Jerking on the strap, I growl. Don't even think about jumping out of this car. Mikhail leaps off the couch as I kick the door open. Pointing my gun at him, I swing it toward the open exit. Get out. He doesn't hesitate, glaring at Ava as he passes her on his way out. Once we're alone, Ava holds one hand in front of her and backs up. Nico, please, let me explain. Explain what? That you betrayed me again? That you revealed my identity to a stranger? You don't understand, she begs. I had no choice. I have to get back. To who? Ethan? The name pours like acid from my lips. What? No. I mean, yes, but not like... Her voice trails off as I press the barrel of my gun against her forehead. Immediately her breathing becomes heavy and her eyes grow dark. Keeping the gun against her head, I pull out my knife and pop the blade. Where were you going, pchelka? Back to the pole? Back to taking your clothes off for other men? Do you need a fucking reminder of who you belong to now? What do I have to do, Ava? Carve my initials into your goddamn skin? She licks her lips, her eyes on the blade. Yes. What? Rearing back, I stare at her, noticing how fast her eyes dilated. Do it, she whispers. Her words throw gasoline on an already lit fire. Don't fucking tempt me, Ava. Ava steps forward as if there's not a loaded Glock pressed against her skull. Holding my eye, she tilts her head and runs her tongue down the flat end of the knife. And I come unhinged. Roaring, I lunge until she's backed against the kitchen table. I drop the gun and wrap a hand around her throat, pushing her down until her back is flat against it. Pulling the huge t-shirt up, I shred it with my knife, and it falls to each side, opening her like a prize. Her heart is beating so fast I can see it. Part of me wants to carve my initials in the damn thing, but I settle on the beautiful mounds above it. Fleshly, soft, perfect. Tell me to stop. It's her last chance. She either takes it or suffers the consequences of her words. Instead of taking the out I've given her, she shakes her head and closes her eyes. I see black. It's like I'm locked behind a wall, and all I can hear are my own curses and Ava's screams. When the darkness subsides, the first thing I feel is warmth. Looking down, I trail a finger through the blood as it drips down her ribcage. I follow it up to her once perfect breasts. I trace the N carved into the right one, then move to the left and trace the jagged G. Branded, marked, owned. Strip all you want, pchelka, but no one will look. You wear the mark of a killer now. My mouth collides with hers, and in seconds our heated kiss becomes riotous chaos. Her moans are a diabolical chant in my ear, and the taste of her lips is deadly poison on my tongue. If indulging in both sends me to hell, then I'll gladly hunger for death. I tear off my own shirt and suck on her bottom lip, sinking my teeth into the delicate skin. Ava groans my name, lust radiating off her in waves. I feel alive as my perfect, fucked-up goddess writhes underneath me, begging for destruction as the blood from her newly created brand smears across my chest. I slide my hand down her stomach and under the waistband of the boxers she stole. The moment I touch her pussy, she arches her back and throws her arms over her head to grip the opposite end of the table. You're soaked, I growl against her lips. In response, she bucks her hips, and I appease her, circling her clit with my thumb while my finger teases her with shallow thrusts. Does blood make you wet, Ava? When she doesn't answer, I pinch her clit. I asked you a question. Yes, she gasps, spreading her legs wider for me. Slowly, I sink my finger back inside her along with the second and drag my tongue along her neck. Do knives get you off? Her hips move in time with my hand. Yes. I had it all wrong. Ava Chernova isn't a mindless puppet. She's a brilliantly depraved succubus hiding behind her own desires. And the one question I have left will draw her out. Did watching me kill that old man make you want to fuck, pchelka? I glance up as she clamps her mouth shut, her body tensing. She can't deny it to herself, but she'll never lie to me again. I pump my hand hard, and Ava screams, panting out a chorus of pleas for mercy. But there will be none. Not until I get what I want. Did watching me kill make you want to fuck, pchelka? I repeat. She's right there. I can feel her body answer as her pussy contracts around my fingers. I drive in hard one more time, then stop. Nico, please. Tears escape the corners of her eyes as she twists her hips in need of the release I've denied her. Say it. Yes, she screams. Yes, I'm a sick, evil shit just like my father. I wanted you to take me right there in his house. Is that what you want to hear, asshole? Her admission is the key that finally unlocks the cage. Starved and kept prisoner for so long, the monster gnashes its teeth and roars with hunger. It needs to be fed, and she's the offering. Once I rip the boxers off her, I resume my brutal thrust, lowering my head between her legs as the monster feasts. Oh, fuck, Nico. Her cries are nothing but a symphony in my head, playing on repeat as I devour her. The taste of her is addicting, and the more I have, the more I want. Wrapping my lips around her clit, I pump my fingers one last time before sucking it into my mouth and biting down. Ava screams so loud her voice shatters, and her body violently convulses around me. When she finally stops shaking, she collapses on the table, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Who are you? She whispers. You know who I am, Ava. I stand between her legs, licking my lips. You just don't want to see it. But you will, I say, trailing my damp hand across her thigh. With a twist of my hand, I flip her over on her stomach and drag her to the edge of the table. Keeping one hand on her back, I rip open my jeans and shove them down my thighs. Grasping the base of my hard cock, I give it a few strokes before pressing the head against her entrance. She sucks in a sharp breath, and I lean down against her ear. Mine, I whisper, before sinking into her in one hard thrust. Ava cries out my name, her knees buckling. Groaning, I close my eyes and breathe. It's the calm before the storm. I've waited 8 long years to feel her tight walls grip my cock, and I want to soak in every moment of it. But the monster is impatient. He bends my will, delivering a series of vicious drives that force Ava up on her toes. Her nails dig into the table, dragging jagged marks through the dark wood. I smile as she begs for mercy, not because I want to hurt her, but because I know she doesn't mean it. For every plea that falls from her mouth, her hips push back, meeting me thrust for thrust. I'll never let her go. Don't ever fucking run from me again, I snarl, grabbing a handful of her hair. Where do you belong? She gasps for air. With you. Who owns you? I demand, punctuating each word with a slam of my hips. You do. Who do you love, Ava? You. She screams as her body detonates. I love you. Her words trigger my release. Throwing my head back, I roar out her name as I come so hard I can't see. Exhausted, neither one of us dare speak a word as we both sink to the floor. Ava closes her eyes, afraid what she said will set me off, and I close mine, afraid she'll take it back. She's too tempting. Each day I spare her life is another day I risk my own. However, as much as I don't trust her, I can't deny the overpowering need to feel her body submit to my touch, to taste her skin and hear the words I don't deserve. I don't make deals, but against my better judgment, I'll offer her one with a 30-second window. I'll promise her forever, if she promises me everything. She won't like it, but she's smart enough to see this isn't about winning. It's basic survival.
Chapter 19. Ava. I've never felt freer or more vulnerable. It's early morning. I'm lying face down on the mattress, drained but strangely at peace. Under Nico's watchful gaze, I take a shallow breath and close my eyes. The old Ava is dead. She's been replaced by a woman I convinced myself no longer existed, one I foolishly locked away 8 years ago, determined to cleanse myself of the tainted blood running through my veins. After last night, everything has changed. And it's not just because I submitted control of my body to another man, allowing him to draw blood from me. It's because when Nico unleashed his inner monster, so did I. And now that she's out, there's no going back.
Do you want to talk about it?
Nico's fingers thread through my hair, his other hand resting low across my back. Do I? Is the depravity of the act we shared last night dark enough to allow me to speak the words aloud? To admit that after stabbing my stepbrother to death, I became obsessed with knives? That I got myself off night after night to the memory of slicing his flesh open and watching the life spill onto my hands? That the craving for blood became so unbearable that instead of indulging in it, I punished myself. That I absolved myself of all sin and vilified my father because deep down, I knew a more twisted evil dwelled within me. And now, after watching someone I've loved my entire life murder an innocent man in cold blood, do I want to admit that the bloodthirsty creature I've held back for so long reveled in it? To confess I became so overcome with lust I wanted to hurt and be hurt. No, I say, brushing my lips against his warm skin before turning and resting my cheek against his chest. Not yet. He doesn't push me, simply nodding as we lay quietly in the still light of his bedroom. Anyone else would question my sanity, but Nico has always accepted me as I am, flaws and all. Even when I didn't speak up for him when he needed me the most, he still holds me like I'm perfect. Trailing my fingers up his bare chest, I trace the intricate tattoo that starts below his left pectoral muscle. The design is bold, a double-headed crowned eagle holding a scepter in one talon and an orb in the other. In the center of the tattoo is an image of a mounted knight slaying a dragon. It's as terrifying as it is beautiful. What does this mean?
It's the Romanov family crest.
I blink in confusion, my hand stilling its path. But your last name is Geratovsky. I curl my fingers, remembering it isn't anymore. Or Geheres. Forget it, I guess I don't know you as well as I thought I did. Nico chuckles, his chest rumbling against my cheek.
Romanov is my mother's maiden name, and this tattoo is the Romanov family crest. My mother's family came to America when she was 18. Unfortunately for her, they settled in Miami. She felt like a fish out of water, so she sought out other Russians. It wasn't long until she met Vadim Geratovsky. It was love at first sight, and 9 months later I came along.
Somehow I don't think this story has a happy ending.
My father told her he managed a club, although he neglected to say what kind.
A strip club.
Not just any strip club, pchelka. My father managed 7. He was an unfaithful, drunk son of a bitch who beat the shit out of my mother on a regular basis. She took it, thinking if she let him treat her like a goddamn punching bag, he'd leave me alone.
What happened?
I grew up. That's what happened. When I was 17, I came home from school to find her beaten half to death with a whiskey bottle. Before he could sober up, I pumped 5 bullets in the motherfucker.
I press my lips against him as his body shakes with anger.
I was about to take my mom to the hospital when a car pulled up outside the house.
The police?
Worse. Your father. It seems mine had been laundering money for him, and the whiskey had gotten them both on the feds' radar. Sergei had come to get rid of him, and I beat him to the punch. He was so impressed he offered to fix up my mom and hide my dad's body on one condition.
You come work for him, I say quietly. His shift in breathing is my answer. So that's how he ended up working for my father. As much time as we spent together when I was young, I suddenly realized how little Nico spoke of his past, and how little I thought to ask. I still don't understand how you ended up with the name Geheres.
When I joined Les Cavaliers de l'Homme, Clement felt it was best to sever my ties with the outside world. After everything that had happened, I was more than ready to start over, so once I signed the contract, Nikolai Geratovsky died, and Nico Geheris took over.
And the tattoo?
To remind me who I am and where I came from. No matter what name I call myself, I'll always be a man who will do anything to protect the people he loves.
Do you ever see your mom?
Only once,
he divulges, a strain in his voice.
After I made it out of Sergei's prison, I hid her in North Carolina. But when I left for Moscow, somehow your father found her. He sent her a letter saying as long as I hunted him, he would hunt me. Once I made it out of Colombia and joined Les Cavaliers, I took her somewhere she couldn't be found and never visited her again. It was for her own safety.
Must have been hard for her. There's a faraway look in his eyes.
My mom is resilient. Besides, there's enough swamp to keep her feeling at home and enough eyes on her to keep me sane.
I want to ask more, but when Nico's lips press tightly together and his hand falls from my hair, I know the discussion is over. He's finished sharing, and if I push him, I'll break this truce we've built. Continuing my exploration of his body, I run my hands down his rib cage and up his sides, enjoying the soft grunts as his erection swells against my stomach. When my fingertips brush over a rough dip in his shoulder, I stop. Lifting my head, I rub the spot again, feeling the dented and bumpy scar tissue that mingles his perfect ink. Battle scars? I ask, skimming my thumb over the obvious bullet wound.
Friendly fire.
I lift my chin in shock, smacking his arm as I catch the amused crinkle forming in the corner of his eyes.
Ava, the horsemen are faceless men. No one knows who we really are. Not our names, not our alliances, nothing. There could come a time where our paths cross with an enemy and we have to be prepared to save each other's asses while appearing to be taking them out.
His confession shocks me. So you'll shoot an ally just to kill an enemy? He shifts, careful not to jostle my still tender breasts as he tucks his arm behind his head.
Sometimes you have to take a bullet in a fight to knock your opponent off their game.
Won't you die?
Not if the bullet misses anything important.
I stare at him for a moment, still trying to process if he's being a smartass or if the shadow horsemen have a whole toolbox full of screws loose. That's psychotic. He shrugs.
It's the Kansas City Shuffle.
The what?
You know when they look right, you go left?
No, I don't know. I have no fucking idea what he's talking about. I suppose my bewilderment shows because he groans and slaps a hand over his face.
Ava, come on. I know you're sheltered, but you can't tell me you haven't seen Lucky Number 11. It's a classic bait-and-switch movie. See, the Kansas City Shuffle is a con Bruce Willis sets up. It's where the mark knows they're being conned and they think they know how, but they're wrong. When they try to throw a monkey wrench in what they think they've uncovered, bam, they're hit with the real con.
Well, that makes a little more sense. It's basic Bratva tactics. What's that right and left thing?
It's the basis of the con, when your mark is distracted and looks right.
He explains, pausing to point out the window. When I look, he flips us over until I'm flat on my back.
You go left. You strike. You hit.
I run a hand over his thickening beard. Sounds simple. Nico groans and rocks his hips against mine.
It is if it's done right.
And if it's not? He lifts my leg and kisses his way up my inner thigh before dropping it over his shoulder.
Then the bullet doesn't miss.
Chapter 20. Ava. I need to go to 7 today. Nico stops dead in the doorway, the sweat on his forehead dripping over his narrowed eyes. He's holding a bent shovel in one hand and is covered in mud from the lower half of his ripped t-shirt down to his caked brown work boots. I don't have to ask where he's been. I know. He left 3 hours ago, determined to make it look like Milton Jennings never existed. I've been pacing the floor ever since. Dropping the shovel on the porch, he bends down and lets out a low laugh while unlacing one of the boots.
You need your head examined.
Nico, come on, I beg, squatting beside him and untying his other boot. What am I supposed to do? Hide out in this house for the rest of my life while you travel around the country doing hits for Clement Devereaux?
No, we're leaving today.
I lift my head to find him staring at me, his jaw locked and his hands fisted by his side. You're kidding, right? Tell me you're kidding. You said yourself I'm supposed to be dead right now, and you're supposed to be supplying the proof. My father won't let this go. He'll turn every contact you have against you, including your precious Devereaux.
We have to leave thanks to your phone call last night. Your little FBI boyfriend is probably on his way here now.
I leaped to my feet, positive I heard him wrong. I made sure not to stay on the phone more than a minute. It takes at least 3 to trace a landline. He lets out a sardonic laugh and rises to his feet as well.
Yeah, maybe in 1982. You watch too much television, Ava. Everything's electronic now. All he had to do was dial 57 and it triggers a request to the phone company to trace the call. Normally, with the FBI involved, it'd be instantaneous. But since it seems your boy toy has gone rogue on this one, I highly doubt he name-dropped Uncle Sam. For the rest of us, it can take up to 48 hours.
Letting out a harsh breath, he kicks off his boots and tosses them on the porch beside the shovel.
I'd say pack your shit, but you don't have any.
Where the hell are we going? His smile doesn't quite reach his eyes.
You'll find out when we get there.
I'm about to open my mouth for a rebuttal when he reaches a hand over his shoulder and pulls his shirt over his head. My mouth hangs open, completely disconnected from my brain as my eyes trail down the defined V sculpted in his lower abs. In my stupor, all I can manage to do is repeat my request. I need to go to 7 first. The anger in his voice is palpable.
After all this, you want to sneak into your father's club, get your counter blackmail, and meet your boyfriend in 2 days. Is that it?
Will you get over yourself? I yell. Ethan is not my boyfriend. Before those gray eyes turn any greener with jealousy, no, he's never touched me. It's not like that.
I'm not fucking jealous,
he grumbles, pushing past me toward the shower. Following him, I cross my arms and glare at him as he unbuttons his jeans. What would you have done if I'd said we'd slept together? Nico looks up, not an ounce of hesitation on his face.
Buried him alive.
I rest my case. Risking waking the monster, I take another step and place a hand on his chest. Look, I need to end this. I'll take care of what has to be done, talk to Ethan, and we'll be free.
That doesn't mean Clement still won't kill me when he finds out I lied.
Let me go to 7. Trust me. There's a whole house of cards inside that club waiting to fall. He shakes his head and twists to turn on the water.
We won't get within 50 feet of that place.
Okay, plan A failed. Time for plan B. Dimitri doesn't work during the day, I say, unbuttoning the first 2 buttons on the oversized men's shirt I'm wearing. He hired a new daytime guy. 2 more buttons, and Nico's eyes darken as I part the shirt and reveal his artwork. I can say I'm auditioning, and then slip into the office while you keep everyone distracted.
That's the most ridiculous idea I have ever heard.
Or I could wait for Ethan to track us down. Dropping the shirt on the floor, I press against him and slide my hand inside his jeans. A guttural groan rumbles from his chest as he picks me up and carries us both in the shower, pants and all.
You're going to need a disguise.
I do my best to act nervous. I know these guys. They get off on the fresh-faced, I have to take my clothes off to pay the bills, but I can still suck a dick like a Hoover act. Whether it's true or not, that's what sells around here, so I toss a shy smile over my shoulder and grasp the pole.
Name.
Crap. I almost said my regular stage name. Not that it'd mean much to this guy, but if he repeats it, everything will be blown to hell. Sapphire. My name's Sapphire. Ruby, sapphire, diamond, what's the damn difference? The skinny man in the shadows waves his hand. On with it. I like my song selection to make a statement, so as the beginning beats of Buck Cherry's Crazy Bitch play, I complete a full swing around the pole. Usually I'd let my hair fall back, but I'm not 100% confident this brunette wig won't go flying across the bar. As the tempo picks up, so does my speed. Eventually I hook a leg around the pole, spinning as I climb. It's like riding a bicycle. If the bicycle is made of vertical steel and you're balancing on it upside down and naked. I perform my usual routine with ease, spinning, sliding, twirling, climbing, and crawling my way to perfection. I end with a standing split against the pole, smiling as I pick up the fallen pieces of my costume and face the new manager. He's not happy. Sweetheart, I don't know what kind of other clubs you've auditioned at, but I need to see those tits before I hire you. Fuck. I lower my lashes and sneak a quick glance to the back of the club, where Nico stands smirking like a motherfucker. I can't take my bra off yet. I had a boob job and the wounds are still healing. Scooping up my breasts in both hands, I give them a little jiggle. Have to keep them supported until the stitches dissolve. God, he'll never believe that. The creepy new manager tilts his head, first right, then left. Doctor did a good job. Nice full C cup. They're a D, but whatever, asshole. So does that mean... I lift my eyebrows in mock hope. You start tomorrow night. Be here at 1 p.m. to sign paperwork. I can't stop the grin breaking across my face. That's perfect. I'll just go in the back and change. I catch Nico's eye one more time, and he nods, moving into position to guard the hallway as I slip behind the curtain. Necessity breeds speed, so I change faster than any woman on the face of the earth. Keeping my head down, I listen to the unfortunate sound of my forgotten stripper heels clicking against the wood as I make my way through the deserted hallway. Thankfully, it's the middle of the day, and the adult entertainment industry operates on the sleep schedule of a newborn baby. Other than the unlucky dancers who pulled the lunchtime shift short straw, it's a given fact that if the sun's up, they're not. And today I counted on it. Stopping outside the closed door, I blow out a harsh breath and place a hand over my stomach to calm the hurricane of nerves brewing inside. Forcing a blank expression, I push the door open. We need to talk, I say, long red hair spilling down my back as I pull the brown wig off and step inside.
Chapter 21. Nico. Ava shoots me a death glare while performing one hell of an impressive tap dance around the manager's question. I can't take my bra off yet. I had a boob job, and the wounds are still healing. She lifts them up, still covered by the yellow rhinestone bra. Have to keep them supported until the stitches dissolve. My smug smile is hidden by the shadows. Nice save, pchelka. If I have anything to say about it, she'll never return to the pole. It doesn't matter, though. She can show those tits to the world, and they'll still bear my name. Because they're mine. She's mine. As soon as the asshole offers her a job, Ava's practically vibrating. She looks ready and eager, whereas I'm just ready for her to get in and get the hell out. I don't like her being enclosed in a room where there's a chance I can't get to her before someone else does. The thought plagues me, filling my mind with images of Ava screaming in pain, fighting for her life while another man tries to take it. Just like you plan to, a little voice whispers in my head. While true, it doesn't lessen my anger. If anything, it fuels it. I know what thoughts ran through my mind, what plans I had for making her suffer right up until the very end. I'm not ashamed of who I am, and I don't regret it. If I hadn't been hell-bent on making Ava pay for her sins, I wouldn't have realized my own. I never opened my eyes and saw past my own vengeance. But things are different now. Ava's no angel. The woman has as much of the devil coursing through her veins as I do. I don't have to protect her, but I can help her. I know how a killer thinks, so I know how to get in one's head and anticipate his next move. I just need to find out his first one, and I can't do that waiting around in a hallway. I take a quick stock of everything going on around me. The day manager is leaning over the bar, talking to some slutty bartender with his back to me. The bouncer at the door is engrossed in his phone, and other than a bored cocktail waitress, nothing is going on. No one is paying attention to shit. Perfect. Keeping my eyes on them, I back through the hallway toward the office. I stay close to the wall, and thanks to the low lighting, dark shadows hide most of my movements. I'm almost there. A few more steps. Then I slam into a 6'3" brick wall. Pulling my gun out of its holster, I spin around and aim it between the asshole's eyes. The huge man in front of me doesn't flinch. He doesn't even try to disarm me. He simply crosses his arms and glares at me. Put that shit away, Nikolai. You know I can't do that. Blade nods his head. Fair enough. Shifting his torso, he stares blankly at the empty stage. She looked good out there, huh? I have no idea what the hell he's doing. I have a loaded Glock aimed at the man's temple, and he's acting like it's a squirt gun. Usually, I'd respect the hell out of him for it, but I'm too on edge to appreciate anything but the time he's wasting. I guess. Not much into brunettes. The corner of his mouth quirks. Good thing she's a redhead, then. It takes half a second for his meaning to hit. He knows that was Ava. Fuck, I kind of like the guy. I press the barrel of the gun flush against his skull. Blade closes his eyes on a carefully controlled inhale and lets it out slowly. Nikolai, I ain't gonna say again to put that shit away. I'm just trying to talk, but you're really starting to piss me off. Name your price. He cuts his eyes to me. I ain't for sale, asshole. Then leave her out of this. Afraid I can't do that. Been working for her dad a long time. Ever since that girl was barely knee-high. He lowers his palm beside his knee, a sad smile on his face. Quiet little thing. Always scurrying around like a church mouse. I remember. The image of a small, freckle-faced Ava fills my head, and I lower the gun. So quiet sometimes no one even knew she was there. I could stop him, but I don't. I let him talk because I know that girl. My heart hurt for her. She was only 11 when I started working for Sergei. So innocent and scared. Barely spoke to anyone, spending most of her time hiding up in that damn attic while staring out the window at a world passing her by. That's why I started leaving orange blossoms for her. Someone needed to cheer her up. Now her mama and her stepmama, those two not so quiet. Shame the accidents they had, Blade says, his eyes darkening. Especially after all those young girls started disappearing from 7. My stomach drops. Ava's mother downed a fifth of vodka and drowned in a bathtub when she was 12. I held her hand as they lowered her into the ground. Yuri's mother died in a car accident not long after he was killed. What are you saying, Blade? You ever think Ava didn't talk for a reason, Nikolai? Maybe that little girl was smarter than both those women put together. Why are you telling me this? He shakes his head. Her daddy, Dmitri, me, you, hell, anyone in this business. We all got blood on our hands. None of us are innocent. We knew damn well what we were getting ourselves into, and we did it knowing it was a one-way trip to hell. But that girl back there? He points a thick finger at the curtain where Ava disappeared. She doesn't belong here. Never did. She had a good heart, that one. Then he tainted her and stole that child's innocence. Oh shit. This will kill Ava. You know about what he did, I say quietly. Blade's face doesn't hold the shock I expect. Instead, his eyes seem hollow. Yeah. The question is, do you? Yuri? Unfortunately. There's a pause before Blade spears me with a look filled with so much hate, I take a step back. Not him, Nikolai. Sergei. What are you saying? After you weren't a threat to it anymore? Who do you think put that girl's virginity up on the auction block? We're driving north on I-95 in silence when Ava finally turns to me. Are you all right? I'm fine. You don't look fine. You look like you're about to rip that steering wheel off and beat somebody with it. Only if that person is her father. Mick was right. She's hiding something, but it's not what I thought it was. When I read those text messages on her phone from this Ethan guy about Yuri's murder, I thought she tipped him off after seeing me that first night at 7. I had myself convinced she was trying to get me arrested and fucked over twice. But her secret is so much worse. It's a betrayal deeper than anything I ever thought she'd done to me. A secret so depraved, she remained a slave to it 8 years later. I said I'm fine. I'm just ready to get this shit over with. I need to get back to New Orleans. Oh, right. Of course. She shrugs and looks out her window. You're coming with me. Ava's eyes snap back to mine. I'm sorry. What? You heard me. She's quiet for a moment, then squints as if trying to uncover some diabolical motive. Do you even live in New Orleans? I live everywhere, Ava. Staying in one place for too long is detrimental to my lifespan. And you think that's the kind of life I want? I raise an eyebrow. Because living in a shithouse and fucking random men for money is the American dream? She swallows hard, but her eyes never leave my face. That was a low blow. She's right, but there are too many conflicting emotions battling inside me to dwell on it. So, we went through all this to get you into 7 and you found nothing? Ava glances out the window, tucking her hands in between her knees. No, everything was locked up tight, and I didn't want to risk hanging around. I don't ask any more questions. It's all I can do to keep my eyes on the road and away from her wrists as they twist, her knuckles turning stark white. We ride in silence for the next 30 minutes. By the time we reach Hollywood, I can't take it anymore. Are you hungry? No. I seem to have lost my appetite along with my conscience. Fine, I growl, crossing 2 lanes of traffic to take the nearest exit. When you find them, let me know. I'll be inside feeding the first one and not giving 2 shits about the other. Chapter 22. Nico. Ava's mouth twitches, her fork shaking in her hand. I turn around and follow her gaze outside the diner, where a middle-aged man with graying hair is dragging a little girl by her upper arm across the parking lot. She's small and petite, with long red hair and huge eyes that are full of terror. I can't speak. It's like looking into the past. She's mouthing something to the man holding her, but he doesn't respond, continuing to drag her between a row of cars toward a dark sedan. I hold my breath as she digs her black dress shoes into the pavement beneath the open car door, a hand rising above it before dropping down with unnecessary force. Then comes the scream. Did that asshole just... I turn back around to find Ava out of the booth and running toward the door. Ava! Shit, Ava, wait! I throw some bills on the table and take off after her. When I finally catch up with her, she's standing in the parking lot, her hands fisted by her side, silently mouthing something to herself. What the hell was that? W79QU5, she hisses. What? That's the license plate number. Call whoever you have to call and have them run it. Now. Without another word, she stomps towards the Audi and stands stiffly next to the passenger door until I unlock it. After starting the car, I text the information to Mick, along with a request even I'd consider over the line, and mark both urgent. While I wait for his reply, I tighten my fists around the steering wheel and stare at her. She's glaring ahead, grinding her teeth so hard I wouldn't be surprised if her jaw snapped. You want to tell me why I just spent $40 on a plate of cheese fries and 2 Cokes? I ask. He hit her. I saw. I don't care what that little girl did. She didn't deserve... Ava tilts her chin, casting an accusatory glance at me out of the corner of her eye. Her dress was torn. I didn't notice. I did. The seething hate in her voice is unmistakable, and she clenches her hands together in her lap. I can smell Ava's energy shift from unstable to deadly. My dark goddess has emerged, and she's out for blood. Before I can say anything else, my phone beeps, and I glance down to see a name and an address from Mick, followed by a row of middle finger emojis and a second location. What's this about, Pchelka? Clicking her seatbelt into place, Ava turns her attention toward the road. Drive. Senator George Dresden's house isn't quite a mansion, but it's well beyond what any normal citizen could afford. Thankfully, the Audi blends in with the neighborhood, so when I park it at an empty lot, it doesn't raise any flags. Ava is out of the car before I can turn off the ignition. By the time I catch up with her, I'm out of breath. Will you slow down? You don't even know where the hell you're going. 4832, the big White House-looking one on the corner, right? She throws an arm out, pointing to a house about 50 yards ahead of us that, I'll be damned, does look kind of like the president's Pennsylvania Avenue digs. How did you know that? Some things you just don't forget, she says, reaching a hand out behind her. Give me the gun in your ankle holster. If she were anyone else, I'd call her bluff with a stone face. However, the situation has already thrown me off my game, so I stop in the middle of the street and gape at her. How the hell did you know I have a... Ava sighs, shaking her outstretched hand impatiently. Nico, we were best friends for 5 years. You never go out without at least 2 pieces of backup, your ankle holster being one of them. Trust me, I remember more things about you than you'll ever know. She's right, and I don't know if I hate it or love it. How do I know you won't use it against me? She stomps her foot. Because if I wanted to shoot you, I would have grabbed it as I was untying your shoe this morning when it was 2 fucking inches away from my face. I'm a man of logic. Argue with me out of emotion, and I'll shut down every time. However, present hard, cold facts that can't be disputed, and I have no comeback. I hand her the gun and hope I didn't just fuck up. When Ava gets to the back of the house, she pushes the gate open, stopping when she sees the same little girl from before. She's lying curled up on the lanai under a patio table. I follow behind Ava, who hides her gun behind her back and approaches her slowly as if the little girl's a frightened deer in the woods. Hi, she says, sitting down beside her. I'm Ava. What's your name? Paige, the little girl whispers. The closer I get, the more I see what Ava saw back at the diner. The little girl's dress is torn, and there's a bruise on her cheek. However, it's the way she's holding herself, pain etched across her face and a permanent scar that turned my stomach. I want to shoot my way through every wall and window until I see blood, but Ava seems calmer than ever. It's nice to meet you, Paige. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go inside and talk to your dad for a minute. Can you do me a huge favor and stay here no matter what you hear? Paige nods and Ava smiles. Take your fingers like this and put them in your ears for me. She demonstrates by plugging her ears and Paige mimics her. Perfect. Now stay like that for me, okay? Ava? I ask, but she doesn't hear me. She's already up and through the back door, gun drawn. Yet again I run after her, but when I catch up with her, I lose every breath in my chest. My girl is standing in an enormous black and white stainless steel kitchen, pointing my gun at whom I assume to be Senator Dresden. There's not an ounce of fear in her. She's beautiful, my perfect wicked queen. I fucking love her. Hey, the man says, his lip curling up. I know you. My euphoria plummets. What the hell? I didn't think you'd recognize me. Ava aims the gun between his eyes. You know, since I'm not naked and dripping in blood. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but the words I'm hearing are being drowned out by the sounds of roaring and clawing inside my chest. The man makes a deep sound in his throat. Some things you never forget. The same words Ava said outside. No. A voice in my head roars. No, 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 no. Why her? Ava's voice cracks as her calm facade starts to break. Why Paige? She's an innocent little girl. The senator smiles, his eyes trailing down Ava's body. So were you. Ava doesn't just pull the trigger, she unloads the gun. The first one's a clean shot to the head that takes Dresden down, but she keeps going until all she's doing is clicking a trigger that doesn't fire. Pchelka, I say softly, lowering the gun. He's gone. Ava blinks, her eyebrows drawing together. Paige, she whispers. Spinning around, she runs back to the lanai where Paige still lies curled under the table with her fingers in her ears. As she opens her mouth, the sound of a garage door opening stops her. She looks up at me, and I'm about to grab both of them and run when a blood-curdling scream echoes from inside. Ava turns back to Paige. Does your mommy make you cry like Daddy does? The little girl shakes her head. Does she know? Again the girl shakes her head. Satisfied, Ava puts her finger to her lips and points toward the tattered dress. Our special secret. Lifting her index finger and her thumb to her mouth, she pretends to twist a key. The girl stares at her for a few seconds before smiling and returning the gesture. Don't tell anyone we helped you. Pinky promise? The girl smiles even bigger and curls her little pinky around Ava's. I can't breathe. Memories pummel me from years ago, and I stumble backward. Ava, give me the knife, and I'll make sure nobody ever hurts you again. Hesitantly, she releases the knife, her eyes brimming with tears. I quickly wipe off all traces of her prints on my shirt as she lifts her pinky finger. Promise? Holding the knife by my side, I curl my pinky around hers. I promise. Ava gives the little girl one last wistful glance before she stands, pulling me out the back gate and down the side of the house as the woman's voice screams again. Paige! Oh, thank God! Ava doesn't speak the entire drive back to Fort Lauderdale, which, shockingly enough, I'm okay with. I'm not sure what I'd say if she did. To see Ava's past replay in front of her face like that was almost more than I could handle. It took every ounce of willpower not to take out my knife and cut that motherfucker to pieces myself. She didn't have to say it, and neither did he. I know what he did. I know he was the one. But he was her ghost to slay, not mine. She deserved those bullets. When I pull in the driveway of the modest sand-colored stucco home, a flicker of life finally ignites in her eyes. Where are we? Mikhail's house. He left it unlocked for us. I told you we couldn't stay in Okeechobee anymore. It's too risky. I put Mick up in a hotel, and he's letting us stay here until things die down. The car barely stops before Ava is out and running toward the house. I call after her, but I already know it's no use. A fact proven when she winds her way through unfamiliar surroundings in order to find the bedroom door and slam it. I pace outside, trying like hell to give her privacy, but I can't help remembering that handling shit on her own put her mother 6 feet under. Wondering if Ava's going to react the same almost has me breaking the door down. Eventually, soft crying filters through the living room and I'm done. Ava, I yell, pounding on the door. Open this door or I swear to Christ I'm breaking it down. Please, give me time, she rasps, her voice hoarse. Time. Time is all she's asked for today, and every time I oblige her, more shit happens. More bodies fall. More secrets come out that destroy more of my soul. She begs again until I resume my pacing. I pace for another hour until I can't take it anymore. I'm fucking done. Popping the blade on my knife, I wiggle it around in the lock until it clicks and the spring snaps. When I open the door, I find Ava asleep, curled up on the bed, her arm hanging off the side. That's when I count the marks. 8 in all. Hatred hotter than 1,000 suns burns through me as I walk a slow pace and stand by her. I have no idea what the hell she did, but I do know one thing. She's going to answer for it.
Chapter 23. Ava. I know I'm being watched before I even open my eyes. Maybe it's a sixth sense from being raised in a house where hitmen came and went like couriers of death, but I know he's there. Nico's face is sullen and wary. He's sitting in a chair directly across from the bed, bent over with his elbows resting on his knees, and his hands folded over his mouth. Dark circles underline his eyes, and they're so red it appears as if he's been... No, it can't be. This is Nico Gajeres, ex-Bratva soldier and one of the Les Cavaliers de l'Homme. He's a merciless assassin, a man without a conscience, one who doesn't feel pain. Not his, and definitely not anyone else's. "Hey," I say softly, brushing my fingers over his knee. "You okay?" Nico's gaze lowers to where I'm touching him, and his nostrils flare before he clamps a tight hold around my wrist, tugging it toward him. What the hell? I barely catch myself before I tumble off the mattress.
"Explain this."
He strokes his thumb over the first puffy, jagged scar about 6 inches above the inside of my elbow. All I can do is stare as his strokes become harder, more insistent. I want to tell him. I want to make him see the moment darkness claimed me, but at the same time, I'm terrified he will. It's a scar.
I know that, Ava. How did it get there?
I cut myself. I close my eyes, remembering the sting of the blade as it sliced my skin. It hurt, but the pain was only secondary to the cathartic rush of relief. The power to inflict suffering, even if it were my own, drew more satisfaction than accepting the nothingness I'd become.
Why?
To punish myself for breaking my promise. Nico slides his thumb up another scar, then another, and another. 8 in total, until his hand stills just below my armpit.
And the rest?
1 for each year of penance for the first.
And this?
He tears down the sheet and pulls up my shirt to reveal a 6-inch scar on my pelvis.
Was this penance?
Let go of me, Nico. I fight him with all I have in me as he straddles me. He's holding my wrists, but I thrash and twist, landing one good long scratch across his chest before he pins me flat against the mattress.
God damn it, Ava, tell me the truth. Was this from the man your father sold you to?
Oh, God. He knows. The one secret I've been holding on to for 8 years has gone up in flames, and I'm tied to the stake, left to burn with it. Something inside me snaps. You want the truth? Fine. Yes, Nico, that scar was given to me by the man you had the pleasure of meeting today, the one who paid $500,000 to be the first man to ever fuck me. After you left, Senator Dresden tied me up and beat me with a barbed wire whip so hard my skin split open. Are you happy now? I expect a rush of anger from him, punishment for resisting, and I brace for the impact. When it never comes, I slowly open my eyes to find the redness in his eyes returning, along with an unreadable expression that ignites a fire inside me, one that's ready to incinerate every secret I've ever held.
Sergei killed your mother, didn't he?
I nod. In the kitchen, I watched him smother her with a dish rag. He doesn't say anything in response, only closes his eyes and breathes. Do you know why the attic was always my safe place? I ask. He shakes his head. I used to watch my father and Yuri take girls through the kitchen down into the basement. Those girls never came back up. That's why the basement scared me so much. I thought if I climbed to the highest place I could find, I wouldn't drown.
Heaven and hell,
he says in a rough voice, and I nod.
I should have fought my way back, Ava. I should have come back for you. I didn't know. I thought...
You thought I'd betrayed you, and I did, but not for the reasons you think. We were both manipulated by my father and Yuri. Nico tips his head to the side, his grip loosening on my hands.
I don't understand why. It couldn't have only been about money. Sergei had more money than God.
I feel Nico's hand shake. It tears me apart that it's more self-loathing than rage. He blames himself, and he can't. Not for this. You really don't get it, do you?
Get what?
That night in the basement, I say, and he winces at the memory. What Yuri did to me was because of you.
Me?
Before he did what he did, Yuri accused me of things. He was so angry. He'd overheard our conversation the day before. I remember that conversation like it was yesterday. It's burned into my memory and seared into the space that once held my heart.
I can't do this, Ava. It's wrong.
I understand. It's okay if you don't want me.
Don't want you. Ava, I want you so bad it hurts. I love you.
I love you too, and I'm ready. I want my first time to be with you.
That's just it, pchelka. You're not ready. You're only 16, and while you're wise beyond your years, I'm 22. I won't take advantage of you.
So what do we do?
We wait until you're 18.
That's 2 years, Nico. You have needs. You'll fall in love with someone else and forget about me.
I'm yours, pchelka. I promise. But you have to make me a promise, too.
Anything.
Save yourself only for me. When we finally make love, I want to know I'm the first and last man to ever have you.
I wait for him to say something, but he doesn't. There's boiling rage on his face as he connects my words with the memory. I clear my throat and continue. Nico, Yuri feared that once we consummated our relationship, we'd marry. And since I was the only direct bloodline to the Chernov Empire, you'd inherit the throne instead of him.
So he raped you?
He rasps.
How did he think that'd win him any favors with Sergei?
I open my mouth, then quickly close it, turning my face away while twisting my fingers in my lap. It made me damaged goods, Nico. It violated my promise. He thought it would disgust you and turn you against me. I guess he was right. His eyes turned to steel.
But it wasn't just that.
No, it wasn't. My father was behind it all, pulling the strings. He thought we were getting too close. Yuri told him what he overheard, and my father knew he had to get rid of you before I turned 18. Yuri's death just provided him the perfect opportunity. He knew I'd say anything he wanted me to as long as he promised to let you leave.
But he didn't.
I know that now. Nico lifts himself off me, shifting to the edge of the bed.
I left you alone for 8 years to suffer at his hands. I let him turn you into a
whore. The word falls from my tongue with ease for the first time as I speak the truth. It's okay, you can say it. Nico's eyes flare.
It's not your fault. You did what you had to do to survive. He would have killed you if you opened your mouth or refused him.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll never know.
I should have let you go.
What?
Look at us, Ava,
he says, motioning between us.
I'm as bad as your father. He may have made you a whore, but I've made you a killer.
Nico, I've always been a killer. It's in my blood. Even if I hadn't killed Yuri, eventually this side of me would have taken over. For Christ's sake, I shot a man today and I don't have an ounce of regret in me. Does that sound like the actions of a normal, innocent girl to you?
No.
So stop worrying about what should have been and start looking at what is. We're fucked up. We're sadistic and we do things most people would consider the darkest of deeds, but that's who we are. Wrapping my fingers around the top of the white cotton dress Nico bought me, I pull it down, my breast spilling over the top. You are a free man, but as for me, I'm owned. I wear the mark of a killer, remember? No matter what happens, I am yours. I lower my head and add softly, just like I promised. Heat flares in Nico's eyes as he takes in his artwork.
Mine.
Yours, I repeat, crawling over to him. Trailing my fingers over his zipper, I gently cup him. And mine.
Ava,
he groans, reaching down to still my hand.
It's been one hell of a day, and you've been through a lot.
Exactly. I say, shaking off his hold and unbuttoning his jeans while slowly pulling down the zipper. Which is why I need this more than ever. I need to know that even after learning my secret and seeing me kill, you still want me. Slipping my hand underneath the waistband of his boxers, I find him already hard and swollen. Freeing his cock, I give it a few light strokes. Nico curses, thrusting his hips into my hand. Harder. I jerk him harder, wetness gathering between my legs as pre-cum leaks from the tip of his shaft. Once again, Nico's hand stills my movements.
Use your other hand to touch yourself, Ava. Take back all the power.
Every muscle in Nico's face is strained, but his eyes don't darken this time. The magnetic silver gray remains, challenging me to prove my words with actions. My heart squeezes as I lock my gaze with his and slide my panties down my legs. Letting out a groan, I circle my clit a few times before dipping it inside and sliding back out. Oh, God, I moan.
How fast do you want to come, Ava?
Nico's voice is hoarse, his cock pulsing in my hand.
You're in control.
Now, I pant, my fingers circling relentlessly. I want it now.
Then take it,
he commands, his eyes watching every stroke.
Take what's yours, pchelka.
My pace becomes out of control. I can't breathe, collapsing onto one hand as my body starts to shake. Just before my orgasm hits, a strong hand covers mine, and together I'm pushed off the cliff into oblivion. Every muscle in my body convulses as I cry out his name.
How do you feel?
He rasps, pulling damp hair away from my face. I look into his eyes, and all I see is pride. No shame or pity, just raw honesty. I feel free. He smiles, but there's a pained edge to it. Old insecurities creep in until I notice his huge erection is still unattended to. Crawling over to him, I straddle his lap. Nico shakes his head.
Ava, you don't have to do this.
I don't have to do anything anymore. I want to. Besides, I'm selfish. Reaching behind me, I grab the base of his cock, steadying it as I slowly lower myself until it's buried inside me. We both groan as I circle my hips. I want you. Gripping my hips, he gives a hard upward thrust.
Then take me.
I lift my hips, only the tip of his shaft still inside me, then pause. Nico opens one eye, his brows clenched.
Ava, you're killing me.
Tell me you love me.
What?
You made me tell you when you were fucking me on the table. I was at my weakest, Nico. I need to hear the words from you. Nico runs a hand up my neck and through my hair before jerking down and impaling me on his cock. I let out a hoarse scream as he flips us over, settling in between my legs.
I'm not fucking you tonight, Ava.
Then what are you doing?
Loving you.
Pulling almost all the way out, Nico kisses my neck before pushing in torturously slow. Over and over he does this until the heat builds again, this time with even more intensity. The deep, passionate kisses and soft touches are foreign but intimate. This isn't fucking. I've been fucked by a lot of men in a lot of ways, but it's never been like this. I have no point of reference, but this has to be what it means to make love. Nico, I beg, needing to hear the words before I shatter. Taking my head between his hands, he brushes my lips with his as he continues thrusting tender and slow.
I love you, pchelka. I've always loved you.
As soon as the words are out of his mouth, I explode. My release triggers his, and he groans my name against my neck as he spills inside me. We lay like that for the rest of the night, neither of us speaking of what the future holds. As blissful as it is, we both know this bubble we've created can't last. Tomorrow I have to meet with Ethan and either salvage what I can of this broken triangle or destroy all three sides. And in case the latter happens, I need a little insurance. As Nico sleeps, I slip out of bed and carefully slide his phone out of his pants pocket. As quietly as possible, I key in the password on his phone. I watched him type yesterday. Once I'm in, I start committing everything to memory.
Chapter 24. Nico. I don't like it. Ava's bent over, furiously brushing the tangles out of her long red hair when I walk past her. Flipping her head back, she stares at me with the same exasperated look I've been getting from her all night. She's irritated, and after seeing her standing next to the bed and nothing but a pair of ass-hugging black lycra short shorts and a white tank top, my first inclination is to throw her on top of it and fuck the attitude out of her. But I'm too focused on talking her out of doing something that has my every instinct on red alert. Tossing the brush on the dresser, she stomps past me without a word. I have no idea why that small act of defiance pisses me off so much, but something has me on edge today, and I can't put my finger on why. Regardless, I take off after her, grabbing her around the waist as she reaches the kitchen. I wasn't finished. "Oh, I'm sorry," she says, placing her hand on her chest. "Would it be all right if I get a snack before the second act of the caveman show?" "This isn't funny, Ava." "No, it's not." Sighing, she wraps her arms around my neck and leans into me. "Nothing about this is funny. I know you aren't happy about me meeting with Ethan tonight, but I have to. He's expecting me. And if I don't show up, he's going to get suspicious. What does it matter? You didn't find anything at 7 to give him. Which makes it even more important to see him in person. I have to ask for more time." "More time?" Reaching up, I pull her arms from around my neck. "Ava, you called an FBI agent and bargained for 3 days when nobody's seen you in 4. You don't think the man's going to have questions? Do you think he's just going to accept your, 'oh well, I tried' excuse and high-five you as you walk away? Use your brain. He's going to arrest you right there." A flash of sadness sweeps across her face. "I can handle it." I have no doubt she can. From what I've seen in the last 48 hours, the woman is transformed from someone I thought would cower under my dominance into a force with undeniable authority all her own. However, it doesn't mean I'm going to throw her to the wolves. If you're determined to do this, I'm going with you. Her eyes snap my way, panic racing through them. "No, Nico, if he sees you, this will all be over. I'll lose my chance." When I broke out of Sergei's prison of forgotten souls, I was a different man than the one who went in. I knew the only things I'd ever put my trust in again would be myself and my gun. I walked through the next 8 years a machine, living only for death and revenge. However, somehow, the one woman responsible for destroying me has managed to be the one responsible for repairing the pieces that are left. After having her, I've tasted what it's like to be human again, and I can't let it go. "You're not going alone, Ava. End of discussion." I wait for her inevitable argument, but instead, she tucks a strand of wild red hair behind her ear and grabs a bag of chips sitting on the counter behind her. "Fine," she huffs, pushing past me. "But you'd better hurry, because we're already late, and it's almost an hour drive to Miami." It's on the tip of my tongue to comment that she's practically still in her underwear when I hear her phone ringing from the living room. Ava's ringtone is distinctive, some kind of girly fairy chimes that sends her flying like a bat out of hell from the bedroom. Shit. Ava's phone died not long after Rose gave it back to me at 7. With the damn meeting with the FBI asshole looming, I brought it in from the car late last night and charged it to check for more texts. It seems the guy actually grew a brain and stopped messaging her. Unfortunately, I forgot to turn off the ringer. We dive for the phone at the same time, limbs slamming into the coffee table as it continues to chime. Luckily, I have more practice jumping over targets, because as we both tumble onto the couch, my hand curls around the phone seconds before hers. "No!" she screams, clawing at my arm as I hold it above my head. I don't like the look on her face. It's pale, terror and panic washing over her in waves. "Settle down," I growl. Holding her down with one hand, I turn the phone toward me and glance at the caller ID. As the 5th ring fills the silence, I stare at the one name I never expected to see. The one name that shouldn't think to call her ever again. Clenching my jaw, I answer. "Sergei."
"Nikolai, I would ask you why you are in possession of my daughter's phone, but I think we both know the answer to that question.
It's not rocket science. She had it on her when I killed her. Sergei laughs, his amusement fueling my rage.
We are men of action, not lies. We both know she is alive and well. Tell me, was having your cock sucked by my daughter worth being made to look like a fool?
Shut up, I explode. Ava breaks free from my hold. Crawling off the couch, she jerks on my arm and swats for the phone.
Nico, please let me handle this.
Yes, Nikolai. Let my dead daughter speak. I would love for her to hear this too. Put me on speaker.
Fuck you.
That is a shame. I was looking forward to having a discussion on how I discovered she was still alive. It is a fascinating story, one that begins with a trip to my club. You did not honor our initial agreement, but if you put me on speaker, perhaps we can arrange a new one.
No deals.
That is very disappointing to hear. The thing is, you stole something that belongs to me, and now I have stolen something that belongs to you. I was hoping we could negotiate a trade.
There's nothing I have you could steal. Les Cavaliers de l'Ombre have no personal attachments. Clement forbids it. He sees it as a weakness our enemies can exploit. Besides Ava, there's only one thing I value in the world, and she's...
No.
You're lying, I challenge.
Am I? It has been a long time since I have seen my old friend Irina. She still is beautiful as she was 13 years ago. Life in New Orleans has served her well.
Throwing my head back, I let out a roar, and Ava stumbles backward, falling ass first onto the tile floor. I'm numb as I press the speaker button. Everything she'd brought back to life starts to shut down.
All right, you got what you wanted, I say, my voice low and deadly. You're on speaker. Put her on the phone.
Nikolai.
My mother's frantic and frail voice sweeps over the line, and it's all I can do not to crumble to the floor beside Ava. My eyes burn.
Budsilnia, mama. Я иду за тобой.
Be strong, mama. I'm coming for you. I bite back a curse as her cries get softer until a door slams and they disappear. Don't touch her.
Silence. It's my turn.
Sergei lets out a satisfied sigh.
Hello, Mushka.
Ava doesn't move. She doesn't even breathe. The only sign of life coming from her still body are two steady streams of tears, one rolling from each corner of her eyes.
My darling, tell your lover about how you have been lying to him.
My eyes snap to Ava's.
I don't know what he's talking about.
She sputters.
Oh, come now, Mushka. The boy is not completely stupid.
Amidst Ava's hysterical protests, Sergei shatters everything.
Do you really think she was searching my office at 7, Nikolai? Did you not wonder why she came back empty-handed? I suppose she did not tell you she was meeting with Dmitri, did she?
Ava? Is this true? Tears are now freely spilling down her beautiful face.
Yes, but you don't understand. We were working together to bring him down.
She points a shaking finger at the phone in my hand.
But I couldn't do it anymore. After you and I...
She stops to brush the tears away with the back of her hand.
I went there to confront him and tell him I wanted out. I was going to tell Ethan the same thing today.
Yes, that is all heartwarming. But I know everything that happens in my club. Imagine my shock to find out my daughter was the mastermind behind a plot to ruin me.
No!
Ava screams, lunging for the phone.
I didn't mastermind anything. What the hell did Dmitri tell you?
Sergei is unfazed. Dmitri did not tell me anything, Mushka. You did. There are only a few beats of silence before a voice I know intimately speaks from the other end of the line. But unlike the panic coming from the one sitting by my feet, this one is calm, forcing me to hear ice in her voice I can't ignore.
We need to talk.
You are looking well for a dead woman.
This isn't working.
Well, what did you expect? You have been on vacation doing whatever it is you are doing with the man who kidnapped you.
Look, I bought us some time, but you're going to have to get your hands dirty. I've got my own problems to worry about at the moment.
We had a deal, Ava.
What am I supposed to tell the feds? We promised them Sergei's head, and because of your little phone call, they want Gorotovsky's too.
Tell them to give me a few more days, and I'll hand them 2 murderers on a silver platter.
The recording stops, and I stare straight ahead at a framed black and white picture of the Miami skyline. I have to, because if I look down, I may put my hands around Ava's neck and finish what I started at her apartment.
Nico, that's taken out of context.
Ava's voice is hushed, as if knowing raising it above a whisper will set me off.
I can explain.
You see, Nikolai, your Suka tried to sell both of us out, but realized too late that her plan had a flaw. Eliminating me does not free her. Dmitri learned everything he knows from me. She can cut off the dragon's head, but another one will grow back in its place.
Still, I defend her. She wouldn't do that.
Why not? A voice in my head asks. She did it before. All to save her own ass when it was on the line. No? Then how else did I know your mother lived in New Orleans?
He's lying.
Ava hurls herself against my chest, curling her fists into my shirt, her knees buckling in her hysteria. I want to believe her, but I can't help but remember a starkly honest conversation, one that contained information that was very unlike me to share.
Do you ever see your mom?
Only once. After I made it out of Sergei's prison. I hid her in North Carolina, but when I left for Moscow, somehow your father found her. He sent her a letter saying as long as I hunted him, he would hunt me. Once I made it out of Colombia, and I joined Les Cavaliers. I took her somewhere she couldn't be found and never visited her again. It was for her own safety.
Must have been hard for her.
My mom is resilient. Besides, there's enough swamp to keep her feeling at home and enough eyes on her to keep me sane. I pry her hands off me and back up. I'm a fucking idiot. Ava collapses back onto the floor.
He's lying.
I am at 7 with your mother, Sergei announces, as if he's been waiting for this all to play out. Bring me my daughter, and I will free her. Fuck with me, and she will never make it off this plastic. Before I can respond, he disconnects the call. With the whole conversation replaying at warp speed in my head, I turn around and slam the phone against the wall. Ava wisely remains on the floor, saying nothing. Since I smashed the shit out of hers, I pull my phone out of my pocket and call Mikhail. He barely gets out a greeting before I cut him off. Get over here now. I need you to watch Ava. I'll be gone when you get here, but she'll be secure. Try to keep your eyes open this time.
I'm coming with you.
Ava speaks the words quietly, as if her lack of hysterics will change anything. Like hell you are, I growl, stomping into the bedroom. I tear everything out of the bag I packed for us. My clothes, the new clothes I bought for her, ammo, guns, everything goes flying until I finally find what I'm looking for. Making my way back, I force myself not to think about anything but my mother.
It's the only way you'll get your mom back,
she says. I think you've done enough for her, don't you?
You don't mean that.
Don't I? Let's see. Since you've been back in my life, I've killed some asshole for attacking you in a parking lot, stolen a body and had it delivered to your father so he'd believe you were dead, killed my neighbor because you ran and called the FBI, and drove you to a senator's house so you could pump an entire round of bullets from my gun in his chest. How fucking stupid does one person have to be not to see I've been played?
That's not true.
I don't know what's true and what's not anymore. Did you bank your life on the assumption you were still my weakness? Was I part of your elaborate scheme? Did you want to show me how smart you are now? Bending down, I give her a slow clap right in her face. Well, congratulations, Ava. You're smart. You fooled me. Throughout my entire rant, she doesn't flinch or defend herself. Instead, she lets me fly off the handle and yell. When I'm done, she crawls to her knees and folds her hands around mine.
Please let me go with you. I'll prove to you that I'm telling the truth.
Truth? I throw my head back and laugh. You don't know the meaning of the word. A curtain falls over her face.
Fine. Believe what you want to believe. Just trade me for her so you can get your mother back.
Jerking my hands from between hers, I drag my finger across my hairline.
Do I have moron written across my forehead? I work for the man for 5 years, Ava. I know how he operates. Once I bring you to him, he'll kill all of us. Listen to me. It's a trap. I said no. I'll deal with you later. What do you mean? Her eyes widen as I pull the zip tie out of my pocket I grabbed from my bag. Her hands shoot out in front of her as she scoots backward. Nico, don't. You need me. Shut up. I can't worry about you and my mom at the same time. Wrestling her to the ground, I jerk her arm against the couch leg and tighten the tie around both of them. I stand, admiring my handiwork. There. That ought to keep you from breaking it. Nico! She screams as I turn toward the bedroom. Nico! Mick will be here in a few minutes to make sure you don't do anything stupid. Try not to get anyone killed this time. Returning to the bedroom, I unzip the black bag X gave me at the airport. Grabbing a few guns, I throw them in my rucksack and head out the door to the sounds of her screaming. I can't help but think back to something Clement said when I first took this job.
Delilah and Samson, my boy. Behind every great man's downfall is a woman. Many men's empires have crumbled because of a female's betrayal. Let that be a lesson to never get attached to just one.
I should have listened.
Chapter 25. Ava.
Ava!
I hear someone call my name, but I don't move. If I don't move, then I'm not here. If I'm not here, then he can't take me to the kitchen. The shadow gets closer and closer until it sits beside me. It reaches out a hand and brushes a tear from my cheek I don't even notice is there. I'm sorry about your mom, pchelka. A hand takes mine, and instead of it being cold and angry, it's warm and loving. The hand's fingers curl around mine and stay there. It was a horrible accident, but you're not alone. Accident. A shudder runs through me at the memory of his hands over her mouth, her eyes in silent apology as they find me in the darkness. The hand tries to pull me into a pair of arms, but I stiffen. No, I don't want hands over my mouth too. I don't want to sink today. The hands quickly let go, and instead something is tucked behind my ear. I don't know what it is, but a sweet smell of jasmine fills my nose. The hand and I sit for what feels like hours, maybe days without sound. Finally, the hand lifts mine to a pair of lips and kisses them. You'll fly someday, pchelka. You just have to believe. I believed, and now I'm sinking again. Far away from the attic, the water rushes over me like an old friend. At first, my arms want to fight and push my way back toward the surface, but the deeper I fall, the calmer I become. This is where everything makes sense, where nothing hurts me, where I've stayed for 8 years because it's the safest place. When I don't feel, I don't get hurt.
Ava.
Mikhail's voice sounds far away, and I hear a door close.
Are you okay? You do not look so good.
You ever feel like you're sinking underwater, Mikhail? I ask, the room coming back into focus. Like you're constantly drowning?
No.
People always say if something you've been doing for a long time isn't working, you should try doing the opposite. I lick my lips and slowly run my fingernail along designs in the grain of the wood I'm tied to. Know what the opposite of water is?
No.
Fire.
Ava, maybe you should take a nap or something. Nico should be back soon, and he can help you.
I smile. He's afraid of me. Even zip-tied to the couch leg, he's afraid of what I'm capable of doing. Good. He should be. Even I'm afraid of me right now. Mikhail.
Yes?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Hold it.
I roll my head and study his face. He's handsome. Not as handsome as Nico, but attractive in his own way. He has kind eyes, a deep shade of blue that's now full of bitterness. You don't trust me?
Do you blame me?
No, but where am I going to go? I'm all tied up, and I highly doubt you're going to fall asleep again. I don't want to run from Nico, Mikhail. I love him. All I want to do is help him.
I wish I could believe you, Ava.
Believe me or not, but if you don't let me go to the bathroom, you'll be the one cleaning up piss stains all over your own floor. I curl into a little ball and hold my stomach with my free hand. He lets out a frustrated groan.
Do you swear you will not try to run like last time?
I open one eye. I promise I won't try to run like last time.
Fine.
Mikhail disappears into the kitchen, appearing moments later with a pair of scissors. I hold my breath as he cuts through the zip tie, freeing my hands. Rubbing my wrist, I crawl to my feet and turn to walk toward the bathroom when he grabs my upper arm.
I will follow you,
he says matter-of-factly, steering me toward the hallway.
I am not letting you out of my sight.
You're not watching me pee.
No, I am not. I do not wish to die today, thank you.
He pushes me inside the bathroom, nodding toward the toilet.
You have 2 minutes. Make it fast. And if you lock the door, I will break it down.
Damn. Standing in the middle of the bathroom, I take stock of what I have to work with and frown. Typical man. It's not decorated for shit. Flat beige paint is the only color besides a metal toothbrush holder, a soap dispenser, and an ugly glass candle that needs to be trashed.
Your 2 minutes are up.
Just a minute. I spin around and flush the toilet as the door starts to open. Shit. Out of options, I do the first thing that comes to mind. Ow, I groan, bending over and holding my stomach.
What is wrong?
Mikhail flings the door open and moves in behind me at the perfect angle. I couldn't have planned it any better if I'd put an X on the floor and positioned him myself. Stomach cramp, I groan again, stumbling against the counter. It's that time of the month.
Whoa.
Mikhail throws both hands up and turns his head, as if a demon is going to come flying out of my vagina and drag him to hell.
I do not want to hear any more.
I'm sorry, I whisper. Grabbing the god-awful candle, I spin around and clock him in the back of the head with it. The glass shatters, sending Mikhail to the floor in a heap and me into the wall. A sharp pain radiates up my arm, and I look down to see a gash in the palm of my hand, dripping blood onto the tile floor. Oh well, small price to pay. I lean down to check Mikhail's wound. I got him good. There's a cut on the back of his head that's quickly staining his blonde hair a nasty red color. Head wounds bleed like a motherfucker, so after making sure it's not too deep, I search his pockets until I find a set of keys. I didn't lie to you. I'm not going to run like last time. I'm going to drive. Giving his shoulder a quick pat, I stand up and frown as I glance down at what I'm wearing. Short shorts and a tiny tank top are hardly warrior attire, but I don't have the time to change. It'll have to do. Stopping by the bedroom, I quickly unzip the black bag I saw Nico digging in earlier. After grabbing a gun and extra ammo, I climb to my feet when I see something else that catches my attention. Bending back down, I pick it up and wrap everything in an extra t-shirt before running out the front door. Mikhail's car isn't nearly as fancy as Nico's, but it starts when I put the key in, and it moves when I press the gas. I have no idea how to navigate my way out of here. I just hope I've paid enough attention when Nico drove us here to not get lost. He's going to be furious when he finds out what I've done, but at this point I have nothing left to lose. Nico has made up his mind about me, no matter what I say. I warned him my father wouldn't hand over his mother without a fight. Fortunately, I know how that man's mind works, and all it will take to bring him down is the butterfly effect. It sounds harmless, but it's not. It's the idea that a minor change in circumstance can completely change the outcome. A butterfly flaps its wings in the Brazilian rainforest, and subsequently a tsunami takes out half of the Pacific Rim. Of course, I'm no butterfly, and this isn't a rainforest, but the storm I'm about to cause, that's real, and it's going to be brutal. I've done what I thought was right. I've tried to right my wrongs. But like I said, I am no butterfly. I'm a motherfucking bee. And it won't be the flap of a butterfly's wings that starts this storm. It'll be the sting, no one saw coming.
Chapter 26. Nico. Listen to me. It's a trap. Ava's words echo in my head as I walk quietly around the back entrance of 7. I don't want to let her in my head, but something about what she said is bothering me. I heard her voice at 7. I heard my mother's voice. Sergei couldn't fake either one. Still, I'm a trained assassin, not some idiot who's going to run into a burning building just because someone yelled fire. It's late, and the club is going to be packed. He won't risk having my mother anywhere near the front. Plus, since he probably plans on killing Ava himself, he sure as hell won't want anyone seeing her face. He'll expect me to come around back. Do I have moron written across my forehead? I worked for the man for 5 years, Ava. I know how he operates. Once I bring you to him, he'll kill us all. My own words haunt me. I do know the man. I know what he's capable of when people get in his way. My father got in his way, and before the smoke even cleared after I pulled the trigger, he was there offering a trade. My mother's freedom in exchange for mine. Just like now. Fuck. I need eyes on the inside. As much as Blade stuck his neck out to tell me the truth, he's still on the Chernoff payroll. I can't trust him. That only leaves one person. I hate like hell to do this, but I'm not about to walk into a trap. Pulling Ava's smashed phone out of my pocket, I enter the passcode and scroll the contact list until I find the name I want. Pressing the button, I wait. Ava, thank God. I've been so worried. Rose, it's Nick. I need your help. Nick? She says my name slowly, and I can imagine her frantically scanning for security. What have you done with Ava? The last few hours come crashing down on me, and my temper blazes out of control. Rose, listen to me, I yell. Ava's in trouble. Stop asking me stupid questions and tell me what part of the club Sergei's in. Sergei's not here. My blood turns to ice. What? I haven't seen him in days. Her voice trails off, as if she's turned away from the phone. Oh, but if you want to talk to Dmitri, he's in his office. Let me get him for you. I'm right here. No, wait. I never get the last word out. Her scream interrupts it, tearing through the phone like shattering shards of glass. I am at 7 with your mother, Nikolai. Bring me my daughter, and I will free her. Fuck with me, and she will never make it off this plastic. She'll never make it off this plastic. 7 doesn't have plastic, but the Chernoff basement does. The phone drops from my hand as a blast fires in the darkness. A searing pain tears through my side, and I stagger backward, slamming against the concrete wall, as a dark figure makes its way over to me. I realize Ava was right. Nothing was waiting for me here but a trap. A man's tall frame moves toward me, almost glowing under the crimson light. Ready to dance with the devil, Gaheris? Chapter 27. Nico. A searing burn shoots across my ribcage as I grab my rucksack and climb out of the car. The minute I run my hand under my jacket, a sticky warmth seeps in between my fingers from a tear in my shirt. Fuck. That asshole got a lucky shot. Thankfully he missed anything important. I don't have time for this shit. I grumble under my breath. The fucked up thing about being shot in the dark is that you don't have a face to hunt down later. Taking that hit only pissed me off, and by the time I came off that wall and aimed my gun, Blade kicked the back door open and stood in direct line of my shot. A few seconds was all that asshole needed to run off before I could take him out. I could have chased him, but his death isn't as important as my mother's life. After making the 30-minute drive from Miami to Sunny Isles Beach in less than 20, I leave the Audi behind and jump the iron fence to Sergei's compound. Hovering near the edge of the property, I take stock of the men standing between me and vengeance. There are 2 guards at both the front and the back entrances, and 2 at the east and west ends. I've faced worse, so I'm not too concerned with the odds. It's the 4 patrolling the rooftop who impede my mission. I have no doubt they're sharpshooters. One miscalculated move, and the party's over before it gets started. Obviously, the easiest way is through the front door, but it's also the riskiest. Anyone could see me, and even the best marksman doesn't have eyes in the back of his head. One of the other guards could hear my shots, circle around me, and put a bullet in my skull. Think, Nico. The back door is the quickest route to Sergei's office. I could quietly slit the throat of the closest side guard, then slip around and take out the men securing the back door. But I reject the idea as soon as it forms. I didn't become a legend by leaving loose ends. I'm Nico fucking Gaharis. Running on adrenaline, I wait for the roof guard closest to me to scan left, then I sprint right. The soldier patrolling the easternmost side of the estate sees me a fraction of a second too late. As he aims his rifle, I sink my knife into the hollow of his throat. The man's eyes widen, his only sound a wet gurgle just before he stills. Without an ounce of remorse, I withdraw my blade, and his lifeless body crumples to the ground. When his partner comes running, I spin around and he meets the same fate. 2 down. Steeling myself against the wall, I slowly make my way toward the back entrance. A glance around the corner confirms 2 guards are standing at attention roughly 30 feet apart. I can't risk one of them calling out a warning, so I take a risk. Dmitri posla меня. Dmitri sent me. As I anticipated, instead of shouting, they salute, providing me time to put a bullet between their eyes. 4 down. The double shots echo, and movement coincides with a voice shouting from above. Narushitel. Intruder. He's called for execution on sight. Stealth mode is officially over. Shoving my MK-23 in my holster, I retreat toward the guard I knifed and reach blindly over my shoulder until my hand lands on the SIG. With one hard jerk, the machine gun is in my hand, and a split second later, the levers pull back, and I'm ready to fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Shit, I'm losing time. I don't have time to fuck around anymore. Dropping to the ground, I spray an entire round of bullets toward the roof. One by one, bodies fall from the sky, crashing around me in bloodied red and black fury. When I'm positive the last one is hit, I barrel roll across the grass. And all 10 fall down. Sprinting toward the front door, I kick my way through the scattered bodies until I find the only useful thing left of these assholes. Picking up a bloodied wrist, I bring the blade of my stained knife down hard on the base of the knuckle, then press the index finger against the biometric scanner. Immediately a green light flashes, and there's a low-pitched buzzing sound granting me access. I tuck the finger in my bag for later. Better to be prepared than dead. Considering the battle I endured on the grounds, the first leg of my passage into Sergei's house goes smoothly. Too smoothly. I've never known Sergei not to have at least half a dozen guards stationed around each entryway into his estate. That fact alone is enough to raise suspicion, but something else prevents me from pushing forward. Uneasy, I retrieve the assault rifle strapped to my back and make my way down the long hallway towards Sergei's secret office. The quiet makes me take a step back. I'm Bratva, and a Cavalier. I'm trained to hear a whisper in a crowd, a click of a lock, a clink of a grenade pin as it hits the floor. I turn and haul ass down the hall while covering my ears just before all hell breaks loose. Boom! One hell of a blast rips through the enclosed tunnel, the thundering force powerful enough to shake the walls and cause my ears to ring. Within seconds, thick black smoke billows into the room between a crack in the foundation next to the door. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and where there's fire, there's a chance Sergei will be cremated in his own office. After a quick inspection, I'm satisfied all limbs are still intact and climb to my feet. Using the guard's finger, I open the door to the secret stairwell and confirm my suspicions. Bright orange and yellow flames lick what's left of the walls, and there's a gaping hole where the hallway used to be. The men, who I assume were there moments earlier, are gone, leaving blood-splattered walls as the only evidence they ever existed. What the hell just happened? Chapter 28. Nico. What took you so long? I'll give the asshole credit. He doesn't flinch. even after I hurl his guard's severed finger across the room, sending it skidding across his desk. His hardened gaze is filled with irritation, as if the extra time I spent butchering his personal army offends him more than the loss itself. I raise the gun and tap it against my ear. You know, they say the hearing is the first thing to go. Let me help you out. Someone blew up your house. Smoke from the hallway begins to seep into the room, but he either doesn't notice or doesn't care as he lets out a hearty laugh. There are not too many men who dare talk back to me and live to tell about it, Nikolai. You could have been useful to me. It is too bad you chose to kill my stepson instead. I didn't kill that motherfucker, and you know it. You set me up. From my position in the doorway, I stare into the eyes I see every time I draw blood. Now the real thing sits less than 15 feet away, hiding behind an expensive suit and slicked back hair, an arrogant smirk splitting his graying goatee. To the unsuspecting eye, the image he's cultivated can almost pass as refined. Almost. I know better. Disguising himself doesn't change who he is. The devil can wrap himself in royalty before ascending his throne, but he can't hide the souls he's taken to get there. I should know. He pauses to gaze toward his right and stroke his goatee. So you pass the first test. What happens now? Now you pay for your sins. Sergei gestures toward me and laughs. Have you looked in the mirror lately, Nikolai? You force your way into my house, spouting this vigilante bullshit, as if you have been granted a badge of honor. Bratva blood runs through both our veins. You are your father's son. My hatred gets the better of me, and I charge toward him, pressing the barrel of the gun against the middle of his forehead. I'm nothing like him. Having a gun to his head doesn't faze him. In fact, the bastard almost looks bored. Then enlighten me. What offense am I to enter for now? My voice lowers, shaking with rage. For starters, Ava. My pride and joy. He smiles at me with a wicked grin, and I want to rip his tongue out. Rage flows hot in my veins as I raise my gun. You mean your whore for hire? You sold her innocence, you son of a bitch. What kind of father sells his own daughter into prostitution? One who easily made her pay for your escape. As far as she knew, I still had your life in my hands and would do anything to protect it. Black eyes dart to me, then narrow. Of course, I would be careful throwing accusations around publicly if I were you. I pull the slide back on my gun. I'd be covering my dick if I were you. He ignores me and motions around the room. There is no way out of here for any of us, Nikolai. As you pointed out, my fucking house is on fire. You'll be in hell long before you burn. He runs the back of his hand across his chin. You think you have the balls? Go ahead and send me to hell. But you will be joining me. Wrong again, asshole. This time I'm calling the shots. I take a quick glance around the room, grinding out the words slowly. Where is my mother? Gone. What do you mean gone? I told you, if you fucked with me, she would never make it off the plastic. My jaw ticks, and on an indrawn breath I absorb the ultimate betrayal. You motherfucker. For 13 years my actions destroyed our family, leaving my mother on her own with only random deliveries of money to keep her off the street. My actions erased my identity, causing me to almost forget what her voice sounded like until this morning. Now my selfish actions have caused her death. I hear a strangled groan, and realizing it came from me, I slump against the desk. I'm distracted, and it's what he's been waiting for. Fuck your mother and your whore. With a growl, he reaches under his desk, wincing before attempting to launch himself out of his chair. Sergei's quick, but I'm quicker. And the moment I see the glint of the blade in his hand, I don't hesitate in pulling the trigger. He stumbles backward, his eyes widening, and a stain of red blooming across his chest. Isos Christos. Dropping to his knees, He clutches his chest dramatically as a blade clatters to the floor. Can you assholes not aim? Only then do I notice the wound on his right thigh. It looks like someone tried to take out his dick. My chest squeezes at the thought of my mom fighting until the end. Maybe she wanted you to bleed out as slowly as I do. He's wheezing, but I have no idea if it's from the gaping hole in his shoulder, his leg, or the growing black smoke filtering into the room. Glancing down, I see the blade he dropped and raise an eyebrow. I'm impressed. I expected a dagger, not huge Russian shaska. Tucking my gun in its holster, I crouch down and inspect it with renewed interest. Nice saber. Sharp and single-edged with a curved blade. Should work just fine. He glances to the right. Nikolai, please. My anger and hatred get the better of me. Please. Grabbing him by the tie, I haul him off the floor and back into his chair. How many times did Ava beg you please? How about my mother? Did she beg you please too? I don't wait for him to answer. Nothing he could say will change the outcome. I wish I could carve you up piece by piece, Sergei, but I have to be going. Give my best to your bastard stepson. I raise the sword in the air, and with one powerful swing, the blade slices through flesh and bone, sending the decapitated head of the Miami Bratva boss sailing across the room. It slams against the wall, and a satisfied wave of justice surges through me as a horrified scream pierces the thick air. Before I can investigate, there's movement to my right, along with labored breathing. There's someone else here. I curse my own recklessness. In my rush to end Sergei, I forgot one of the main rules of business. Always secure the perimeter. Dropping the sword, I pull my gun while scanning the room. Unfortunately, the smoke has thickened, and I can barely see a few feet in front of me. Covering my mouth and nose with my jacket, I move to finish this. After a quick sweep of the room, I find a pair of dainty feet crouched behind the long, heavy curtain. A woman. One of his favorites, probably. If I had a soul left, this is where I might give a shit. You saw what I did, so you only have two options. I call out. If you come out here on your own, I'll end this quickly. Only a moron would accept those terms. She has to know the steps she takes will be her last. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time. I should pull the trigger and be done with it. Then I see the lava red hair. Ava. She cocks her head. What's option 2? What the hell are you doing here? Where's Mikhail? She takes a tentative step closer, and my immediate reaction is to grab her and shake the shit out of her, but I don't. She has that blank look again, the one from the basement. You said I have two options, but you only offered one. She tries for an even tone, failing miserably as she scrubs her clenched fists up and down her bare thighs. Her momentary bravado crumbles, and thankfully it's rerouting some much-needed blood back to my brain. I motion to where most of Sergei's body lay in a puddle of blood. You want to know the other? Ask him. My thread isn't empty. I've done much worse in less time. Her brows crease as her eyes lower to my stomach. You're bleeding. Courtesy of some asshole waiting for me outside 7. Don't get your hopes up, though. I'm fine. She bows her head, staring at her feet. However, in case you're interested, Dmitri didn't fare so well. Your friend Rose found him in his office slit ear to ear. But from the look on your face, you don't look all that surprised. I stare down at her, her finger twisting mercilessly around something round and silver. There's no way. Grabbing her hand, I lift it up to get a better look. A perfect metal circle with a long pin attached. Exactly what I thought. I don't know if I'm more shocked, pissed, or impressed. Maybe all three. Holy shit. Were you the one who set off the... Before I can finish, she walks past me and stands over the head of her beheaded father, her bare feet bathed in his warm blood. Every killer's instinct roars at me to throw her over my shoulder and get the hell out, but I'm mesmerized. "I warned you," she growls hoarsely. She should be disgusted. Any normal person would be. And the fact that she hasn't looked away from the gruesome scene sets off warning bells inside my head. Unfortunately, I don't hear them because I'm too engrossed in watching her stare at what's left of him. Then every piece of the puzzle clicks together, presenting a picture I never saw coming. She knew my mother was here the whole time. I'm on her before she can react. Her mouth opens in a silent scream just before I shove her against the wall with my forearm across her throat and my gun to her head. Again, she doesn't flinch as the barrel pushes against her temple. "Where's my mother, Ava?" "Let me go." That's all she says. I have a gun to her head, and she just stands there staring at me. I tense, a familiar sensation swimming in my veins. I can't look away from her eyes. I've looked into hundreds of them and never felt a thing. Eyes that cried, pleaded, begged for mercy. Not once did they change my mind. But none of them were hers. Smoke consumes more of the room, turning my anger into coughs. Ava sags against me, rattled wheezes coming from her chest. "I should kill you," I growl. "I know." We both know I should, but those fucking eyes are my undoing. Underneath the emptiness, I still see that sad little girl, the reckless teenager, the broken void, and the only woman who has ever owned my heart. Killing her won't bring my mother back. I lower the gun and grab her arm while hurling her toward the flaming doorway. "Get out of here, Ava." When she just stands there blinking at me in that pathetic excuse for a tank top, I take off my jacket and throw it at her face. "Go, before I change my mind." She clutches it to her chest, still hesitating with her brows drawn together, until I lift my gun and aim it at her face. Before I even have a shot, she's gone, leaving bloody footprints as the only sign she was ever there. Letting out a string of curses, I count to 10, cover my face, and haul ass in her wake. Fucking pussy will get a man killed every time. I'm fighting flames and smoke while running like a rat in a maze. Lack of oxygen is slowing me down, so if this next turn isn't the way out, I might as well call my time of death. Because I let her go first. As the thought sinks in, my frantic pace slows, then eventually stops. She's not broken. She's brilliant. Sergei was right about one thing. I chopped off the head of a dragon, but one grew right back in its place, and she's breathing fire.
Chapter 29. Ava. The sun is bright. Instinctively, I shield my face and cover my eyes.
"What's wrong, girlie? You never worked the daytime before?"
I glance to my left and stare at the aging, heavy-set man, all but salivating at my bare legs. He thinks I'm a hooker. Not that I'm shocked. When I flagged him down on the side of the road, half naked and desperate, he probably thought he'd get a free blowjob. Free. I'm free. Staring out the window at A1A, the phrase repeats over and over in my head, but it still doesn't seem real. How can it? For 24 hours, my reality has been a forsaken hell even the worst nightmare wouldn't dare conjure. Constant torment at the hands of a vicious man determined to steal more than my freedom. He craved my sanity. "What day is it?" I ask, still staring at the street.
"Friday."
I shake my head. "No, I mean the date."
"December 22nd.
I roll my forehead against the glass. Of course it is. If I wasn't so shell-shocked, I might laugh at the irony of gaining my freedom on the day I caused Nico to lose his. As it is, I'm still trying to process the fact that I haven't taken a breath like this in 8 years. Hell, it could have been even longer. I'm not sure. Time isn't a concept I'm familiar with anymore. A low grunting sound diverts my attention back toward the man who's currently staring more at my bare thighs than the road. He shifts in his seat, as one hand disappears from the wheel into his lap. I swallow hard. The guy is big. The kind of big that I could easily outrun on the street, but trapped in a car, he has all the advantage. Tucking my legs underneath me, I wrap Nico's huge leather jacket tightly around me like a suit of armor. The corner up here will be fine. You sure? He asks, the hand buried in his lap, finding its way to my knee. My house isn't far from here, and you look like you could use a warm bed. His calloused fingers caress my skin as they inch higher. No, never again. Glancing over my shoulder, I hold his eye as I grab his fingers and bend them backward. Let me out. Fuck! He jerks his hand away and turns the wheel so fast the side of my head smacks against the glass. Horns honk behind us as he pulls to the side of the road and slams his foot on the brake. You're one crazy bitch, you know that? Yeah, I say, yanking the door open and climbing out before he changes his mind. But you picked me up, so what does that make you? I barely have both feet on the pavement before he guns it and peels back into traffic. I bite my cheek, a rare South Florida breeze reminding me how little I'm wearing underneath the jacket. I'm not sure what to do now. I paid attention to every road sign I could, so I know I'm in Hollywood, not far from Fort Lauderdale. I didn't think much past getting out of the car, but I'm sure as hell not going back to McHale's house or anywhere near 7. So I walk, and I walk, then I walk some more. I walk as the sun climbs higher in the sky. I walk as more and more people crowd around me, offering the occasional curious glance, but never offering to help. I keep walking when tiny shards of glass cut my bare feet. I walk even though I'm exhausted, but I never complain. I'm outside without having to look over my shoulder. I walk until I reach the infamous Hollywood Beach boardwalk, listening as the city wakes up and a handful of pedestrians become crowded tourists. Colorful Spanish-speaking markets and bars line the sidewalk, along with aggressive street vendors. I'm lost in thought, and the higher the sun rises, the more I realize my feet are numb, and my head is filled with nothing but him. That's not normal. Nothing that's happened is normal. However, having the constant image of a man who a few hours ago beheaded my father and held a gun to my head can't be sane. Of course, sane isn't exactly a word I'd use to describe anything I've done the last few weeks, so why try to put myself in that box now? Still, I can't find a logical reason why Nico let me go. I didn't give him any reason to. I hid like a coward. I never told him his mother was alive. I never told him I planned to shoot my father's other leg, then walk out and let him burn alive. So why? I've known more men like him than I care to remember. Mercy isn't in their nature, especially toward witnesses. So why am I here walking when I should be there burning? Good question. I don't know. The only thing I do know is that I need money, and considering my phone and ID are long gone, there's only one way to get some. Steal it. I've committed murder. It's not like robbery is going to damn me to hell. Besides, I don't have much of a choice, and this is the famous boardwalk. Most of these people are tourists, so they probably have a backup stash squirreled away in their hotels. My target doesn't take long to find. A family of 3 stands 15 feet down the boardwalk. But it's the father that catches my attention. He's desperately licking a melting ice cream cone that's dripping all over his long Bermuda shorts and freshly airbrushed t-shirt with the words Highland Family Vacation written across the chest. But it's the clear plastic fanny pack slung around his waist that seals the deal. The one that announces to the world, I have money and an iPhone. Please take them both. I follow them into a few shops, not nearly crowded enough to risk it. By the 4th one, the young boy has apparently shit himself, so the wife straight arms him like an atomic bomb and runs outside, leaving her husband alone in a crowded souvenir shop. I'm trying to come up with an idea when we're both jostled by the woman beside me haphazardly sifting through a wall of cheap t-shirts on her tiptoes. Watch it, I hiss, grabbing one of the wire racks to steady myself. Piss off. Chewing a wad of gum, she blows a bubble in my face before sucking it back in.
Not my fault you have to be in the NBA to reach this shit.
I'm about to rip off one of the racks and shove it up her ass when her words sink in. That's it. For once in my life, being 5'2" is going to come in handy. I glance up at a pink t-shirt, 2 full rows above my head. Even on my tiptoes, I wouldn't be able to reach it, which is exactly what I want. Making sure the man is still standing beside me, I hook my fingers and toes through the wire mesh attached to the wall and climb. Glancing down at the floor, I blow out a shaky breath. Damn, this is going to leave a bruise. Before I can change my mind, I squeal and let go of the wall, making sure to twist at the waist. My aim is perfect, and the man barely looks up before I barrel into him, taking us both to the ground.
Jesus, lady.
Tilting his chin back, he winces while rubbing the back of his neck. My landing couldn't have been more perfect. I'm lying on top of him, chest to chest, his fanny pack now shifted against his hip. The hip that's right next to my hand. I'm so sorry, I say, forcing sympathy in my voice as I carefully unzip the bag. I wanted that t-shirt and I'm short.
Well, how about asking for help next time? You could have really hurt someone.
I force a few tears to well up in my eyes as I slip his phone in Nico's jacket pocket. I wanted a souvenir. I had a shirt like that when I was little, back when my parents were alive. We came here all the time. Lies. How easy they fall out of my mouth. The man's eyes soften.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'll tell you what, why don't you let me buy it for you?
No! His eyes widen with the force of my words, but I cover with a well-placed sniffle while pocketing his money. I mean, no thank you. I think I'll just go back to the hotel. I've caused enough harm for one day. He smiles and nods, and as I push off his chest, a shrill voice slices through the shop like a knife.
Jason, what the hell do you think you're doing?
Oh shit. His wife is back, and she's pissed.
Nancy, it's not what you think.
He scrambles out from underneath me, knocking me on my ass in the process.
This is,
His bushy eyebrows knot together, and he whispers to me in a panic.
What's your name?
Anne, I lie.
This is Anne. She was trying to reach for a t-shirt and fell on me. And see, her parents are dead and, well, that's not why she fell, but it's still sad and she cried because she's short. Well, she didn't cry because she's short, but shit. Anne, you tell her. Anne? Anne!
I can hear him calling me, but I'm already halfway down the boardwalk. While he babbled, I inched my ass toward the door and took off. I had no intentions of sticking around when Jason and Nancy found out I robbed them blind. I'm out of breath and have no idea where I am, but I do know it's close to noon because the brutal sun is almost completely overhead now. God, I'm hot. Common sense would tell me to ditch Nico's jacket, but I can't. I haven't let myself wonder if he made it out of that fire until now, but the possibility that he didn't twists my stomach in a knot so hard I'd throw up if I'd eaten anything in the last 24 hours. If it's the last thing I have left of him, I won't let it go. But I'm too hot to keep it on, so I unzip it and tie it around my waist. My first instinct is to veer off onto a side street and call Ethan, but that's the first place the police will look for me. However, as the saying goes, the best place to hide is in plain sight. So instead, I settle into a corner booth of a crowded bar and pull the tourist phone from my pocket. It's not even password locked. Jason, you dumbass. My stomach feels like it's devouring itself. So since I've recently come into some money, I flag down a waitress and place an order. Returning quickly with a frosted beer mug, she offers a pleasant smile that I don't return. I'm not being a bitch. There's just nothing pleasant about what I have to do. Taking a sip of my beer, I let the cool liquid coat my dry throat as I punch in the number I know by heart. I'm not shocked when Ethan doesn't answer. He's an FBI agent. Why the hell would he answer a random line based in Alabama? So I text him instead. 3 simple letters that I have no doubt will get his attention. Ava. Not even 10 seconds after I hit send, the phone rings. I answer, nodding and smiling at the waitress as she sets a plate of nachos in front of me. It's about time.
Where the hell are you, Ava? Where the hell have you been? Who the hell's phone are you calling from?
So many questions, I say, crunching on a chip as a glob of cheese slides off and back onto the plate.
The whole department has been looking for you.
Well, I'm fine, but I can't talk right now. The only thing I can tell you is that I'm in an Irish pub called Mickey's on the Hollywood Beach Boardwalk. If you leave now, you'll be here by the time I finish my nachos.
Fuck, Ava, you've been missing for almost a week. Look, Dimitri called me a few minutes ago and told me everything. I know you're still with Geheres.
The chip in my mouth suddenly tastes like cardboard, and I have to take a huge gulp of beer just to get it down. Dimitri called you?
Yes, you are in danger, Ava. I need to get you into protective custody now.
Then come and get me, Ethan, I reiterate, scooping up the pile of cheese with my finger and licking it off. And I'll hand you Sergei's killer. Disconnecting the call, I motion for the waitress to bring me another beer, then stare at the screen. Finally, I clear my throat and dial one last number. It rings and rings, and just when I'm about to hang up, there's a click followed by complete silence. This is Ava Chernova, but you already knew that, didn't you? Don't bother answering. That was a rhetorical question, and I'm sure neither of us have time for idle chit-chat. I'm calling because I have a business proposition for you.
Chapter 30. Nico. Staggering inside Mikhail's house, I peel off my blood-soaked shirt and drop it in the middle of the floor on the way to the bathroom. I know what I'm going to find, but I turn sideways and raise my arms, wincing at the sharp pain as I inspect my ribs in the mirror. It's bleeding like a son of a bitch, but it's only a graze. Nice try, dickhead. With a low grunt, I dig into the sink for a first aid kit. Finding one shoved in the very back, I lean against the counter and rip open a pack of gauze, patching myself up as I drink vodka straight from the bottle. The liquor burns a fiery trail down my throat, and I welcome every drop. Maybe if I drink enough, it will set fire to her memory, incinerating it to ashes. Nothingness is better than acknowledging the reality that she's saving her own ass by sacrificing mine. Again. Making my way to the couch, I lift the bottle in the air. Here's to breaking all the rules, then having them shoved up my ass. Good job, Nico. Next time your dick decides to overrule your brain, jerk off and do your fucking job. Exhaustion and booze work their way through my system, and I sink deeper into Mikhail's couch until I feel the bottle slip from my hand and hit the floor. I don't think it broke, but even if it did, a little broken glass isn't enough to drag my ass off this couch to clean it up. I need to close my eyes, because once I open them, everything will have changed. There will be no third chance for Ava and me. All she had to do was stay here where I left her. Even if half of what Sergei said was true, at least I wouldn't have found her at his house where she watched my mother die. It's the last thought on my mind as the sound of the front door opens. Like a light switch flipping off, all the alcohol evaporates from my system, and I aim my gun, ready to put a bullet in the first head I see. Two hands fly up, framing splotchy blonde hair. I survived fighting the Saudis in Najran. I do not wish to die in my own house. My tense muscles relax. Fuck, Mick. I lower the gun and scrub my hand down my face. Say something before you bust in like that. You know I'm on edge. Maybe all the alcohol didn't evaporate from my system, because if it did, it wouldn't have taken me this long to put 2 and 2 together. 2 and 2 doesn't always equal 4. In this case, it's supposed to equal out to 3. With only Mick and me standing here, that's 2. I know where the third is. The question is, why doesn't he? Without another word, I stand up and aim my gun at his head again. He glances behind him before shifting to his right. What the hell, Nico? Are you drunk? No, but it'd probably be in your best interest if I was. What happened to Ava, Mick? I tied her up right here. Keeping the gun on him, I lean down and smack the armrest of the couch. I told you to watch her.
Nico.
Did you fall asleep again?
Nico.
Did she turn on the charm? Did you fall for her act and let her go?
Nikolai.
Hearing Mick use my full name stops me mid-rant. He's fuming. His face a deep shade of red that almost matches the splotches in his hair.
I have blood soaked in my hair. It has dried on my neck, and it has stained my clothes. Do you think I tripped and did this myself?
Shit, he's right. Torn out of my pity party, I finally take a good look at my friend. The entire right side of his head is covered in blood. His blonde hair almost unrecognizable. Streaks of dried blood coat his skin, and his light blue shirt is stained dark brown. Either he's been in one hell of a fight, or my underestimation was underestimated. You look like shit.
Well, you do not look so hot yourself, asshole.
Fair enough. Tell me what happened.
That woman of yours is what happened.
He scowls, pressing his palm gingerly to the side of his head. She's not my woman.
No? You could have fooled me. She started bitching about having to go to the bathroom and would not shut up about it.
Mick, tell me you didn't fall for that and cut her ties?
What harm can she do in the bathroom? I thought this until she faked a stupid lady cramp and bashed me in the head with a glass candle.
I don't want to laugh. It's not funny, but fuck me. Of all the things to con a man with, anything period-related usually is a winner. It's like male kryptonite.
You think this is funny? She did not steal your car.
My laughter dies down as his words sink in. The driveway was empty when I pulled up. Without thinking twice, I peer out the window and, like I expected, find his piece of shit Toyota sitting in the driveway. Wait, if Ava stole your car, how did you drive it here? He holds up his phone.
I tracked it, found it circling down in South Beach, and took an Uber until I found it.
What the? Then a thought hits me. One I'm not sure if I'm relieved or sick to my stomach to find out is true. Pushing Mick aside, I tear past him onto the walkway against the side of the house. Ava? I yell. Picking up speed, I don't notice a figure standing in front of me, and I collide with a petite frame. Hello, moi karushi. My boy. For a moment I can't comprehend what's happening. Instead of long red hair, the woman standing in front of me has jet black hair that falls neatly around her shoulders. She's smaller than Ava, so much smaller than I remember. But she's alive, and she's here. Mama! My arms swallow her as I pull her into the tightest hug I can. I haven't touched my mother in 8 years. Even when I moved her from North Carolina to New Orleans, I did it from afar, tearing myself to pieces by watching men I barely knew ensure her safety. The guilt has eaten me alive. So many conflicting feelings and questions churn through my body, but I ignore them all, except for one I can't hold back. I thought you were... I choke on the words, unable to get them out. How did you... I don't understand.
I do not understand much either. I was scared when Mark tracked me down,
she admits, pointing toward Mick, her sweet accent music to my ears.
Mick,
he corrects. When I glare at him, he shakes his head.
Mark is fine.
She smiles, although I'm not sure she knows why.
He explained it all on the way here.
What exactly did he explain? A shadow crosses my mother's face.
Nikolai, why do you have a gun in your hand?
Shit, I forgot. Mom, focus. She nods.
He explained who that man was, why he wanted to hurt me, why he wanted to hurt you.
The reminder that Sergei took my mother from her home, ruining the illusion of safety I'd worked so hard to cultivate for her, fuels my anger all over again. Did he...
No, I am fine, Nikolai.
She gives me a knowing smile.
Thanks to your Ava.
Ava? Her enthusiastic nod stirs me out of my vengeful haze.
First, he kept me in a dark basement, but he said he had a feeling she would come. So he moved me to the
attic. I finish for her.
How did you know?
Because I know Ava. Damn it. She told me. She said the words right to my face, and I refused to listen. I let Sergei get in my head and convinced me she turned on me like I did 8 years ago. I accused Ava of repeating her same sins, when it's me who burned her at the stake twice for crimes she didn't commit.
He came in there so brave, Nikolai.
My mom continues, clasping her hands under her chin in complete awe.
That man may have created a child, but he is no father. I should know.
A flash of regret crosses her face. She's referring to my son of a bitch father. So I move to hug her again, but she stops me with a firm hand against my chest.
I am not finished. That man wanted to hurt her, but she still untied me and showed me a way to climb down the back of the house so no one would see. Then she gave me the keys to Mark's car and told me to go. I wanted to thank her, but she was already gone. That girl saved my life.
She went to his office. My mother brushes a hand across my cheek.
What do you mean?
The footing I've been so sure of fails me as my back slams into the wall. When she left you, she went to Sergei's office. Son of a bitch. That's what he meant when he said you were gone. He knew Ava had let you go. Jesus. She threw that grenade, knowing he'd have no way out while hoping I'd have no way in. They both knew my mother wasn't at 7. They both knew I'd eventually make my way to the Chernoff estate, but Ava planned to make sure nothing was left standing when I got there. I have to find her. Did she say where she was going? She shakes her head.
No. All she said was that she had a debt to repay.
I push off the wall, tearing my hands through my hair. Mom, this is very important. Who forced you out of your house in New Orleans and brought you here? She scrunches her nose up at my question.
No one forced me, moi karushi. I was told you had been arrested and requested to see me. I could not leave Louisiana fast enough.
I need the name of the man who told you this. She palms her forehead and taps her toe in deep thought. I'm about to lose my mind when she snaps her fingers and smiles.
Evan.
Ethan?
It could be. It all happened so fast.
I glance back at Mikhail, who quietly nods, confirming my fears. Ava's going to meet with her FBI agent. But instead of handing him information on her father, she's going to turn herself in for killing him.
Chapter 31. Ava. Just like this morning, I'm staring out the window in the passenger seat of a strange car. However, instead of scenic A1A, I'm watching cars fly past me on I-95 South. The nachos I ate earlier are sitting like a rock in my stomach, and as the miles roll by, I'm not confident they aren't going to come back up. Once again, night is falling, and as the day disappears, I start to think about ridiculous things like what I'm going to do when all of this is over. I'd love to climb to the top of the Empire State Building in New York, then travel all the way to the West Coast and see every star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Maybe I'll even backpack through Europe. It's nice to think of things that will never happen. That's because I'm here in this car, still driving on the road to nowhere. It didn't have to end this way. Unfortunately, they only cared to look at what was on the outside instead of delving into what was brewing inside. Their plan was doomed from day one. I've never been a heavy subscriber to the pack mentality. It doesn't take a genius to figure out if you roam with wolves, you're bound to get bit. Eventually, everyone turns on you. But this she-wolf finally sank her teeth into the alpha, and he never saw it coming.
Ah, you fucking shot me.
That's why you're the boss, Papa. I tap my finger against my temple. You're so perceptive.
All of this for him? I sent him to kill Yosuka.
I know. I swing Nico's gun beside me as I walk the perimeter of my father's office. He told me a long time ago.
Yet here you are,
He groans, holding his leg as blood pours out of the wound.
You are just like your mother. Esushka sumasheshe.
Crazy bitch. I shrug. Maybe I am. It's kind of poetic, don't you think? You smothered her, and now her Sushka Sumashiete daughter is going to smother you. I end with a laugh, because irony has a funny way of always standing up and being counted, even in dire situations.
You want to kill me?
He yells.
You want to burn me? Go ahead, Mishka. But look around, you stupid girl.
He waves his hand around the room.
You have barricaded both of us in here.
Your point?
You do not care you are going to die with me.
Charging toward his desk, I slam my hand down and grit my teeth.
You have taken everything from me.
My innocence, my dignity, my freedom, and my love. My life is the only thing left. A secret smile plays on my lips as I sit on the edge of his desk, running my finger down the grip of my gun. But you're right, Papa. I have no desire to die with you. As soon as you're dead, I'm going to find Ethan and tell him I killed you. That way, neither he nor Dmitri or any other of your sheep can pin it on Nico. A laugh rumbles low in his throat.
Dmitri will not be implicating Nikolai. Trust me.
You don't know that.
The man cannot talk with his throat slashed, Mishka.
I roll my forehead against the glass. How everything can change in an instant.
Are you all right over there?
I blink away the fire and smoke, dragging myself away from my father's office and back into the sedan. Turning away from the window, I see Ethan glancing from the road to me and back. The disarray I last saw his dark hair in is gone. It's now gelled back in its usual crisp style. His suit is pressed, his white shirt is starched, and his red tie is knotted perfectly. It's as if my call unwound his bundle of nerves. He was this way when he picked me up at that Irish pub on the boardwalk. I wish I could find a word to describe his mood when he slid into the seat across from me and patiently listened as I recounted the story of how Nico had killed all of my father's guards, then forced his way into his house. He even reached for my hand when I got to the part where he decapitated my father and held a gun to my head. He calmly told me Nico's prints would still be on the grounds, but first he needed to get me out of Miami. When I questioned him, all he said was that I was in danger and he would take care of it. Unbothered. Yeah, that's the word to describe his mood. Completely unbothered. Yes, I answer, forcing a smile I'm sure isn't at all convincing. Just a little carsick. He nods and turns the air vents in my direction.
Try not to throw up in this car. It's a rental.
If I didn't need to conserve all my strength, I'd punch him in the face. I have an idea. His side-eye glance is insulting, but I force myself to stay wide-eyed and gullible.
And what would that be?
Nico let me go. He still trusts me. I can almost guarantee that if I called him and asked him to meet me at the airport, he'd come. Ethan's brown eyes narrow. He's studying me hard, looking for a twitch in my eye, a twist of my fingers, sweat on my brow, anything to pinpoint a false motive. When he finds none, he clears his throat.
Why would I want you to do that?
Because when we get there, you can arrest him and bring him in. You'll be an instant hero. It's your only shot. Otherwise, it'll be a cat-and-mouse game for years, and you know it. My heart's racing, and I'm gripping my leg so hard I'm leaving bruises. Ethan mulls it over a few more minutes before smiling and baring his teeth.
Tell him to meet you at Miami Opa-locka Airport, Far East Hangar.
Swallowing the bile rising in my throat, I pull out the phone from Nico's jacket pocket and dial the second number I memorized, knowing he won't answer. As soon as it kicks into voicemail, I leave the first and possibly last message he'll ever hear from me. Hey, Nico. It's Ava. I'm calling from a phone I stole. I know I have no right to ask you for anything, but I'm in trouble, and I need you to meet me at the Far East Hangar at Miami Opa-locka Airport as fast as you can. If you leave now, we should get there at the same time. Please hurry. As soon as I disconnect the call, Ethan raises an eyebrow. Placing the phone in my lap, I turn and face out the window again. He'll be there.
Chapter 32. Nico. My keys are in my hand and I'm halfway out the door to the airport when Mick grabs my arm. What if it is a trap, comrade? Do you trust her enough to walk into it blindly? Did we not hear the same message? I glance down at my arm to where his fingers are still pressing into my skin. And unless you want those shot off, I suggest letting go. Mick swallows whatever sharp reply was on the tip of his tongue and drops his hand. Yes, but this is also the same woman who escaped from me twice, the last time almost cracking my skull. He points to his still bloody hair, his eyes flashing. You'll live. A soft murmur from across the room distracts me, and I shift my eyes to the couch where my mother is curled up and sleeping peacefully. She saved my mother, Mick. I owe her. Sighing, he steps out of my way and nods. For your sake, I hope you are right. Before I can change my mind, I tear out of the driveway, ignoring stop signs and stop lights until I'm on the turnpike. Pressing the pedal to the floor, I weave in and out of traffic like I'm in a video game. Scenarios run through my head of what kind of trouble she could have gotten herself into so fast. She left Sergey's on foot with no money or ID. Shit, did she hitchhike and someone kidnapped her? No, that's stupid. No kidnapper would let her use a phone. I should know that. The only reason she'd ask me to meet her at the airport is if she's planning on making one hell of a quick getaway. Sergey does have a private jet. She'd have to find someone to fly them, because while I have a lot of skills, piloting isn't one of them. All I know is I won't let her down. When Ava needed me most, I refused to believe her, and now she's suffering the consequences. I wasn't lying to her when I told her I loved her. If I get the chance to tell her again, I'll never let her forget it. As I exit off the turnpike, my phone rings again. Unknown. I answer before the second ring even hits. Ava? Nico, we need to have a chat. Fuck, I don't have time for this. I'm a little busy right now. Can it wait? No. I received an interesting phone call today. I have to say I was surprised but intrigued. Normally I wouldn't entertain such nonsense, but I was made an offer I couldn't refuse. An offer he couldn't refuse? What is this, The Godfather? What the hell are you talking about? My response is probably out of line, but I'm not feeling courteous at the moment. Luckily, he doesn't seem to give a shit about anything I have to say. Pay close attention, Gaharis. What I'm about to tell you I will only say once. Do exactly as I say the way I say it. After I'm finished, don't call me back. You're on your own. Okay. I draw the word out, unsure of what's coming next. Oh, and Nico? Yeah? Don't fuck up.
Chapter 33. Ava. The hangars at Miami Opa-locka Executive Airport are baby blue. I have no idea why I think to notice, or why I even care. Maybe the thought is so mundane it keeps my mind off the fact that Ethan is pacing behind me like a caged tiger. Are you okay? I ask, hugging Nico's jacket around me and trying to sound calm. Where is he? You said he'd be here on time, Ava, but he's... Out of the corner of my eye, I see him jerk his arm out and shove the sleeve of his not-so-pressed suit jacket up. 15 minutes late. 15 minutes, Ava. Where is he? He's losing it. The formerly gelled hair is back in disarray, and his red power tie hangs loosely around his neck. If there's any time to act, it's now. I just hope everyone has played their part, or this is all going to blow up in my face. Taking a deep breath, I tuck my hand in my pocket and close my eyes. You'd better be right about this, Bruce Willis. Ethan's head snaps up. Who the hell are you talking to? Shit. Myself. You know you can drop the clueless act any time now? What do you mean? He rolls his eyes. Ava, come on. How stupid do you think I am? I'm an FBI agent. You don't think I know how to read people? I knew the minute you offered to turn Gajeres in that you were playing me. That catches my attention, but I continue playing my role. I'm not. We are on the same team, Ethan. No, we were on the same team, but you fucked that to hell. Not only did you let Gajeres kidnap you, but you let him get in your head. He presses his fingers against his temples and looks up at me with what can only be described as disappointment. He weakened you. That's not true, I insist, knowing I'm starting to sound like a broken record. Deny, 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 but provide no rebuttal. It's the other way around. I was playing him. Really? Is that why you went to Dmitri and told him you wanted out behind my back? Why you told him that if I decided to fight you on this, you'd meet with me one last time and get evidence to threaten me into backing off? Dmitri agreed with me. Really? Ethan's lips curled up into a knowing smirk as if he's about to unleash a secret weapon. Then why did he come to me right after you left Seven and tell me everything? I take a step back. No, you're lying. Come on, Ava. I know your pussy's impressive, but I'm pretty sure there's a brain rolling around somewhere in that head of yours. You spooked Dmitri. That asshole's balls were the size of grapes. As if I can't grasp the concept, he makes a circle with his thumb and index finger to drive his point home. I told him I'd handle everything. The stare that was just incinerating now glints with arrogance. Just not the way he expected. What did you do, Ethan? Fuck, Ava, do I have to spell it out for you? I told Sergei everything, starting from the raid. Of course, I may have embellished somewhat. Ethan walks in a circle around me as he describes his brilliance in detail. I explained that after I arrested you, you said you'd give everyone what they wanted if I let you go. I could arrest Sergei, and Dmitri could get control of the Bratva. As far as he knew, I was doing my job, and my conscience got to me, but you and I both know I wasn't going down for this. I glare at him over my shoulder. You son of a bitch! You know that's all a lie. You blackmailed me into helping you. So, who's going to believe you? You're a Russian mob whore, and I am a decorated federal agent. Do the math, sweetheart. You told my father I was alive, not Dmitri. You're quick today, aren't you? He mocks, flipping my hair with the barrel of his gun. Sergei was only too happy to strike a deal. I mean, what mob boss doesn't need someone on the inside, right? Getting rid of loose ends is his specialty, so I led the way to you and Gajeres as long as he got rid of Dmitri. You knew Dmitri was dead when I called you? No, not officially. So to cover my ass, I had to play it safe. Guess I fucked that one up, huh? That's it, asshole. Keep talking. I spin around and face him. He's still wearing that smug-ass grin and I want to slap it off his face. What about Nico's mother? My father accused me of telling him where to find her, but I never said a word. Was that you? Did you kidnap an innocent woman? Ethan tips my chin with his finger and winks. That one was so easy, I'm almost ashamed of myself. I wasn't shocked to find you both gone when I finally found the property. Garrison Franco is a clever alias. Did you know your lover has over 28 of them? One is Frank Garrison, who owns a house in New Orleans, paid for from the same offshore bank account as the Okeechobee one. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that Gajeres would want mommy close to his other psycho killer buddies when he's off shooting people in the head for money. Oh, God. I think I'm going to be sick. Now, are we done with 20 questions? You're really starting to piss me off. Just one more. Why are we at a hangar? It sounds as ridiculous as I thought it would, but I'm grasping at straws. The man's coming unglued by the second. He stares at me for a minute, I suppose to make sure I'm being serious, then shakes his head, running a hand down my hair like he's petting a dog. Because there are airplanes in them, sweetheart. Planes go up in the air and take us away from all this bullshit. Us? I shriek. Are you insane? I'm not going anywhere with you. Is that right? He taps the barrel of the gun against his chin and pretends to think. Well, I've got a full confession from you on the murder of your stepbrother that says you will. You can come with me and keep your whore mouth shut and nod while I tell everyone how I saved you from your homicidal kidnapper. Or you can come with me and go to jail. Either way, you're coming with me. She's not going anywhere. The deep baritone voice comes from behind me, along with a confusing mix of exhilaration and dread. The last time I heard that voice, I was pinned against a wall with a gun to my head. Ethan jerks on the end of his tie, pulling it from around his neck. Christ, it's about time. Did you stop for coffee and donuts on the way here? Nico passes a stare of pure stone between Ethan and me before pointing a gun at my head. This is between me and her, Schaefer. Stay out of it. Out of it? Ethan laughs. Geheres. Ava is so knee-deep in my bullshit, she can't shovel her way out. Nico glares at me like he wants nothing more than to snap my neck. Ava. Nico. He sees me staring at the gun in his hand and smirks. Did you think I'd fall for the same line of bullshit 3 times? Even your pussy's not that good. I called you for help. How could you? Dostatechna. You should always think before you speak, pchelka. Either choose to fight battles or strategize to win wars, but never underestimate your enemy. You don't think I know what a fucking setup looks like? I should have shot you when I had the chance. God, that hurt. As much as I expected it still freaking hurt. Fine, so you caught me, I say, spitting out the words. What do you want, a medal? God, I am so sick of every man trying to run my life. There's a tap on my shoulder, and I turn my head to see Ethan's gun instead of his finger. If you're done bitching, I'd like to shoot the assassin now. No, he's mine, I growl. Ethan sputters behind me as I reach into the inside pocket of my jacket and pull out my own gun. I try to think of something to say, but the look on Nico's face as I aim it at his chest says enough for both of us. I hear Ethan's feet behind me. Where the fuck did you get that? Stay back, I hiss. I told you before this doesn't concern you. Nico levels his gun right back at me, his silver eyes staring down at me with dark intent. So it's like that. Yeah, it's like that. Ava, for Christ's sake, the shot cannot come from your gun. That's not how this works. I have to shoot him. This is all wrong. As Ethan charges toward me, my eyes narrow, and I glare at Nico, willing him to feel the overwhelming power in every word. I hate you. He grits his teeth and bites out his reply. I hate you too. Ava! Ethan yells, aiming his gun. Nico holds my eyes hostage. Ava. Go left, I scream, just before pulling the trigger. Nico staggers backward, dropping to the asphalt as a cloud of red blooms across his white shirt. I shot him. I shot him. I shot him. What the hell, Ava? Ethan throws both hands out, gesturing wildly as a second gunshot blasts through the air. I scream, readying myself for the pain, but it never comes. My breath comes harsh and heavy, my hand scanning what little clothing I have on for blood and finding none. Ava! I twist around to see Ethan on the asphalt as well, his hand cradling his chest and covered in blood. Oh shit, I rasp. He coughs through a laugh, his teeth as red as his mouth. Fuck you. They're his last words. As soon as they leave his lips, his body stills, and blank, empty eyes stare up at the sky, seeing nothing. Turning, I can't stop the tear that rolls down my cheek as I face what I've done. Nico is on his back and still, his fingers still curled around the trigger. The only difference between him and Ethan is that Nico's eyes are closed. I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to look at me either. Shouts and sirens wail in the distance. I know airport security will be here soon. Those gunshots didn't go unnoticed. I'm standing with a smoking gun in my hand, and I don't care to hide it. This is the way they'll find me, and this is the story I'll tell. A story that's been locked away in a house of horrors for 8 years. Ethan wanted to take Dimitri out and ended up dying by Nico's hand. Dmitri wanted to take Ethan out and ended up dying by my father's hand. My father wanted to take me out and ended up dying by Nico's hand. Nico wanted to take my father out and ended up dying by my hand. And everyone wanted to take me out. Yet here I stand. Be careful what you ask for in life. You just might get it. Chapter 34. Ava. Present day. Quantico, Virginia. Collusion. The chief whispers, the impact of the word finally sinking in. I glance down at my wrists. The handcuffs weren't really necessary, but then again, your agents were only following protocol, right, Carl? Well, most of them at least. A bead of sweat trickles down the chief's temple, and his right eye starts to twitch. For a moment, I almost feel sorry for him. Then I remember we are opponents, not allies. Still, it must be one hell of a hit to realize one of your own hung a price tag on his oath. You must be confused. Special Agent Schaefer was trying to protect you, not hurt you. Geheres was just as guilty. I finish for him. Little Ava Chernova. So broken and stupid. Surely she doesn't have it in her to orchestrate a plan to simultaneously take out the man paid to blackmail her and the one paid to kill her. I cock my chin, a smirk pulling at my mouth. Or does she? He doesn't respond, and I don't expect him to. There's not much of a response to being told you've been played for the last 3 hours. Surprise, Carl. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Since Chief Dunning walked into this office, we've fought a strategic battle of words. Every time I close my mouth, his opens. The constant back and forth verbal tennis match has exhausted me more than anything I've been through in the past week, but I'm not about to forfeit the game now.
Never tip your hand too early, pchelka. Take your hits and lull your enemy into a false sense of victory. Only then do you reveal your trump card. They'll never see it coming.
3 hours have passed since armed agents brought me to Quantico. 3 hours since they sat me in this huge office like I had tainted their precious name, like I was some brainless pawn in a bloodthirsty man's vendetta. However, in those 3 hours, I played their little game, sparing no brutal or intimate detail. I've remained stoic throughout countless accusations, insults, ridicule, and threats, and not once did I falter. But it ends now. Interesting. You had so much to say during our time together, Carl. I'm curious as to why suddenly I'm doing all the talking. I have to force myself to stay quiet, even though my heart is pounding, and all I want to do is throw my final card on his desk and dance around it. I keep my face impassive and wait, giving him enough time to tie the knot in the rope and hang himself. Swallowing hard, he reaches for his neck and loosens his tie.
Did you just confess to double premeditated murder?
We aren't talking about me, Carl. We're talking about what you plan to do about the dirty agent you allowed to terrorize me for 2 weeks.
Miss Chernova. Ava,
he says slowly.
Even if what you say about Agent Schaefer is true, you have no proof. The man is deceased. He can't stand trial to speak for himself. I'll have to write up a report on everything we've discussed and let a committee decide.
That won't be necessary. Here it is, the moment of truth. I've crawled through hell and made it back on the other side. I'm standing on freedom's doorstep, and all I have to do is push my way through. Nobody knocks in life and wins. It's take or be taken. And I'm done talking. My gaze settles on the phone sitting on the edge of the desk. Unhurried, I lean forward and take it, feeling the chief's eyes on me the whole time. Scrolling through the apps, I finally find the one I want and hit play. Within seconds, Ethan's voice fills the office, and my trump card drops to the ground. What did you do, Ethan?
Fuck, Ava, do I have to spell it out for you? I told Sergei everything, starting from the raid. Of course, I may have embellished somewhat. I explained that after I arrested you, you said you'd give everyone what they wanted if I let you go. I could arrest Sergei, and Dmitri could get control of the Bratva. As far as he knew, I was doing my job, and my conscience got to me. But you and I both know I wasn't going down for this.
You son of a bitch. You know that's all a lie. You blackmailed me into helping you.
So? Who's going to believe you? You're a Russian mob whore, and I'm a decorated federal agent. Do the math, sweetheart.
I play the entire conversation recorded on my phone from right outside the pocket of my jacket. At the end, there is an eruption of gunfire and screaming, and then silence. A shaky breath escapes me as coldness settles in my chest. Turning it off, I lift an empty stare at the man sitting in front of me. His chest is heaving unevenly, as if he can't catch a breath, and he seems to have no idea what to do with his hands. First, they clench together on the desk, then cup over his mouth, then fold on top of his head. I've rendered him speechless. Then again, having egg on your face will do that to a man. The way I see it, you only have two choices, Carl. You can arrest me, and then I go to every media outlet from here to China and sell my story. Or you can sweep this under the rug. No one knows what really happened but you, me, and my iPhone, which has a copy, just in case, I say, swinging my phone in the air. As long as you leave me alone, you can make Ethan a national hero for ridding the world of an elusive assassin and two notorious Bratva bosses and collect your commendation for orchestrating the whole thing like a good little boy. It's your call. He avoids looking me in the eye while swiping the back of his hand across his forehead.
If I choose option 2, how do I know you won't double-cross me later on?
He doesn't. He has absolutely no guarantee I won't screw him over. All he'll have is my word. And even though it's not worth shit to him, I'll honor it with everything I am. With every memory I hold sacred. Every sacrifice I've ever made. I've worn both masks. The one blindly being deceived, as well as the one delivering merciless betrayal, and the latter, while shredding my heart, cut my final tie to the past. As long as he keeps his promise, I'll keep mine. Carl, I've fought on both sides of this war. Believe me when I say I am done with your kind of justice. I'm going home. The wind blows my hair in a circle around my face, and I shiver. People rush all around me with their briefcases and long winter coats, and here I stand in the same tank top and tiny shorts I had on when the feds tackled me to the floor of that dirty hangar yesterday. I've lived in Florida my whole life and never been allowed outside state lines. A harsh winter meant a slight dip into the high 60s. I have no idea how people live in a place that requires so many layers of clothing. It's funny, the only thing I've ever wanted was to leave Miami. And the moment I do, the only thing I want is to go back. At least I have Nico's leather jacket to keep me warm. That was my one non-negotiable stipulation with Dunning. It's not that I wanted Nico's jacket back. It's that I needed it.
Miss Chernova.
I glance up to see a man, not much older than myself, dressed impeccably in a black suit, perfectly tailored to fit the well-toned muscles underneath. A lean physique that's hidden just enough to be discreet, but visible enough to make anyone think twice about fucking with him. His face is clean-shaven and unsmiling. There's a hard edge to him that's unsettling, yet familiar. And he's calling my name. I'm sorry, do I know you?
I have instructions to take you to Turner Field, he says, opening the door to the back seat of the limo. He's agitated, uncomfortable in a way that tells me he'd just as soon pull out a gun and shoot me in the face than continue this facade.
From who?
I'd prefer if we spoke privately in the car.
I'd prefer if you fucked off. If you think I'm getting in the car with some stranger after the week I've had, you seriously need your head checked.
His face darkens. I am not a stranger, Ava. Nikolai is my friend, and unfortunately, I know more about you than you'll ever... It's fine, Dagger.
I know that voice. The guy dips his chin, cutting a heated glare toward me before circling the limo and disappearing in the driver's seat. When I'm standing alone, the voice calls out again, this time all trace of patience gone.
Get in the damn car, Ava.
I don't think. If I think I'll run, and I have no doubt within 30 seconds I'll be forced into the limo anyway. Pulling Nico's jacket around me, I cross to the side of the road and climb in the back seat. The man sitting across from me is also impeccably dressed, but older and definitely wiser. He exudes power, a man who wants for nothing and takes everything. I dip my chin. Clement? I take it everything went as planned? It did. Thanks for the gun, by the way. X is definitely efficient.
You know, it's too bad I don't employ women. You have a set of balls as big as any of my men.
He swirls a short glass of amber liquid in his hand before taking a sip. I'll take that as a compliment.
Don't. Most of my horsemen wouldn't dare call me unprompted, much less to ask me for favors. You're lucky you're still breathing.
He says the word favors as if it's offensive. It probably is. I shrug. I had nothing to lose. Ethan was going to kill me anyway. If I was going to die, what did it matter whose hand held the gun?
See, that's the kind of mentality it takes to work for me,
he says matter-of-factly. I stare at him, waiting for the punchline, and when he doesn't say anything, I let out a nervous laugh. Are you offering me a job, Clement?
Depends,
he says, lifting a graying eyebrow.
Would you accept?
While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I'll have to decline. Les Cavaliers de l'Homme was Nico's world, not mine.
It's a good thing I wasn't offering then.
He takes another slow drink as the car slows to a stop.
I'll assume you'll still be upholding your end of the deal.
I dip my chin. All Cavalier de l'Homme names have been wiped from the FBI database. A non-negotiable parting gift I required from Dunning to ensure he has some skin in the game. You don't grow up as the daughter of a Russian mob boss and not learn a thing or two.
Well, it seems you're one of the few who have my number now,
he says, a glint in his eye. Dagger opens my door, and as I start to move, Clement firmly grasps my elbow.
Use it wisely, Miss Chernova.
I smile, his words igniting the first spark of life inside me since I left Florida. Right back at you, Devereaux. Without another word, I drag myself out of the limo and walk toward a sleek jet a few feet in front of me. Clement never said the words, but he didn't have to. I know the private plane is for me, and I know it's headed back to Miami Opaloka. He never expected me to take him up on his offer. I suppose it was his way of letting me know that regardless of all that has happened, he respects me. And Clement Devereaux respects no one. Yet again, I'm shielding my body from the wind as I make my way across the tarmac toward the air stairs attached to the plane. My hands shake as I hold onto the railing and climb toward freedom. The sound of planes taking off in the distance roars in my ears as I cross the threshold into the cabin. Taking a deep breath, I push my wind-blown hair out of my face and tuck it behind my ears. As far as private jets go, Clement Devereaux spared no expense. The inside looks like something out of a magazine, more extravagant than most people's homes. The flooring is a plush black and gray square pattern, and to my left is a long hallway with an oversized white leather couch on one side and 2 reclining white chairs on the other. 2 tables, 3 minibars, and a huge flat-screen television complete the setup. My entire apartment could fit inside this damn thing. I let out a low whistle. Well, fuck me.
Tempting, but I'd prefer to wait until we're in the air.
The voice to the left of me is gravelly and rough. A voice that both feels like a punch in the gut and a kickstart to the heart all at the same time. Gripping the jacket even tighter, I slowly turn to face him. In one single glance, my world stops, starts, tilts, spins, then rights itself. He's sitting in a white chair, his inked fingers gripping the armrests and his eyes holding mine without remorse. My pulse races at the sight of the midnight black hair that dips over one aluminum gray eye, and a heavier beard hiding even more of the scar I know every detail behind. My stomach flips as I stare at the lips that devastate me with kisses 1 minute, then acid words the next. He's rough. He's jaded. He's deceptively charming. He's alive, and he's all mine. Nico. His name is barely out of my mouth before I'm on him, straddling his lap, my hands cradling his face as I pour everything I have left into a heated kiss. His lips taste like home, and I'm not ashamed to demand more, rubbing against his growing erection until he groans. Our tongues clash in a war of dominance, and I continue grinding on him until he places a hand on my lower back, stilling my movement. 41,000 feet, he says, his voice rough as he pulls me back a little. Letting out a ragged breath, he lets go of my ass to adjust himself. Enjoy the calm now, because when we're at 41,000 feet, the only thing you'll be doing until Miami is riding my cock. Is that right? Damn right it is. And none of this panties to the side shit. He pulls the jacket off my shoulders and slides the straps of my tank top down. All of this is coming off, Ava. I want to see my name when I'm inside you. I shudder, his forceful words sending a rush of warmth between my legs. With the image freshly painted in my mind, I blow out a slow breath and nod, sliding my hands from his face, down to his neck, and finally coming to rest on his shoulders. Nico sucks in a sharp breath. Fuck. My eyes snap open at the pain in his voice. It's only then that I see the sling around his arm and his shoulder wrapped in tons of gauze and surgical tape. Oh, God, I say, gingerly grazing my fingertips around the edges. I forgot about... Oh, God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. We shouldn't... Nico grabs me around the waist with his good arm before I can move. Yes, you should have. And hell yes, we should. And we will. My shoulder may be hurt, but there's not a damn thing wrong with my cock. It works just fine, thanks. I can't help but laugh. Still, I'm sorry for shooting you. Yeah, well, a little warning might have been nice. I said go left. It's not my fault your reaction time is shit. I know, when everyone looks right. You go left, I finish for him, patting his chest. Your words, big man. Own them. So you ever going to explain to me how in the hell you managed to convince Clement Devereaux to get involved in all this, and then talk to the FBI out of prosecuting all three of us? Depends. How long is the flight? It wouldn't have anything to do with a tall, high society asshole. One who has a thing for knives, too. I wink. I don't know anyone named Dagger. Right. A smile breaks out across Nico's face. An honest-to-God smile. Something I haven't seen since I was 16 years old. So what do you say we get out of here? I nod and climb off his lap. Buckling his seatbelt for him, I quickly climb into the chair beside him and buckle my own as the pilot enters the cabin from the cockpit. We're ready when you are, Mr. Gajeres. We just need to know a final destination in order to get clearance. Nico nods, then turns, flashing me a wicked grin. Where to, Miss Chernova? I tilt my chin, considering his question. I think about the borders of Florida. I think about winter coats and coastlines. I think about tourists and Rose with her corn-fed Iowa innocence. But when it comes down to it, the only place I think to go is the one that saved me. Biting my lip, I glance up at him and grin. Kansas City. I hear they have one hell of a shuffle.
Epilogue. Nico. 1 year later, Miami, Florida. Whoever said the more things change, the more things stay the same nailed that shit dead on. Stepping off an airplane onto Florida soil in December is still like getting punched in the dick by Satan. X waits a respectable distance away, holding a set of keys in his hands. Welcome home, Mr. Gajeres. Your car is waiting for you. I stare at him behind my reflective sunglasses. He's decked out in his usual blue banker suit with his brown hair slicked back. Always blue and never a hair out of place. I wouldn't be surprised if Xavier has a poster of Leonardo DiCaprio and Wolf of Wall Street hanging up that he gives double-finger guns to every morning. He lifts an eyebrow. Is something funny, sir? You're really dedicated to that look, aren't you, X? Yes, sir. It's important to portray an image of consistency. Every great man has a signature style. I open my mouth to make a smart-ass comment when he cocks that damn eyebrow even higher and scans his eyes from my black leather jacket down to my black jeans, looking away with a small smirk. I don't know whether to laugh or put my foot up his ass. Well played. I rush down the rest of the air steps and steal the keys out of his hand. Everybody gets one X. Enjoy it while it lasts. X doesn't respond. He knows better. For the last year, he's met me in the same place, holding the same keys, with the same greeting. Welcome home, Mr. Gaharis. Your car is waiting for you. Home. I haven't had one of those since I was 17 years old. Even then it was filled with violence and hate. The only thing that kept me tied to that place was one woman who needed me to protect her from a monster. When I left, I found myself once again tied to a place where another woman needed me to protect her from her own monster. For 8 years after that, home was a weapon, a job, and a vendetta. Holding a gun in my hand will always feel normal, and the men I call family are still violent killers. However, I no longer have a vendetta. Instead, I have a real home, and someone who has waited 3 weeks for me to return. Turning the ignition on the Audi, I hit the gas and peel out of Miami Opelika Airport. A man should never keep a lady waiting, especially one with an entire Bratva at her feet. The crimson-red neon light floods the walkway as I approach the door to 7. From outside I can hear shouting, so I don't bother knocking. For once, the asshole bouncer isn't on his phone. In fact, he's wide-eyed and alert, his eyes bouncing from me to the inside of the club and back. Hello, Mr. Gaharis. What the hell is going on in there? I try to peer around him, but all I can see are large men's backs and a pair of pale arms flailing in the air. Police raid. Another one? He shrugs. They won't go away until she gives them what they want. I don't know why she doesn't stuff their pockets so they'll shut up. That's what Dmitri always did. You just answered your own question. I turn toward the dark hallway, a smile breaking across my face as a long string of Russian insults immediately quiets the incessant yelling. Idi na chuj, tovia mama shluka na vaskalia. Damn, what did she say? I'm pretty sure she called all their mothers train station whores. I mutter, making my way straight to the middle of the chaos. Still, I don't intervene. I'm content to stand by and watch my girl in her element. She looks fierce as hell standing up on one of the tables. It's not just the dress she's wearing, although no woman but her can wear a long, tight silver dress, showing only a hint of skin, and exude more sex appeal than a stripper in a G-string. It's her confidence, her dominance, her ruthless control, and the fact that I know there's a gun in a thigh holster under that dress she's itching to pull. She's still yelling when Blade sidles up beside me, his arms crossed over his chest. She's letting him have it tonight, 'cause Rose quit. She quit? Yep. Told her she was going back to Iowa to patch things up with her mama, now that the woman dumped that piece of shit boyfriend. Ava's happy for her, but she kinda got attached to that girl. Won't admit it, though. You know how she is. Stubborn, prideful, obstinate, about to rip some balls off because of it. Yes, I do. He nods toward the herd of belligerent officers. Think they'll ever back off? Probably not. Think she will? Blade asks. I cock my chin and raise an eyebrow. He laughs, his big body shaking under his arms. Yeah, I didn't think so either. She trusts you with her life, you know. I tell him. That's why she made you her second in command. Before he can respond, I jump back in. I trust you too. But let me make myself very clear. If you ever betray her, I'll cut you into so many pieces they'll be able to bury you in a dime bag. I know it won't ever come to that because he doesn't even flinch. I'm standing beside him, threatening to dismember him until he's ground beef, and the man doesn't break a sweat. All he can focus on is Ava and how close those men are getting to her. Loyalty. Looks like they're leaving empty-handed, he notes, nodding toward the line of policemen grumbling to themselves as they shuffle toward the exit. Mudaks. Ava climbs down from her podium, shooting intermittent glares at their backs. It isn't until she kicks a chair underneath the table that her eyes catch mine. She hesitates, then walks slowly and seductively toward me. When we're nose to nose, she runs a hand down the front of my open jacket, thumbing the teeth of the zipper. Hey there, stranger. Have a little company, did you? She pops a hand on her hip and glances behind her. Yes, well, considering the lack of prostitutes here to jerk them off these days, they're bored. It seems running a legitimate club forces them to fuck their wives for a change. Seeing her like this is everything. She's in her element and a force to be reckoned with. Men's eyes lower to the floor when she enters a room now. No longer a Bratva princess. The woman standing before me is a queen. The beginning and end of the Chernov Empire. My goddess. My everything. My wife. I run the back of my hand across her cheek. I've missed you. Oh? Her lips twitch. Have you been gone? I haven't noticed. Ava's eyes blaze with heat as her mouth dares to defy her in front of her men. She's playing a dangerous game, one where the rules can change in an instant. I may be her husband, but I'm still the killer. I can only be pushed so far before a marital competition becomes a battle of wills. And damn, this woman pushes me right to the edge. Blade, if you'll excuse us. Ava squeals as I bend down and toss her over my shoulder. Nico, she hisses, letting out a yelp as I slap her ass. I'm the boss. You're undermining me in front of my employees. Then I suggest you say something bossy. Lifting her head, she twists around and glares at them. Fuck off. I shrug. Not quite what I meant, but okay. After walking 3 winding hallways and passing 4 doors, I find the one I want and push it open. It's dark inside, just like I wanted it to be. Steadying her on my shoulder, I flip on the light and smile as the room illuminates in nothing but red, from the tinted lights to the red walls to the velvet couch to the left of us. Everything is bathed the color of hate, love, and the blood that stains both our hands. Our beginning and our end. Ava blinks, the corners of her mouth first turning down in confusion. You brought me to the bondage room? Why? You know we don't allow this kind of stuff anymore. She trails off as her eye catches the one thing breaking the room's singular color scheme. Slowly her frown curls into a smile. An orange blossom. Not just one, dozens of them, filling the room like little slices of innocence trapped in the depths of immorality. I always did say they reminded me of her. Looking at it now, I can see it was right. How? I have my ways, I say, cupping her face in my hands. Ava leans into my touch, sliding her hand up my arm until she's holding my wrist. Blade. She hums his name triumphantly, but I don't have to admit to anything. She knows she's right. I need to keep my eye on you two. I trace my thumb over her painted red lips. A man never tells his secrets. Kissing my thumb, she gently pushes it out of the way. Speaking of which, where have you been this time? California, Vegas, New York? You know I can't tell you that. Business and personal, remember? But Nico, fuck, not this again. We've been over this 100 times, and 100 times I've given her the same answer. No way in hell am I going through what happened in that hangar ever again. It's for your own safety, pchelka. The Cavaliers have enemies just waiting to use our weaknesses against us. The less you know, the safer you'll be. Doesn't mean I have to like not knowing where you are when you disappear for weeks at a time. Her lips twist in that kissable pout that drives me insane. All I want to do is push her against the wall and devour it. But I have to wait. I know, but it's not like you don't have things keeping you busy. Tightening my hold on her chin, I tilt it up until there's only a breath between us. I'm proud of you, Ava. You've turned this Bratva around and made it your own. You're ruthless but fair, and loyal to those who are loyal to you. Well, 7 will never be legal, but as long as I'm alive, no girl will ever be prostituted, sold, or raped here. That shit is over. Her face darkens, memories of the past playing in her eyes. Blade watches over those girls like a hawk. He watches over you, too. He acts like he's my dad. She groans, rolling her eyes. Yeah, one you deserved. My words hang in silence, and I wonder if I crossed a line I shouldn't have. In 12 months, neither of us have spoken Sergei's name. It's not allowed in our house or in our presence. I clench my teeth and wait for her to completely shut down on me. Thankfully, she just bows her head. It's a start. I'll take it. I decide to change the subject. Do you remember the last time we were in this room? I say, cradling her head in my hands. I wanted you so much that night. She chuckles and looks up at me. You could have fooled me. I thought you were going to kill me. Well, we've always pushed the line between pleasure and pain, haven't we, Pchelka? What's reward without risk? What's need without knives? I press against her, my body molding to her curves. Brushing my lips against hers, I first taste, then sink my teeth into the plump flesh. Fuck, the things I want to do to this woman. Ava moans, running her hands down my chest. We could make up for lost time. Dropping a hand from her face, I catch her fingers before they reach my zipper. Not like that, Pchelka. Not for another 8 months. Nico, I'm pregnant, not porcelain. Frustrated, she mirrors my own movement and cups my face in her hands. You can't treat me like I'm made of glass. That's not us. We're not like other people. We don't go to our boring 9-to-5 jobs and come home to a quiet family dinner, then make love in a tastefully decorated bedroom of our suburban home. We take lives for a living. Sometimes we don't see each other for weeks at a time. We never get through a full meal because we usually end up fucking on top of the table. Ava, tilting my face down, she flashes those golden cat eyes, holding me prisoner to her words. When we're together, it's hard, it's rough. It's full of punishment, guilt, hate, and love. We're all those things. We don't pretend to be anything but exactly who we are. We're as real gets, and that's what I want, baby. I want real. I want every ugly and beautiful thing between us. I want you. I've already forgotten half of what she said, but one line blasts over and over in my head. I want every ugly and beautiful thing between us. I want you. I grab her around the waist, the dormant monster in me waking up. Reaching for the shackles hanging from the wall, I cuff both her wrists until she's completely at my mercy. Are you very attached to this dress? Not particularly. Good. Pulling my knife out of my jacket, I pop the blade and slice a clean line down the front of her dress. Impatiently, I slip the knife into her strapless bra and with a flick of the wrist slit it in two. Finally satisfied, I see my artwork. Lifting a finger, I trace the beautiful scars on her breast that bear my name. Mine, I whisper. She nods. Always has been. Sliding down her body, I lay a soft kiss on her stomach. Я никогда не подъеду тебя, моя прекрасная девушка. Ava's breath hitches. You won't fail our baby, Nico. Besides, I'm only 10 weeks. You have no idea if it's a girl or not. Yes, I do. I'm getting a second chance. I won't fuck this one up. Ava starts to argue again, but whatever she was going to say gets lost in a garbled mix of my name and pleas to a higher deity as I hook her leg over my shoulder. Just as I'm about to taste the most powerful woman in Florida, my phone rings. Both of us still, knowing exactly who it is. Ava sighs, her leg slipping. Go ahead, answer it. Catching her ankle, I place it right back. Ava's mouth drops open as I reach in my pocket, turn my phone off, and throw it across the room. Won't Clement be pissed? My beautiful wife stares down at me, her long red hair framing her worried face. I won't lie and say it doesn't do something to me, knowing the only thing that can bring this powerful woman to her knees is a threat to my safety. But she's not on her knees. I am. And I'll stay here until I get my fill. Flashing her my most salacious grin, I kiss her inner thigh and tell her the same thing I told the head of Les Cavaliers de l'Ombre a year ago, when he tried to stop me from getting exactly what I wanted. I've waited 8 years for this, Mrs. Gajeras, and I'll put a bullet in anyone who gets in my way.
This has been Darkest Deeds, a dark Russian mafia standalone, Les Cavaliers de l'Homme, by Cora Kinborn, performed by Sarah Puckett and Tor Tom. Music by Sam Redfern. This audiobook has been produced and published by Pink Flamingo Productions in 2022. No part of this audiobook can be copied or played for an audience. To find out more about Pink Flamingo Productions and our collection of work, please visit www.pinkflamingoproductions.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.